Alright, just give me a mic check.
Alright, mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Alright, we are good. Hello everybody, and welcome in and welcome back to more Danganronpa Another Despair 2. I am Mr. Grinchman, once again along with ACP. In the last stream, we continued taking on Chapter 3. We got through the rest of daily life, and a lot of stuff happened. Setsuka seemed to have a lot something she wanted to tell us after this parade. However, Mikado, in a fit of, I guess what you would call, like, anger from the picture that Teruya found somehow, actually created a motive for everybody. The motive showing people from the past, that people from their lives that they really care about, with videos that were not in full length. The catch is if you killed somebody, you would get to see the end of the video, no matter if you succeeded in getting away with the murder or not. Everyone seemed to kind of panic, except for Shobai, obviously, and also Sora, who got a video of just seemingly someone sinking in water without being able to tell who it was. Setsuka, as I mentioned, wanted to tell everybody something after this big parade at Setsuki Land. However, it didn't go very well. Setsuka never showed up at all. And when everyone went to look for her, we found her dead in the altar in the ghost house, as I kind of predicted, and ACP, I think, kind of predicted as well. Shockingly, though, despite it being Chapter 3, Setsuka was the only person who actually died, which was very surprising. Then after that, we took on the investigation and finished up with that, and then we're at the start of the trial. I'm trying to think if anything else happened of note. Oh yeah, I guess also Teruya had basically outright said he doesn't trust everybody in the group because he doesn't know who they are, and he only regained his memories about his classmates, not about the other stuff. So he hasn't been able to be of much use. Hibiki also seemed to go into like a catatonic state after she saw Setsuka's corpse, and seemingly was too stunned to do anything until the trial. We got to the trial ground. She actually seemed very shocked that Setsuka was dead, which makes it very suspicious and very worrisome. You think is there anything else of note that happened that I'm forgetting?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, with this stream, we'll be taking on the trial, and as a reminder, this is continuing to be blind for myself and for ACP. So, let's get underway, I suppose. I just realized I did that up. Okay, here we go now. All right, I equipped all the skills, right? Did I do that last time? I'll check it before we start. Let's check the bullets first. So I have to make sure I remember all this stuff.
Read over them this time.
Yeah, I mean,
just all of them.
I mean, we did last time, but I mean, we spent like 30 minutes before the trial last time talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it helps with the rest of the trial when you can clearly remember what they all say.
Hopefully, we don't get caught up with a glitch this time. That was so stupid last time.
Yeah.
All right. Monochrome File 3. The victim is Setsuka. The estimated time of death is unknown. The body was discovered in the ghost house. The neck, shoulders, thighs, ankles were all dismembered into 10 pieces near the abdomen, and near the abdomen was damaged. The culprit likely used something sharp, that's funny, sharp to amputate the limbs. Part of the bones and legs have multiple bruises and fractures. So, okay. Missing abdomen. Setsuka's abdomen was cut off. The cut was done with great precision, so the contents did not flow out. This part seems to have no hidden mixture. There is no sign of where the abdomen went. Which I don't really know why they had to do that, but...
Yeah.
The bruised corpse. According to the monochrome file, Setsuka's body had fractures in several places. It says it was caused by something sharp. No matter what it was, it must have been brutal. I would not have wanted to die this way, in all honesty. Teruya's account. Kiruya, who checks the inventory of various items on the island, said that the many blood transfusion and medical kits disappeared in this morning, but the medical kit was returned after, as you kind of predicted. So, yeah, the blood packs never returned, and like you said, but the medical kit did. Yeah. So, what was the point of taking the medical kit? I'm trying to think of what they would have used from it. I don't know. Iroha's account. A little before 18 o'clock, and that's, what is that, 5? No, that's 6. That's 6, right? It's 18 o'clock. That's 6 o'clock, right?
That's 5 o'clock.
Okay, that is 5. Okay.
Yeah. Well, 5. No, yeah, that's 6, right? Yeah, 18 times.
Okay, 6. Iroha headed to the mirror house for a meeting with Setsuka. She saw Hibiki entering the ghost house, but Iroha assumes it was to use the restroom. Ghost house fuse box. If you go deeper into the ghost house, there is an altar at the side of the crime. A breaker is installed next to it. All the wires inside were cut up. From this, we can assume the lights were off at the time of the incident. Ghost house fireplace. There was a fireplace inside the ghost house. The firewood inside was overheated after the incident was turned off. Which I guess it means, yeah, it was just like a gas fireplace, or, well, just something powered by the electricity. An unknown plastic bag. There was some unknown plastic bag that was, unknown black plastic that was crumpled and thrown into the fireplace of the ghost house. The use is unknown. Yeah, folding screen. The decorated screen at the entrance of the ghost house was originally attached to the wall. But after the body was discovered, it changed, so there was a slight gap between it and the wall, enough to carry a human inside. The space was also marked with heavy bloodstains. Yeah, pin near the flower bed. I don't know what this is about. There was a discarded pin near the flower bed at the gate of the ghost house. It was most likely used to fix something, but what? I have no idea what those would be for. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Pin used to fix something.
I mean, those are like clothing pins.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because somehow somehow the dolls, they're automated dolls, and the transit system.
Yeah.
All of those had something to do with this.
Yeah.
In some way. Right. So, and we haven't really come across anything. The only thing I could imagine the pins being used for is something to do with if they were used for hair, if we're go with something like the body switching
theory that we
thing for the twins, one of the twins could have used it to make their hair look like the other twin's hair or something.
I mean, that's only I have to think about. We'll have to figure that out later.
Yeah.
Yeah, ghost house records. As we mentioned, every time you go into an attraction, you have to swipe your handbook, and a record is made of the handbook that went in and when it went out. So as we see here, this is all close to the time of the murder. At 1755, and then right after at 1757, two people went in. Then later at 1924, that was Sora went in to look there and then went out. Just a little bit later, the person who went in first went out. The person who was in there second, presumably Setsuka, never came out again. Then after that, that was when everyone else entered to see the body. That was everybody else. At 1958. So it would have been Sora again, Shinji, Nikkei, and Yuki, I think, were the people that were there. So that would have been all of them. Okay, Shinji's account. According to Shinji, by lunchtime today, the pool was disinfected and could not be entered at this time. It says in the rules that entering while disinfection is occurring is against the school rules. You'd think if this was a thing, Monocro would have told us about that. If this was like a real rule.
Yeah.
So it seems like somebody probably made that up just to keep people out at that time.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Because Monocro usually, and Monokuma as well, in the other games, usually does a good job at explaining how certain facilities work, you know, on a base level.
And he did go through all of the trouble of, like, explaining everything else.
Yeah.
And it would be odd if, like, he randomly just forgot to tell the students about the pool rules, if those were important. So it seems like they were not real rules at all in the first place.
Yeah. Now we have the records for the pool gate. So two people went in this morning, and then went out later, about an hour later. Within about 30 minutes of each other, they left. About at 12:54, somebody went in, and then someone came in. Someone went in and never left for 5 hours. Someone went in at 17:24 and never came out again. And like you mentioned in the stream, they would have seen each other. Yeah. Walking in and walking out. So whoever went in then, at least them or their handbook never came out again.
Yeah.
And then the 1910, presumably that was Shinji going and checking it again. As I think we established. So yeah, this is odd that like somebody went in there and never came out, or the handbook went in and never came out of here, and somebody went in the ghost house and never came out of there. Which said presumably that was Setsuka in the ghost house. So who was this? And like you mentioned, how did they get around the security? Did they, like you said, like your theory, did they just chuck the handbook over the gate or something? But
yeah,
so not sure how this.
If we want to, okay, so that's at 5:30.
Yes, yeah, around 5:30 was when that other right before 5:30.
So whatever which happened there was at least 30 minutes before Iroha was supposed to meet Setsuka.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what... Because obviously Setsuka seems to have disappeared before 6.
Yeah.
Right? What? And trying to think of, there was no other place besides that one area behind that screen that seemed to have any blood.
Yeah.
Right? That seems to be the only spot, because there was no blood in like the pool area or anything.
Yeah, that was the only place that had blood was in that ghost house.
Yeah. So it seems like whatever happened to her, she, even if she was kidnapped and like trapped in the pool house or something for a little bit, nobody, well, would have gone in the pool house or would have seen them culprit like chopping the body parts.
Yeah.
So it seems like whenever she was kidnapped, she was taken somewhere, and then because we know that there was seemingly no well, it was dark.
Yeah.
The culprit had already turned off all of the lights in the ghost house after the parade.
And I said,
which said lasted an hour.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was an hour.
Yeah, 18 to 19. And then they went and went to go search.
Right after.
Yeah. So it was just about 10 minutes later. And I think it actually shows back on the Ghost House records, right? We should see go up, yeah, to the right. So
yeah, 1924 was when presumably Sora went in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So between
because 6 was around the it was like 6:15 or so. It was around the time the parade was supposed to start.
Mm-hmm. So it seems like the murder took, or at least the distributing of the body parts took place about 5 minutes before the parades ended.
Yeah, and the body parts were also seemingly put in place after Sora went out, and within those 6 minutes.
Yeah,
because
so it
Sora
does seem
did go
like
in the altar and nothing was there.
Yeah, so it seems like for the most part, it seems like Setsuka, once she went in the ghost house at 5:55, she never went out again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of to tell. It's either the culprit first or her.
I think it's the culprit first, because the second one's the one that never goes out.
Oh, true.
Yeah, the QU5.
Yeah, so she goes in 5:57,
So
and
right
then
before the parade.
Yeah, and is either like knocked out and hidden in the ghost house until after the parade, and then after Sora leaves.
A lot of moving parts here.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of, if that was the whole plan, then what are all the other details here? Right, because it seems like that was as simple as she went in, the culprit got her, but who, we have to see, like, who could have been in the ghost house the entire parade without anyone noticing.
Because if the group that was at the parade never left each other, that really shortens the list.
Yeah.
Because we know that Shinji, Yuki, Iroha, not Iroha, sorry, Yoruko, us, and Nikkei were all together, and Kanade were all together. And presumably never left each other's sights. Shobai and Mikado were doing their own thing, they weren't there. Hibiki wasn't there, and Iroha wasn't there, and Teruya wasn't there.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to believe Shobai had nothing to do with this. Like, I don't...
Yeah, not likely.
I don't think him or Mikado have really anything substantial to this case in terms of being the culprit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see them really being that pivotal to any case until the end of the game.
I mean, Shobai did seem to actually be somewhat motivated here. And he even did do that weird thing with the gate earlier, so...
Yeah.
But I don't, like you said, I don't think he has any relevance to the actual murdering.
Yeah.
Then that leaves Teruya, who I don't know if he'd kill anyone.
Yeah.
Hibiki and Iroha.
Yeah. So, I mean, right off the bat, it does seem like Hibiki and Iroha are really the only two possible, or at least the two obvious culprits.
Yeah.
Right, but obviously there's some new or at least some evidence that would support that whoever did it did have some kind of accomplice here, even though they've gone out of their way to say, oh, like, accomplices aren't a thing, and like multiple chapters. This does feel like there were at least 2 people involved in this somehow.
Yeah.
Because of all the weird stuff with the pool.
Yeah.
Stuff. It's like, how do you explain that? And like, how does... And like, why would they go through the trouble of telling us all about like the transit schedules and all that stuff if that wasn't relevant?
Yeah.
So obviously, there's going to be multiple people moving around the park, accomplishing certain goals for unknown reasons that had something to do with this whole plot.
Yeah. Yeah, this. I'm not even sure what the point of this was.
Yeah, this one I don't even have a clue.
Yeah, unused bottle of antibiotics. An unopened antibiotic that fell out of the corner of the pool. That fell at the corner of the pool. Usually I would think it's unrelated, but I think it might somewhat be related to the case, but what does it mean? I think it also mentioned that this was not even opened at all.
Yeah, unopened, unused. So it's like...
Yeah. The Sachin parade dolls. It's a Sachin doll, one used during the parade. They're all stored in the warehouse at Block A and before the parade occurred. So I think your theory could be accurate that somebody maybe could have hijacked one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the one thing that I'm like thinking is if they're all programmed to do something at the time of the parade, if somebody was in it, would they really be able to really do anything to stop them from doing what they were doing? Unless that was what they planned and they were just trying to get around without someone seeing them.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And then the last one, you were talking about the timetable. Monorail timetable. The timetable of the monorail. Every hour it stops for 1 hour for a safety check. The first train departs from B, etc. at 8. And the reverse train does not run until 5 minutes later. The last train of the day runs between 20 o'clock to 21, which is like 8 to 9.
8 to 9, yeah.
So
they were still running while
the parade was going on.
We were investigating.
Yeah. So it will take 5 minutes between blocks or 15 minutes on foot. And through all the blocks in an hour. So... Okay, that's all the bullets, so...
It's not a lot of bullets.
No. It's about as many as the last trial had.
Yeah. But some of these bullets have a lot of, like, either very cryptic information or just a lot of numbers and details on them.
Yeah, so this one... I think we had a good idea for the second trial... I think we had a really good idea with the first trial how the murder occurred.
Mm-hmm.
I think the second one we had a good idea of who it could have been, but not necessarily exactly the how. And then this one, I'm honestly not sure. Because like you said, the evidence really does seem to paint that only like 2 or 3 people could have possibly done it. But the question is, like, how exactly did the plan work?
Yeah.
Alright. Let me make sure all my bullets are equipped. I think I equipped them last time, but... Okay, an accidental influence allows you to save, increases firing speed, doubles XP from trial, which will be nice to get that. Yeah, we're not using this one. That's the cheat one. We're not using that. Reduces input delay... during rebuttal showdown. Yeah, I'll make sure to test that to see if that actually does move faster. For the arrow game. Eliminates penalty for retry. Okay, that's everything. So I have equipped everything. So we actually have plenty of skill points.
Yeah.
I actually would not have enough to actually equip. I would actually not have enough XP to equip the other one if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have enough.
Although I'm sure there's some like random one we could. Because we'd only need, what, 2 less skill points?
Yeah, but I like I said, I don't want to use this one, because that's one of the cheat ones, as I call it. So, let's get underway. Oh boy. start. And hopefully we don't get screwed by a glitch this time. I should have gotten at least a B on that last trial.
Yeah. Guess we can skip the
Yeah, unless there's any extra dialogue after this.
here.
Yeah, unless there's any extra dialogue after it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Was this place always this huge? Probably because there's a lot less of us now.
Right. 5 have already died. There's only 11 left.
They all left us, one by one.
Everyone, we're just starting here, so let's put away our negative thoughts for now. If we don't get a hold of ourselves, we could be very well following the footsteps of those 5. He's right. We need to only focus on finding the culprit.
It should also be noted that Teruya and Nikkei are fully cooperating with us for the context of this investigation, despite them kind of being on by themselves.
Yeah.
So, yeah, about that. I really have no idea this time. Can we really solve the case this time?
It's alright. We have Kanade.
I don't know if I trust Kanade in a lot of contexts right now.
Yeah. Especially as she is connected to Hibiki, who is a potential culprit. She's not a very reliable source of information right now.
Yeah.
Because we don't know, even if she thinks her sister might be the culprit, might try to cover up things to protect Hibiki in some way. Because I could definitely see a plot where Kanade is like willing to like sacrifice herself and the rest of the students to get Hibiki out of the game.
I mean, the reverse could also be true in a way of like sacrificing Hibiki just to progress the game forward.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, which I think I did mention that from the start, that I could definitely see that being a possibility when we kind of figured out that Kanade is actually can be a pretty manipulative person. So I mean, that'd be really screwed up if that's what they did.
Yeah.
I could see it though.
She did most of the heavy lifting last time, so for this case...
Yeah, we know how useless you're going to be in this trial, Aroha. Like, you're never useful.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing I'm, like, concerned about is, even if I don't know if Aroha is even related to the murder occurring, like, she could have easily... No one else actually confirmed that Hibiki went into the ghost house when that was her, because it was just Iroha saying that that's who it was. It is obvious somebody went into the ghost house at that time, but like you said, it could have easily been, I mean, it could have even been her. Her being Iroha, or, you know, someone else, but, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's true, but that is still a possibility.
It's not really an alibi or
no, it's
reliable, because it's just one person saying something.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what if Kanade's the culprit? Yeah, I shouldn't even think of that.
Yeah. Then I guess it would be the end for us. What happened to your happy state, Aroha? Because Kokoro's already dead, and if it weren't for Kanade last time, we'd all be dead. And if Kanade's our enemy, then that means we have no brains on our side anymore.
No, there's other intelligent people in this group.
Yeah.
I mean, Shobai, despite being a jackass, is a very intelligent individual.
Yeah.
I
would say Sora is, pretty smart.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some other people with a good amount of, like, common sense, like Yuki and Nikkei, who have, like, a good amount of, like, common sense and logical thinking.
And Teruya's not always the most reliable person, but he's not completely worthless.
Yeah, not in this game. In the first game, he sort of was.
Yeah, but like he is like a full adult with like full adult thinking capabilities at this point. So
Yeah. I mean, we do know, like obviously, the people with the least intelligence right now are Iroha and probably Shinji have the lowest intelligence in terms of like for these trials.
yeah,
I'm not saying they're
problem
I'm not saying they're
skills.
I'm not saying they're the dumbest person like ever to exist, because obviously Shinji probably has to have a good amount of intelligence and skill to be a firefighter.
Yeah,
But he's even admitted, like, in terms of his intellect in this context, he's not very useful.
yeah.
And then,
Well, it's like a different kind of intellect than just knowing stuff. It's like that. It's logic and problem solving.
yeah.
Which
So,
is
and
like a very specific kind of skill.
and he's admitted he doesn't have it. And then, like I said, Yoruko, I also say, is not the most intelligent.
Yeah.
Like, she's not dumb, but she definitely has a lot of trouble, like, actually conveying things properly. To, like, where it actually seems believable. Like, she runs on, like, emotion without any explanation for why. For why she's involved or is not involved in certain things.
Emotionally driven person, for sure.
Which probably why she hates Nikke, who is someone who is driven in the opposite direction by pretty much by full logic.
Yeah. Yeah, she's always thinking about how people feel. He's always thinking about what he thinks.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it makes sense they would butt heads. Emotion and logic don't always go hand in hand. So, and then, yeah, that's pretty much all. And then Hibiki is, I don't know how useful she's going to be, given her current state, so...
Yeah.
And obviously without Setsuka, who also was one of the more intelligent characters, you did lose someone.
Yeah.
Despite her being kind of a perv. But she was a intelligent individual.
Yeah.
And I still stand by the fact that that's why you don't wait to tell people stuff, because she got Makiru'd, as I said in the last stream. That's exactly what happened. She said, I'll do it tomorrow, yesterday, and she didn't live to it. She got Makiru'd.
Yep.
So, that's why you don't wait. There's not always tomorrow.
Yep. Especially in a murder game.
Yes. Iroha, don't be so sure of that until the very end. Don't give up on us just yet, alright? Even if each of us aren't perfect in our own way, that's why the trial exists. For us to debate through this together. I couldn't have said it better myself. They say well begun is half done. I've never heard that saying before.
Yeah.
And I'd say this is one of our better start-offs. So that means... Would you believe it? We're already halfway through.
After this dialogue, it just immediately cuts to the halfway through the trial.
That would be funny. Like that'd be funny if they did that, but like the rest of the second half of the trial was like the length of a full trial.
Yeah.
But it was quote unquote the second half because of what he just said.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious, actually.
Yeah.
My, that lifts my spirits up. I'll do my very best in this trial as well. The other thing I did mention, the first two trials, the culprit was a void. When Mikado introduced this motive, it was clear he was trying to incite the other non-voids to do something.
Yes.
Because he mentioned, like, you all are staying the same, you need to change, or whatever that was that he was talking about. And so it makes you believe that whoever was the culprit was probably not someone in Void.
Yeah.
Or there's at least a high possibility of it. Because if our theory is correct, Setsuka herself was one of the Voids. Now whether, and like I said, she could have been the quote-unquote sleeper among the Voids, but it doesn't change the fact that she could have been part of Void herself, and now is dead.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know who became with this theory, but the idea of if she was going to tell us about that at some point, perhaps whoever she was meeting with, you know, she told him about it, and in response, not really believing that she was going to actually change, was why she was killed. I don't know. So that's presumably what she was going to tell us, was that she was in Void. And probably had a plan to, you know, get through what we were doing, and now she's gone, so... I don't know. So I don't know at that point.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, it could also be that a Void killed her just to get rid of for the theory of if she told another void she was going to betray and had an idea, the other person could have reacted really badly, saying that you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could have just killed all the voids off besides Mikado.
You'll jeopardize your whole plan if
Mhm.
I think you're a void.
Yeah, I think that was your theory, and the first one was my theory.
Yeah.
A potential theories.
Yeah.
So, a lot of ways this could go.
Shutting up is the best thing you can do for us, so shut it. Quiet, everyone. Shinji's right. Let's get this thing together and... Yeah, let's get this thing together and find out the culprit. That's what Satsuka would say if she was here, right?
And our other social butterfly, Hibiki, is, in that state. Yeah, she's still kind of dead right now. Well, not dead, she's just kind of realized that Satsuka's dead now.
Yeah. Don't worry about Sis. He's just a bit shocked. He'll be okay in a while.
Alright, let's start this thing. But as always, finding the best place to start is the hardest task.
Mr. or Miss Culprit, please raise your hand.
She's pulling a Taka. That's what he did in the first trial of the first game.
Yeah. I thought it was worth a try.
Well, we should go over the basic outline of the case. Wait, there's something I want to clear up first. Yuki, what is it? You all read the Monocro file, right? The file this time around is honestly very poorly written. I mean, it doesn't even show the time of death.
Did it? Wait, but didn't Kokoro's case file also hide the time of death from us? That was because Kokoro's corpse was frozen, making it difficult to determine the exact time of death.
I mean, also, it's not like the camera could see inside the fridge.
Yeah.
So it couldn't really tell when she was dead anyway.
Yeah. In Yuri's case, it was clearly different. Except for the exceptional cases, it should be given that the time of death should always be shown to us.
Monocro, care to explain this?
My. Am I the one at fault again?
Yes you are.
You're clearly hiding important information that is crucial for us to figure out what's going on in this case.
Yoruko, please. There's no need for such harsh words. The Monocro files aren't your gaming walkthroughs. Sometimes we are forced to leave some details out. What do you mean by that?
Let me explain. Well, in short, it's for the fairness of the trial. There are two cases where the Monocro files leaves out information. First, are cases where it is just simply impossible to include that information. The prime example being Kokoro's frozen body, making it impossible for us to find the time of death. The other case is where the missing detail is exactly what the culprit intended. Wait, come again?
For example, let's say our culprit used some tricks so that we can't easily determine the murder weapon. But then if the Monocro file says the murder weapon is a knife, all the hard work done by the culprit would go to waste, no? So in cases, we intentionally leave out information about the murder weapon. Or at least make it very vague. What? First time I've heard of such a rule. Because up until now, there was no need for that rule.
It's exactly as Mikado said. This case is such an example of that rule. How's that fair? You're giving the culprit an edge.
No, not entirely. If they hid the time of death, that means there was a reason to do so by the culprit. In other words, when did Setsuka actually die? We should start from there. Alright, yeah, I know how to do this part. Alright, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it! Monorail, monoprofile, Ghost House Records.
Yeah, I imagine it has something to do with the gate records here. We're
All right.
talking about time.
Yeah. When did Setsuka die? The last time we saw Setsuka in person was during the breakfast meeting. And we found the corpse around 8 in the evening. Right? So between morning and evening. Isn't that too long of a gap? We can't help that. There was no witness who saw Setsuka after breakfast. Between when we last saw her and the time of discovery of her death, we just have to randomly search between the timestamps. Is there another way to estimate the time of Setsuka's death? Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, I think we have to shoot the ghost house on the last one.
Yeah. That does seem to be the answer.
Oh, I pushed S instead of Z. Not bad. Okay, I'm on Z this time. There we go. Derp. I think I am gonna save after every phase this time, just in case we get caught by a glitch. We can actually go back and just redo that one spot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna actually save after every phase, but I'm just gonna overwrite the same save every time.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna overwrite 23 every time. No, Nikkei, perhaps we can narrow the time frame further. There was something that came to me while I was investigating. Setsuka's body was found in the ghost house, right? So by looking at the gate records, we can probably deduce something. Agreed. After all attractions in Setsuki Land require us to input our handbooks. And the gate keeps track of all those records down to the minute.
Wait, the gate does record timestamps? But they don't show it but they don't show whoever it was that entered, so we don't know which out of those records is Setsuka. Not exactly. Just like Sora said, we can assume the time period that Setsuka died using the gate records.
Kanade.
So, you can assume the time range just from the gate records?
Sora, did you perhaps write down the gate records?
Well, yes, I did.
Now we're talking. Please, everyone take a look at this.
Hearing her say "now we're talking" just sounds weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we did.
I like that they use like a... What was that? Weird font. These are the gate records of the ghost house for today.
Wait, Sora, you sure you got everything right? If you, by any chance, got anything wrong, we'll be going on a wild goose chase.
Don't worry. It matches the real one. I have it perfectly memorized.
If you say so.
Since the timestamps are very crucial to this case, from now, let's all refer to the 24-hour clock to avoid confusion. Now, let's go over them one by one. Now, most of the important ones between 1755 and 1942, these 4 ID records at 1958 are when Sora, Shinji, Yuki, and I found the body. So we can ignore these. Wait, if these are the records for the whole day, does that mean the first time anyone entered the ghost house today was at 1755? Correct, and someone else soon followed 2 minutes later. AU5P01, this was probably Setsuka. How can you tell just by these timestamps?
Oh, I see. The ID had no out records. So this must have been Setsuka who entered the ghost house and was murdered there.
Exactly. In other words, the murder couldn't have happened at any point before 1755, where the ghost house was first used by someone.
Well, that's kind of what we figured.
Is that true?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Is there any way that he could have gone in? Well, we know that everyone went in, and there's no other point at which someone went out before, except that one person, before we went to go investigate.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, when we all found the body, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think there's any likelihood. Is there any way that they could have, or any reason to have even removed Setsuka's body from Ghost House in the first place?
Don't know. I don't think so.
Wait, but these 4 records at 1958 don't have any out records as well.
Iroha, you are so dumb. Monocore outright said after the body is discovered, he turns them off.
Yeah.
Iroha, you are so dumb.
Wait. Oh yeah, they disabled the gate system when a body is found.
Iroha, you are so stupid.
Well, at least you remember that.
That's funny.
I almost dropped the F-bomb on you. Good job on you for avoiding it that time.
That's actually kind of funny. Yeah, Iroha is not very smart. So, let's see. We can assume that the person who entered at 1755 is the culprit. They somehow managed to call Setsuka to the ghost house and entered before her, and probably ambushed her as soon as she entered.
Yep, so the time of Setsuka's death would be between 1755 and 2000, when the body was found. There was a long period of time before anyone else entered the ghost house since Setsuka entered. Culprit probably used this time to dismember the Setsuka's body.
Where did they put the body parts before they put them up? Because when we went into the altar, there was nothing there.
Yeah.
So unless they put them in one of those side rooms that they never actually let you go in.
The side room or the behind that, like, shade thing in the corner at the front.
Oh yeah, the screen or whatever. Yeah, I guess that could work too.
Yeah.
But if they'd already gone through trouble, why not just put them up right away? I mean, was there a reason to wait?
Yeah, I don't know. There's obviously the reason to wait was to throw people off in some way, to cause some confusion, but I don't know what they were trying to distract. dismember. Just thinking about it.
Wait, what? Something felt a little off just now.
We received a message from Setsuko right before the parade that she had some business to attend.
We also did establish that it could have been someone else that, like, had sent the message.
It's pretty obvious that that last message was sent by someone besides Setsuka.
The weird
the
jumbled
parade.
message.
Yeah. Because she was already dead by that point.
Yeah, presumably,
Right.
yes.
Yeah. So it's very likely that they had access to her notebook for a while. Or maybe not a while, but they were able to get access to it at some point.
That was when she had gone to the ghost house to meet the culprit.
Wait, isn't something...
Oh wait, something's wrong here. What? Shinji just reminded me by bringing up the chat room. If Setsuka was ambushed from entering the ghost house at 1755, what's up with the message she sent long after that?
Oh, you mean the one you guys told me about? The devil or whatnot?
That was around 2000. Huh. Oh, what is it? Nothing. I just couldn't help but marvel at your stupidity, Yoruko. What did you say? Didn't we just go over this? Who cares what the screen says about whoever sent the message? Obviously, the culprit stole the handbook from Setsuka to send us that message. She's right. If you can use the fingerprints to turn on the handbooks on.
Okay, I take it back. That Yoruko is definitely in the bottom 3 of intelligence in this group.
Yeah.
She's barely above Iroha and Shinji.
Yeah.
She's probably on par with Hibiki.
Yeah. You can send as many fake messages as you like.
I mean, yeah, presumably if you cut off her hand.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't even need to do that as long as she was just unconscious. You could just use the hand already attached to her to just turn it on.
Yeah,
whenever you wanted to.
Yeah, that too.
Just like how Emma acted as Kokoro.
Wait, there's something else that's bothering me. If the culprit entered at 1755 and Setsuka at 1757, who's the person that entered at 1924 then left at 1936? That's probably me. Kanade and Iroha should remember that, right? That was when we were searching for Setsuka in Block A.
Oh, you're right. He'd gone to the ghost house.
Wait, what? Then shouldn't you have seen the culprit?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, think about it. The culprit, WN2LB7, entered at 1755 and then left at 1942. What if what Kanade said was true? She'd have stayed inside the ghost house taking care of the body. So that means the culprit was in there when you entered the ghost house. That's what I was wondering about, Nikkei. If Kanade's reasoning is true, then I should have seen the culprit. The ghost house had a blackout at that time, correct? Maybe you missed them in the darkness. There's no way that could have happened. I searched every corner. And I don't think you can miss someone even in the dark who's cutting up a whole human body.
Sora, are you sure you searched everywhere?
Of course, I know it was dark, but...
No, not then. After the body was found. When you were investigating. The lights were definitely on, so if you searched thoroughly, you should have seen that place, right?
That place. Was there any room for the culprit to take care of the body? Is she talking about the entrance?
Okay, before you choose that one,
Yeah.
check the pool house times. There's something I need to check here.
Okay.
Okay, so the last person out was at 1725.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last person out of the ghost house was 1942. Okay, so it's very likely that the pool house, if it was used by the culprits, was completely... They were completely done using it by
Before. Yeah.
about 5:30.
Yeah, because the first time that presumably the culprit went into the ghost house was at
Or 3.
was right before 6.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so about 2 hours before the last thing they did. Okay. Okay. I just had to check something. Oh, because I was wondering if... I want to double check to see if the culprit had re-entered the pool at any time
no.
after that, but it doesn't look like they did.
Yeah.
But
Still find it weird that someone went in
Hold on.
there and stayed there for 5 hours.
there's something that's weird about this.
Yeah, what is it?
Didn't the... Okay, wait, go back to the ghost house.
Okay.
Here. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because they didn't turn the gate records off
until about 9 or 8, whatever that was.
yeah,
2000.
8 o'clock. Yeah. So until 8 o'clock, then all of the gates would have been keeping track of everything. Okay.
So are we just presumably answering folding a screen for this question?
I think so. That's the only thing that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, okay. You talking about the folding a screen near the entrance? So you're suggesting the culprit hid behind that?
Exactly. I'm sure you've all seen it, but the trail of blood in the ghost house all originates from a large pool of blood behind the folding screen. The culprit moved the folding screen from the wall to create a small room between them. With the ghost house being dark, it would have been extremely difficult to figure out that there was some room behind it. So that's where the culprit was cutting up Setsuka? But there was a blackout in the ghost house. Could someone really perform such a delicate process in a dark room like that?
We didn't really establish when the power got cut.
Yeah, I mean, assumedly, if they had the entire time of the parade to do that, then they really would have only had to cut power right before the parade ended.
Yeah.
Because they would assume that no one would have come in there in the first place until they went to go search for Setsuka after the parade ended. It's not really a problem. There are only 3 people. Setsuka, the culprit, and Sora entered the ghost house. And all they had to do was finish the job before 1923. Then Sora entered the ghost house.
And that would also explain the fireplace being put out. And doesn't contradict with our parade schedule.
Could someone sort this out for me? I have no idea what's going on.
You are so stupid. You're really frustrating me right now.
It's simple. The person who entered at 1755 and left at 1942, that person is the culprit. So we should ask for everyone's alibi at the time?
The people who don't have an alibi would be... Well, first we have to exclude the people that watched the parade. The parade started at 1800 and ended a little over 1900 after all.
And who are those people?
Me, Yuki, Yoruko, Shinji, and Kanade. And Nikkei.
Nikkei, I thought you said you were gonna act alone.
I was there for the article experience. I didn't expect them to be there. And don't try to divide us into separate teams. This is not a time for personal feelings to get involved.
Wait, you forgot about me.
Yeah, you weren't there, though.
Oh, she was watching the parade. She was just in a different section, though.
Yeah, but that doesn't...
yeah,
we can't prove that she was there.
Yeah. Iroha, but you weren't with us at the parade.
Well, she did meet up with us right after the parade and had ended, so she does have an alibi. The culprit left the ghost house at 1942, so she couldn't have been the culprit.
Thank goodness. Yeah, that is very true, because she was obviously not in the ghost house between any of those times.
Yeah, so the ones who
she
weren't...
met up with them at... yeah, before...
September 7th.
Yeah, before the person left the ghost house.
Yeah. So the ones who weren't there...
Mikado, Teruya, Shobai, and Sis.
Yeah, it's just the four. And like I said, I think it really is narrowed down to not Mikado and Shobai.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, and if you want to say, because of the time slot stuff where Roja seems to be cleared, it really does seem to be narrowed down to
Hibiki and Teruya, pretty much.
And I would say Kanade as for before-mentioned reasons.
Yeah, I still would, at least until we clear up what Teruya was doing, he still also has no alibi.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be him, but I think until we clear it up, that you can't deny the possibility.
Yeah. So the culprit is amongst these four?
Well then, we don't have to think about this. It's either Mikado or Shobai.
Wait, we do have to think thoroughly about this, bro. Please don't act recklessly by your emotions.
What, Yuki? Did you call me reckless? You are definitely right. I shouldn't act by my emotions.
Alright, enough chit-chat over there. You four. One by one, tell us what you were doing between 1755 and 1942. Sailing the ocean blue with...
Yeah. that was way before that.
Yeah,
Wasn't that 1492?
1492.
Yeah. Mikado, Teruya, Shobai, and Hibiki. It's true that these four without any alibis are the most suspicious here. Let's hear what they have to say. Alright, let's see what we got.
I couldn't have killed Setsuka. I was navigating the ocean blue, discovering new continents.
Used antibiotics, Iroha's account missing abdomen. Alright. What were you four doing then? I was simply raising my MP in my room, I think is what he says. We're serious here, you scum. I was at the mart doing my item checkup. I don't have any proof, though. Sis, where were you all day? I don't know, I really don't. How do you not know what you were doing the whole day? I didn't go anywhere today. Shoba, your turn. Library, reading books. I think I know what we're supposed to shoot.
Yeah.
Whoa, he's definitely not sleeping for once. I think we're supposed to shoot Hibiki's with what Iroha said.
Yeah.
If we were to follow Kanade's reasoning, there is definitely a suspicious person out of these four. There must be someone here who is lying. Let's go over them one by one. I love that. I was raising my MP in my room. Serious, you scum. There was also that really weird instance this morning where the coffee seemed to be drugged.
Yeah.
And we
like
took Iroha's coffee.
Yeah.
So presumably someone was probably trying to drug her?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's relevant to this case, but that they wouldn't do that and have it not mean something.
Yeah, it's like why was Sora seemingly drugged until the start of the
Parade.
And it did seem to it was either the coffee we drank or the coffee Iroha was about to drink. And no one would have known that Iroha wasn't going to drink her coffee. Unless they did know that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they would have known Sora would have just drank it anyway.
Yeah, that's got to be relevant somehow.
It's like, what did they not want? I don't know.
I don't know. Hibiki, wait, are you telling me that you didn't go anywhere today? Then how do you explain the existence of a witness seeing you enter the ghost house? What? Iroha said she saw you there, right?
Oh yeah, I saw her a little bit before 1800, as I was going to the Mirror Mansion after receiving a message from Setsuka. Wait, 1755? That matches with the timestamps on the gate. That was when I saw her. I'm sure of it.
What? Hibiki entered the ghost house at 1755. Are you sure about that, Iroha?
I'm positive. It was definitely Hibiki. She wandered about until finally entering the place.
What are you talking about? I never entered there. I never went there.
She's crying.
Perhaps Iroha mistook someone else for Hibiki. She is an idiot after all.
Even Mikado.
Yeah, thank you, Mikado.
Calling her out.
I mean, he may be a scumbag, but he's not wrong in this aspect.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear a word from the likes of you. Ibraha's account has some validity, though. Part of her account was already told to us by her even before the crime happened. That she was supposed to meet Setsuka at the Mirror Mansion at 6.
Considering both from a location and a time standpoint, it does sound persuasive.
Then does this mean...
Hibiki's the culprit?
Yeah, why am I the culprit? No, I'm not. I don't remember anything. I just can't recall anything. I'm scared. Suka, help me. Well, she's dead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, she's dead.
Wake up. Setsuka's not here anymore. I know I'm the one who caused this, but maybe we should think about this a bit more. Hibiki's been tired ever since yesterday's motive reveal, and to make things worse, Setsuka is no longer with us. To comfort her. I'm not saying my account is false, but the trial has just started. And I can't help but feel bad for Hibiki.
I never do the crying in these things.
You got a point,
But you can't decide or can't deceive the gate records. The crime did happen in the ghost house, and by the gate records, the person who entered at 1755 is the culprit. And Hibiki is that person.
Biggie, if you really are innocent, answer us. Well, what were you doing at that time?
I don't know. I can't remember. I just can't. This sort of reminds... I was thinking about this the other day. This whole thing, if she really can't remember...
Mm-hmm.
And actually did something, but, like, just forgot that she did it, like, legitimately, like, forgot... It sort of reminds... It's kind of a different scenario, but it reminds me of V3's Trial 4 with the virtual world when Gonta, like, plugged the memory and other cord into, like, the wrong port, so he lost his memory of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't remember killing Mew.
Yeah.
So it sort of makes me wonder, like, if Hibiki actually did do something, but someone then did something to her to make her forget that she'd done it.
Yeah. Because it's pretty clear that she has some kind of amnesia about the whole thing. And that's
Yeah.
what caused her weird blank expression, like, while during the trial investigation.
Yeah. So I was like, I was
weird.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that the other day.
Yeah.
So
Because, like I said, like, there's always a red herring in these cases. And if Hibiki's that much of a target, then isn't it likely that Hibiki's the red herring and that she was set up by someone?
yeah. I don't know what the other chord was in that thing. It was consciousness, wasn't it? Consciousness and memory, that was the two?
Yeah, something like that.
I still find it funny that Mew died because, and couldn't be recalled what happened because Gonta mistook left and right because of how he holds chopsticks.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is kind of funny, but... I mean, we could be dealing with someone who's like Kokichi here that literally set someone up to fail.
Yeah.
Which... Oh, dude, that'd be such a jerk move.
Yeah.
I mean... I guess no one's really done that yet. Like, Yuri kind of... Or, excuse me, Hajime. I mean, Hajime and Emma pretty much acted on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, yeah, the rules kind of set them up to fail, but, like, no one intentionally set them up.
Yeah.
But, like, here... I mean, that'd be so messed up, dude. My, it seems we have a total it's supposed to be babality?
Yeah, I've never seen that word used before.
It's babability, or like babality, it's a Mortal Kombat thing. In one of the games, when you do a quote-unquote fatality, it like regresses, you like regress into a baby or something like that. I believe that's the reference.
Okay.
It seems like we have a total bability on our hands. Or babality. I guess that's more like fatality, so I'll go with babality.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've pretty much done here. As Yuki said, the gate records are decisive evidence. She probably didn't expect her trail to be caught by the gate records. There's no doubt she's the culprit.
But don't you think she's acting a bit weird if she's the culprit?
Nade, what do you think about this? She's your family. Do you think she's the culprit? I mean, also, Kanade was being really suspicious during the whole day. Where everyone's like, hey, she's your family, you should go do something, but she seemed kind of reluctant to do it. Yeah. And she even admitted that, like, Hibiki, she never saw Hibiki at all, but there's no one, like, confirming that. And after the trial, that like they're like, oh, why don't you comfort her? But it's obvious she did nothing and was kind of like, seemed really annoyed to have to do that. So I'm taking her words very lightly right now. her being Kanade, I'm not fully trusting a lot of what she's about to say here.
To be honest, I figured this would happen since the investigation. What do you mean? Sis was always like that. The more she is cornered, the more she reverts back to her childlike manner. And if that was brought to its extreme, she loses her memory.
What kind of nonsense is that?
It's something that only I knew. When her puppy that she raised when she was young died. When her best friend was severely injured falling down the stairs. When some of the melody rhythm staff went missing. And it repeats today as well. You think it's possible that Kanade was the reason for all of those bad things she just listed happening?
Yeah, that's, I think I outright said something like that about the band thing.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, Hibiki seemed to actually really care about a lot of them, but Kanade didn't.
Yeah, it's
And
like,
kinda
did
dismissed it.
Kanade do something to the puppy? Did Kanade push Hibiki's best friend down the stairs? Because she was jealous that Hibiki liked the best friend more than her?
Or was, like, spending time with the dog or
Yeah.
the friend. Yeah. I mean, she
'Cause it
does
seems
seem,
like
like,
she...
very possessive.
Yeah, it does seem like she's the kind of person who would like target and hurt people that she felt were getting in the way of her attention that Hibiki gives her.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me.
You all saw it, right? This being frozen like a lifeless puppet. I suspect this is from her amnesiac state back at the trial entrance.
I don't know. I don't know anything. In other words, Hibiki did indeed murder Setsuka, but she herself does not recall it.
That is indeed a possibility. Doesn't all this sound too unrealistic?
It does sound like nonsense, but Hibiki's state, even ever since yesterday's motive reveal, was extremely unnatural. It might actually be true.
Wait, Kanade, isn't that a contradiction? Hibiki being mentally unstable, killing the one person who is keeping her sane. It doesn't make any sense.
I think
And
even
that's-
if... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. And I think that contradiction is exactly why Hibiki's the red herring here.
I also do think that, like, even if Hibiki was in a state of, like, instability or panic, I still don't think she'd be stupid enough to legitimately believe the ritual would actually, like, grant her the wish or whatever it is that it does.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think she'd actually be dumb enough to believe that.
Yeah.
And then, even in that case, why would she kill Setsuka for that?
Yeah. So if we go with the theory that Hanade killed Setsuka, similar to the way she harmed other people close to Hibiki, and we can assume we figured out the culprit, but figuring out the actual mechanics of that,
It's gonna be
when
difficult.
supposedly we had
Kanade.
Kanade there watching the
Parade.
parade with us, and also
apparently helping to investigate for Setsuka after the parade.
That's implying that this theory is true at all.
Yeah.
That's a big if right now. We don't know.
Hmm.
And the only way I feel this plan could have worked, if this theory is true, somehow, is that Hibiki and Kanade would have had to be working together.
Yeah.
And because there's no way that it could have worked the way that it did if that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
And
that comes into question, if they were working together, who is technically the culprit?
yeah,
It's like, are we going to assume if Hibiki was the person who physically killed Setsuka, would Kanade, who ostensibly came up with the plan in the first place, would she also be punished for that?
you mean
Or would it just...
killing them both off, you mean?
Yeah, like, would they
I
kill
think I
both of them
mentioned
off? But they
I think I mentioned
were
that as a
equal
possibility off
parts
stream.
of the murder plot? Or would one of them be treated as an accomplice and one the culprit?
Yeah.
Because it
I
does
think-
seem, at least from other murder trials, in that case, the only
Just the
person who
one.
is considered the blackened is the person who physically
Place the death
causes
blow.
the... Yeah. Because otherwise, Akane and Ayame would have been executed together.
Well, to be
'Cause
fair,
they
it's more like, well, I think that's a little different because in that case,
Yeah.
Kazuna wasn't dead yet. Like Akane had not killed Kazuna when Ayame found her. So I think that's different. Kazuna wasn't dead yet.
Yeah, I guess.
But I get what you're saying, and I think I mentioned that off stream, the possibility of both of them being executed. I think I did mention that,
Yeah.
but you're right.
It would kind of line up with the there's 3 people who die in chapter 3 motif.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That was kind of my thought
Kind of
process
thing,
behind
right?
it, like
It's
killing them both.
If
off.
only one person dies, if both of them are killed, we still lose 3 people with only 1 murder.
Yeah,
but
that's
2
what,
people get executed instead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's the only reason I thought of that as a possibility. But then the question is, like you said, would Monocro even do that?
Yeah.
Because if only one of them actually physically killed Setsuka, then it doesn't matter if the other came up with a plan.
The question is, what if they killed her together?
How would they have done that?
Right? If she died if both of them killed her in order so both of them could escape.
Yeah, that's a possibility, but how would they have done that?
Yeah.
But when could they have done that?
Yeah.
Yeah, how would that have been possible? I mean, I can see the logic there. I'm trying to think of how that would have worked. If that was even
That's
possible.
the confusing part. That's what I'm trying to think of. Like, how... Because obviously, they would have had to, like, either figure out some way for them to get in and out of gates in certain places without it being registered on the books, or something like that.
I have an idea. What if, like you said, if they found a way to subvert the handbooks, only one person had to go in the first time. If they subverted, they could just go in and switch out as much as they wanted. If they figured out how to subvert the gates, then one of them could go in, then leave. The other could go back in without having to register the handbook.
Yeah.
Then that's possible. Well, maybe that wouldn't work, because then how would they get in? Like, they could leave without having to register the handbook. But how would they get in? Because Monocro said you can't get in without the handbook.
Yeah, I don't know.
So how would they get in?
We might be run down a rabbit hole here.
Yeah, we might be.
Guess let's just continue on and see.
Yeah.
If this really is the culprit, then I might have an idea on why she killed Setsuka.
And why is that?
of Setsuka's body parts were laid on each pillar at the altar, right? Did anyone take a glance at the signpost in front of the altar?
Sacrifice your precious one. Then the devil will be incarnated in front of you and grant your wishes. I still don't think Hibiki will be dumb enough to believe that.
Yeah.
This ain't like DC Comics where that happens
Yeah.
with what is the name of that character? Trigon? I think that's the name of the character that they summon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like that.
Yeah.
I was actually just watching that film the other day. The animated film where they do that, so they talk about that.
Yeah.
So. Or something along those lines. You don't say.
Yep, Setsuka was someone precious to Sis.
If you wanted the precious one, she would have killed Kanade instead.
Maybe.
I mean, it
But-
said like the most precious, or maybe it just said precious. I don't know.
She killed and butchered Setsuka, all to grant her wish. What a nonsense is that? That's just a made-up gimmick of an attract. That's just a made-up gimmick of an attraction. You're telling me she actually believed that? She wasn't herself in the moment she saw the motive video.
I think the only person to be dumb enough to believe that is Iroha.
Yeah.
Because she seemed to believe in like the ghost stuff. She's the only one who I believe would be stupid enough to believe that.
Yeah. She was an idiot to begin with, but she was driven to a state where she couldn't tell apart fiction from reality. What kind of wish could it have been if she wanted it so badly? Even if it cost her her precious friend? Our parents had died.
That's what was in the video. She even said that, so.
Yeah. What? I know this because our motive videos had been the exact same. Our parents have been ambushed and killed, and that was our motive video.
So yours was like mine. Then Hibiki wanted to save her parents? Hibiki in her weakened mind might have tried to grant her wish through sacrificing Setsuka, a precious friend to her.
Trial hasn't ended yet, nor has the culprit been confirmed. But I at least know what my sister is like, and this is all based on that. Whatever happened, the fact that my sister, Sis, is the most suspicious one here is inevitably true.
Yeah, I don't know what to really think right now.
Yeah.
Like we discussed, there's a lot of different paths this could take.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure which one's right now. I think you're probably in the same boat right now.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go home. I had enough. Mom, Dad, Suka, help me. No, I don't want this. She broke down.
Kanade, do something! We can't do anything right now if she's like that. Try to console her like you usually do. It's useless. Nothing would calm down Sis now. And at this point, it's almost been confirmed that she's the culprit.
How can you be so calm about this? She's your family. Yeah, that's the other thing that's very disturbing right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't help it. She tried to survive and escape this place alone. Poor little Sis. I feel so bad for you.
Oh, oh, her eyes, dude. Dude, that's freaky, dude.
So adorable.
Dude, that's creeping me out, man. Like, I think she might get my award for title of creepiest character in the series. I don't know who I would have said that was before that point. Maybe Kyo from V3? Just because of the weird ritual stuff, but even then, I wouldn't even say he was that bad. Well,
Yeah.
I guess also that the incest stuff. Yeah, I guess that is probably what puts him at that spot for me, but because the fact that that was all a fake personality given to him for the game, for the show, I think that does lower him below this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't really think he was actually like that in real life, but that's beside the point. This is freaking me out.
Hibiki, don't just cry over there and say something. Did you really kill Setsuka? Try to remember.
Don't know. I want to go home. Yoruko, I'll try to talk with her.
Sora.
Is Hibiki really the culprit? Even if the gate records are decisive evidence, is it enough to decide the culprit on its own? If she really is the culprit, there must be something more than this. I should present that to her, memoryless or not, so that a truth that everyone can accept will surface. Oh, what, we're doing bullet battle already? This is like the Celeste trial where you do the bullet battle really early.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Remember, I can't go through the middle. Okay. Okay, I shoot the orange or the green. Okay, don't shoot the gray. Shoot the orange and the green. Okay, let's do it. Oh, look at this. That's pretty cool. Okay, don't shoot the blue. Oh shoot, I missed that one. Ah, crud. Okay, there we go. Do I actually shoot the blue ones? Or do I not shoot the blue ones?
I think it's just you don't shoot the black ones. I think you can shoot the blue ones.
Okay, no, that gave me a red on that one.
Okay.
Or maybe maybe I do shoot those. Maybe there's 3. Okay, I can shoot those, okay.
Yeah.
They added that in this trial.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what screwed me over here. Oh, dude. Ah! Dude, this is way too fast. Ah! Way too fast, dude. Firing in the wrong spots here. Crud. I've been failing this one right here from the start. Ah! Ah! Oh, missed that. Oh, how did I miss that, dude? How many more of these are there? Thank you. Oh, dude, that's really fast. Oh, dude.
Okay, it does look like you want to prioritize the lower bullet ones.
Yeah.
Because you can get through those a lot faster than the green and the blues.
Yeah. Crud. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay. Don't fail this. Okay. Hair.
Dropped hairpin at the ghost house.
You never went to that place. Okay. Okay. That was very difficult. Scandalous. Okay. How bad did I fail that one? Oh, whoa! Ah!
It
So I
yeah,
guess
it does It does seem like you only lose points if you actually lose all of your health, not if you just lose a little bit of it.
Yeah, it seems to be like the rebuttal where you only fail if you shoot the wrong things.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes it very generous because it doesn't look like you're physically able to get them all. But you do have to get a good amount to make sure you don't die yourself. That's okay. Like I mentioned before, I do like that the minigames function a lot better in this game. Hibiki, there's decisive evidence that you went to the ghost house. When the announcement to the class trial was made, found and returned your hairpin that was dropped on the ground. You're not going to say that you don't remember having that as well, right? What are you talking about, Sora? Hibiki's hairpin was dropped on the ground at the altar. At that time, I didn't think much of it and returned it to her immediately.
Wait, what? Sora, you found Sis's hairpin at the ghost house? Oh, I see. Sora was the one who tied Hibiki's hair back up during the investigation. Wait, that's crucial evidence. Why didn't you mention this before?
Didn't think that she'd be the culprit at the time. And I just thought that she had dropped it somehow and right then and there.
Hibiki's hair was untied when Setsuka's body was found, right? But the Hibiki I saw entering the ghost house at 7:55, she had her hair tied up.
I mean, that doesn't matter. She could have just taken it out.
Yeah, but that does kind of imply that it might have been someone impersonating her.
Yeah. I mean, you might be right, like I said. I mean, it still stands by the theory of... Well, I mean, I guess even then, why would you... If it was Hibiki, why would you take the hairpin out?
Yeah.
Like even if you were cutting up the corpse, what would be the point of taking it out? You would, if you let your hair down, it'd make it probably easier for stuff to get into your hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would be the point of that?
So that would mean that she got hair untied during some business in the ghost house.
You know what this trial also reminds me of? It sort of reminds me of Celeste's trial in a way, of how it's starting, where you know how like in that trial, like you had all the evidence against Hiro at that seemed like just really convenient, that all pointed to him and only him, like that kind of like direct conclusion, and it actually wasn't him. It sort of reminds me of that right now. Because even Hiro admitted he didn't remember getting knocked out or doing all the stuff he was accused of doing when he was in the quote-unquote robot suit. It reminds me of that. Like, now whether... And because this game is seeming to be throwing back to the other games, especially with that second trial sort of having this maybe inadvertent Mondo and Chihiro reference, or at least in my interpretation it had one when Mikado mentioned you did have some, like you did inadvertently impersonate something, or whatever it was that he said. It kind of reminded me of that. This also is sort of reminding me of the third case, where that happened in the first game. Now that might not be relevant, but it is somewhat reminding me of it in just the flow of the trial. So maybe it's not actually her. I don't know. Wait, but how could she have not noticed her hair being untied? And all this feels too forced. For the culprit to leave her belongings so easily to find at the crime scene? Too forced. Are you implying someone might have tried to frame Hibiki? Yeah, she's literally getting the hero treatment. Like exactly what happened to him. So you remember how like you found that evidence in his room with the blueprints and stuff? I don't know how well you remember that particular trial, but that is what happened. So I think you might be onto something here.
Yeah.
I agree that this result is a bit sloppy. Too many unanswered questions. But, forced or not, there is an undeniable truth here. That this hairpin was dropped at some point in the ghost house. That my sister had entered the ghost house today. Memoryless or not, she definitely entered that place. But according to the gate records, and excluding Setsuka and Sora, there is only one person who entered the ghost house, and that person is the culprit. Thanks to Iroha's account, we have proof that Sis entered the ghost house. The hairpin evidence confirms this.
That is quite undeniable indeed. I don't know. I really don't remember anything. Anyone, please help. Right? Kanade's here for me. Kanade, help. I doubt she's gonna be of any help to you, Hibiki. I mean, I hate to say that about your sister, but I don't know if she's gonna be able to really help you here, or even really try.
Mm-hmm.
I only have Kanade. Kanade is always by my side. Help.
Wake up, Hibiki. No one's at your side right now.
Huh?
There's no mom or dad, no Setsuka or whatever. There's nobody to help you right now. Stop being such a crybaby and admit it. There's too much evidence pointing to you as the culprit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant just then when I said what I just said. It's weird that, like, Kanade seems so quick to, like, just send her sister to the guillotine, so to speak.
Kanade. I don't want to do this either, sis. But with the hairpin and everything, even I can't cover for you anymore. You killed Setsuka.
Me? I killed Suka? Why? Did I really?
By those words, are you admitting that you did it?
If what Kanade says is true, Hibiki should have no memory of that. That is why she is acting like this. If we could explain what happened in this case with reason, maybe she'd be able to remember her crimes and admit to it.
Wait, if that's true, then Hibiki herself doesn't even know what she did. Can we really vote someone with that much uncertainty? Class trials should be run with the given evidence as the basis. If the suspect pointed by evidence logically refutes, and there is no contradiction in that, we would need to find another possibility. But Sis didn't refute anything. There's really no other evidence to prove her innocence either.
I might have killed her. Huh? I don't have any memory ever since this morning. Maybe with the motive and all, I might have killed Suka, like Kanade said. No.
Sis.
Can't be the image. Sorry.
I guess this is the end, right?
We've only done 3 puzzles. This can't be the end.
Yeah.
We've only done 2 debates and then the bullet battle. It can't be the end.
Yeah. Nope. Haven't even got to the halfway point.
No, we haven't.
Well, this feels like it ended too quickly. do such horrible things to Setsuka only to get caught this easily? Just by the gate records? Well, Kanade is smart after all. She did single-handedly solve the last trial as well.
Well, that was easier than I expected. How much do you want to bet, like, when we get to the conclusion, Shobai is just gonna speak up and say, "You guys are such idiots," or something like that?
Yeah. I knew it all along.
Yeah, because he hasn't said anything yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably gonna do something like that. Like, say, "You all are being idiots," like wanting to conclude based on such flimsy, like such flimsy evidence or something like that.
Mm.
Or like such a flimsy conclusion, or something of that nature. You know what I'm saying.
Why'd you do it, sis? Why would you kill someone? Was it really because you wanted to grant some wish?
I don't know. Excuse me. Kanade, what should I do? I'm scared. I can't remember anything. Am I going to die? Is this really the end? From the investigation, I expected this case to be much tougher, but she got caught already? I feel like I should object. But there is too much evidence backing her into a corner that I don't know what to say. Shobai, this would be a good time for you to actually be useful for once.
Is it already over?
That would be funny if it was the end, and... I'm trying to think, like, what would happen if it was. That would be funny, but... That'd be very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
Wait, we should think this through once more.
I think Hibiki's the culprit. I just want to get out of this place. This is too much.
Why couldn't you have died instead? You're like the most useless person in this group.
Yeah.
Yeah, why couldn't you have died instead?
Although by saying that, she'll probably live to the end.
I mean, she might be one of the members of Void or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I do agree that Hibiki is almost certainly the culprit, but this ended too abruptly.
Well. It seems like you're unsure about this.
Oh, we're doing okay. Are we doing the
I'll
split
ask
decision?
you once more. Have you chosen Hibiki as the culprit? Can I take this silence as a yes?
Well, what are we to do then? Hibiki herself admitted it.
I don't know what to do anymore. Let's just end this. Very well. I feel as exhausted as you do, but I guess this is one way to end this. Now then, everyone, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you.
Wait, well, what are we actually doing here?
Will the answer be the truth or not? No!
I called it. I knew he was gonna do something. I was right, boy. I told you.
Yeah, Shobai coming in. Unbelievable. How the hell did you guys survive 2 of these? Shut up and listen to me. I'm running this trial now. I'd need more than 9 lives if I left this up to you.
He's actually helping us. Okay, we got logic refresh here. Okay, I did pretty good at this one last time.
Yeah.
So remember, it's only when the last bit hits that I can actually get damage, so I can actually go through the words.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Logic refresh. I gotta make sure I can actually get the bullets, because they went pretty fast last time. Oh, crud, I actually hit something there. Little... There we go. Got that one. Oh, jeez, that's really hard. Oh, jeez, how are you supposed to get that one? Oh, crud. Okay, there we go, got that one. Okay. Okay, I got all of them. Okay. Unknown plastic bag, pool records, pin in the flower bag, Sachin parade dolls.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're supposed to be using here. I don't think the plastic bag is what we're using yet. So I think that'll be later.
Yeah. There is the pool gate stuff.
I don't know what question we're trying to answer here.
Yeah, I couldn't read all of that. It was way too fast.
Yeah, I couldn't read it. It was going too fast. I've been focusing on the bullets.
Yeah. I would imagine it's either the pin or the pool gate. Pool gate records seem more applicable right now, but at this point it's just a guess. I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about the dolls yet. That's probably not it. So I think you're right. It's probably pool gate or pin. I wish I could have read those, but it goes too fast.
Yeah, it's super fast.
Because I don't know what question we're trying to answer. We're trying to, like, I guess, prove that Hibiki did the action she did. Or I guess maybe trying to refute that someone went to the ghost house that looked like Hibiki.
Yeah.
In that case, then the pins could work.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be either one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's obvious that I'm not getting 100 on this particular one, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with this one first. Because I feel like if we were talking about the pool, we would have mentioned that. Like that would be like directing to the conversation at some point.
Yeah.
I'm going with this one. I might be wrong. Is that right? I don't think that's it. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I wish it told me like what question I'm trying to answer here.
Okay, I'm gonna try to read everything as
Okay.
fast as I can.
Okay, yeah, you do that while I get the bullets.
Okay. That's too blurry.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Oh, that's really hard. That one was he was talking about like it being a waste of time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try the pool.
Imagine we won't talk about the plastic blood bags.
Yeah, imagine
so
that's
much
not it.
later. Yeah. Must be this one.
Nope, that's not. Oh, okay, it was the pool. Okay.
Yeah.
I wish I could read what he said.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to read it, but the FPS over Discord is like slightly too low to like clearly read everything because it's kind of like blurry.
Okay, well I got 85 on that.
But
Yeah, so I would have only got 95 if I hadn't missed that one. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Now I'll accept it. I'll take it. That's part of the legitness of it. I think I'd only reset if like we got screwed over by a glitch like last time.
yeah.
So it's part of the integrity of the playthrough.
What's up with you? Always carried by us, and now you're suddenly here to run things? Careful. He might be trying to distract us.
The pool gate records. Sora? Wait, the reason we were focused on the ghost house was because Setsuka's dead body was found there. And the gate records have an ID without an out record. Or without an out record. So? There's another attraction with an ID that has no out record.
Really?
It's the pool. Everyone, please look at this. Okay. So we got the 2 in the morning. Which I presume that was probably Shinji and Yuki.
Yeah.
In the morning, I presume that was them. And then, yeah, then someone went in at 1, and then was there for 5 hours for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
These are the pool gate records for today that I've taken notes of.
Oh, you're right. The person who entered at 1724 Inu 30D2 has no out records.
What's going on?
That's weird. There was no one there when I went there.
That's Yoruko, not Teruya.
Oh, that's weird. There was no one there when I went there.
Oh, so the person that entered at 1910 and left at 1915 was you, when we were searching for Setsuka, right? I thought that was Shinji.
No, he said he looked at the records but didn't actually go in the pool.
Oh yeah, I guess Setsuka was in Area 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Setsuka was the one in Area 3 with Nikkei. Originally.
I mean, Yoruko.
Yoruko, yeah.
Yeah. Setsuka was already dead.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say Yoruko, yeah.
Yeah,
Yoruka
yeah,
and Nikkei were the two in Area 3 originally. Or
Yeah,
Block C, I
yeah,
suppose.
she went in there.
That's right.
Cause,
Yeah, but I was
Shinji
right that it was during
didn't-
the investigation. That's when that was. I
Yeah,
was right on that.
Yeah, because we didn't go back over there until after the investigation.
Yes.
But they were the one actually searching the area.
Then how did they miss that bottle?
They either just didn't check that very specific point in the back, or just didn't think it was interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
It was a pretty small thing to spot.
Yeah.
Just a random little unemptied bottle in the far corner of the pool. But, yeah, I went straight to the pool as soon as I entered Block C. But according to these records, shouldn't there have been someone when I investigated there?
Hold on a minute. Yeah, I guess so. No.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Shouldn't there have been someone when I investigated there? No, because some. Oh yeah. I guess because we're saying if they hadn't left, yeah, if no one had logged out, yeah. Okay. I was just confused there because I was like misreading the time. Yeah, if someone's handbook hadn't scanned out, yeah, someone should have been there,
Mm-hmm.
but there wasn't.
Yeah. But I don't remember seeing anyone.
Well, there was an ID without an out record at the ghost house, even when I didn't find anyone at the ghost house, remember? There could have been a hidden space in the pool, like the ghost house, or... Anyway, it's true that the pool also had an ID without an out record. So this is something we shouldn't just gloss over. Sorry, I knew it was suspicious, but Hibiki's reaction was convincing that I...
So you knew about this. Have you lost your mind? You knew this and let these idiots choose that brat as the culprit?
So, he seems convinced it's not Hibiki.
Yeah.
Given his state during this whole chapter, I'm inclined to believe him.
Yeah. I mean, personally speaking, I don't think it's Hibiki right now either.
I don't think so, because, I mean, yeah, personally, yeah. But I'm also like, I guess me speaking on the logical level, unless he's the culprit, which I'm fairly positive he's not, he would not let everybody vote for the wrong person that would end with him dying too. Because as much as he doesn't care about everyone else, he cares about his own life. And he knows that if everyone votes wrong, and he's not the culprit, then he's dead with everyone else. Dying essentially a meaningless death. So I don't think he'd set up a scenario, unless he is outright being fooled somehow by this whole plan. Yeah, unless he's outright being fooled, that he would let us vote for Hibiki if she wasn't the culprit.
Yeah.
Because if she was, I think he would have just let it slide and just let us get to the end.
Yeah.
So, like I said, unless he's being fooled, which I don't really think is possible right now.
Yeah.
So, let's keep going. I could say the same about you. Why are you suddenly helping us?
She's right. You always made fun of us. You know, I'm a guy who tries to live his life as efficiently as possible. I can't allow any damages or any loss of resources with every action. If a problem can be solved without my effort, why even bother? But look what happened here when I left this to your hands. We're about to fail the trial, and you're going to cost me my life. All of my efficient philosophies are worthless when I'm dead, right? My own life is more important than any.
Wait, look at Setsuka's portrait over there. This is the first time we're able to see it.
Oh yeah.
It's sort of like a pool balls in the middle of sticks. Or something.
That is actually the Japanese sign for like X, like void.
Like what?
Like it's not a kanji exactly, but it's like a symbol they use to represent like nothingness.
Oh.
Like she's been like deleted.
Oh. I never would have known that.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you're here, providing with the trivia and insightful knowledge to Japanese culture.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I've studied enough of it to pick up on random little stuff like that.
Yeah.
So what? How can we believe you?
Shinji, wait, let's just let him do whatever he wants to do. Are you sure we'll be alright? Shobai is the literal definition of self-centered. He only cares about himself. For him to act like this probably means we're wrong. To be honest, I felt something was wrong even before Shobai brought it up. Shobai, by failing the trial, are you implying Hibiki's not actually the culprit?
Of course. Why the hell would I be talking like this if I wasn't? Be grateful. You all were just saved from certain doom. Don't worry. You can all pay up big time after this is over. What's up with that attitude? You think you're smart? Our Kanade is much smarter than you.
Watch him just say, you guys are an idiot, she's actually playing all you guys.
Yeah.
That seems like something he would say.
And the smartest girl here didn't even check the gate records of the other attractions. We're even more F than I thought. The pool gate records? Of course I checked them. And yet you didn't even object to all of this. Whether the pool has an out record or not, the body was still found in the ghost house.
Unless your theory of
The
body
only
being
way...
moved somehow.
Let me think. Okay. There is one way that the person in the pool house could have gotten out without an out record is if they left the pool house after the investigation began.
Did the time align up with that?
I'm not sure, but it is
Possible.
what would have had to have happened.
Yeah, unless there was like a way to like subvert the gates somehow, like you said. That is right, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to think like if that would have been. I guess you're right because there was no out record and not everyone was at the ghost house.
Right, because the everyone who came in the ghost house
after they found the body, didn't have their in. They didn't have to scan to get in, right?
That was.
So if any of those people were in the pool house during the body discovery announcement, wouldn't have had to scan to get out.
That would have been Shobai, Mikado, Teruya, Hibiki, and Iroha, I think.
Yeah.
So there were 4 of us that went in. Shinji, Kanade, ourselves, and Yuki. So that's 9. That's 9. There should be 2 others that were somewhere. Who am I forgetting? Yeah, Nikkei wasn't with us when we found the body, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 10. Yeah, Shinji, Yuki, Kanade, and us. Okay, then you had Teruya, Mikado, Shobai, Hibiki, Nikkei, Hiroha, and who am I forgetting? There's someone else that I'm forgetting that wasn't there. Who am I forgetting? Shobai, Mikado, Teruya, Iroha, Hibiki, Nikkei. Oh, Yoruko.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Yoruko. Yeah, so those 7 didn't have to have their records scanned to get to the ghost house.
Yeah.
So if one of them was in the pool, then
they wouldn't have had to scan to get out of the pool.
Yeah, because Iroha, or not Iroha. Hold on a minute. Yoruko still went in before when the record was still being checked. So if someone was still in there, she would have just had to miss them. But there wasn't. But there were only like. I presume she checked everywhere, like in the storage rooms and the changing rooms. So I presume she checked there.
Yeah.
Unless someone was in the guys' changing room and she just didn't go in there.
Yeah, which is possible.
Yeah, because I know she would have checked. I know she definitely would have checked the storage room, and if she was looking for Setsuka, definitely would have checked the girls' locker room.
Mm-hmm.
So unless somebody was in the guys' locker room and Yoruko just didn't check, there's no way she would have missed somebody.
Yeah.
Who was in there. So, like you mentioned, we'll have to be going down another rabbit trail, but this is a possibility, like what you said.
Yeah. I'm just trying to explore every possibility I think of. Because it might be a potential explanation.
Yeah.
Isn't it a natural procedure to focus on the crime scene where the body was found? That reminds me. What? I'm terribly sorry for interrupting, but I mentioned this to Sora, right? That the pool today was closed during the daytime. Does that have anything to do with...
What do you mean by that, bro?
Well, around 12 in the daytime or so, I went to the pool to take a break and work myself out.
Okay, so it wasn't him in the morning. So 2 other people were there this morning, and presumably were the ones who set up the signage to deter anyone else from going in.
Yeah.
But they both left.
But it was sanitation time, so I ended up just coming back empty-handed. Pool sanitation time? There was a small sign in front of it. It said to not enter, and if you did, you will be punished by the school rules.
See, that's what I was talking about, it being suspicious, because it usually Monocro usually does a good job at saying what is defined as breaking school rules.
Yeah.
The fact that that wasn't mentioned, that's very suspicious.
Yeah.
Wait, I never heard about that.
I guess I forgot to mention this, but the pool in Setsuka Land goes into sanitation once in every week.
Shouldn't that be Satsuki?
Yeah, Setsuki Land. I was about to say.
Yeah.
During this time, all the water in the pool is drained, and there is a lot of chemicals involved. So we keep everyone out. If I don't mention the violating the rule part, someone might just barge in and get in danger. Well, I guess no one would risk their lives to enter there. But that's most confusing. I recall that today was not the day for pool sanitation.
Yeah. So someone either knew about that there was sanitation, period, or just took a guess and
Yeah.
just a way to keep them out.
Yeah. I shouldn't say this. A teacher should stay out of a class trial.
What? So that means there was a picket even though it wasn't pool sanitation time?
Now do you get it? That was put there by the culprit.
I knew I was onto something with that.
Yeah. Why do such a thing? Simple. They had some very important business in the pool that required nobody coming in.
In other words, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, that's what I'm getting to. If Setsuka was actually killed over there.
Because we know that no one saw her at all
Yes.
after breakfast. And theoretically, if they took her in that morning and killed her in the pool, that's what they were doing there that morning.
The question still is, when did they move the body to the ghost house?
Yeah.
Because like, even if she died in the pool, because if we presume that Setsuka died in the pool, the outwrecker that was there was her. That didn't come out was her.
Yeah.
Unless, like I said, someone found a way to subvert that. Which I guess... No, they couldn't do that because they said, like, you can't scan 2 handbooks.
Yeah.
So, like, there had to be, like, a way to subvert that unless... But then, like, how would they have... If she didn't get out, then how did she get to the ghost house? Because it also doesn't change the fact that someone went into the ghost house and never came out.
Yeah.
So, there's still a lot of parts that we don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to even determine how they could have gotten... Well, yeah, I think there is the way that you said, like, how they could have gotten the body moved around without people seeing it. If they just used one of the suits. Because there was a warehouse over there. One of the Sachi suits or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they could have moved with that, but during the parade. But
Yeah.
I don't know. There's still parts we don't know here. Is that what you're trying to say, Shobai? Did I interrupt you there?
Because what's odd is that they say that Ira says she saw Hibiki at
Close to
5:55.
Yeah, close to 6, yeah.
Going into the ghost house, but didn't see Setsuka go into the ghost house. Only
Yeah.
2 minutes later? Why would she not see that?
Yeah.
Like, if she was easily able to see the ghost house, wouldn't she have also seen
Setsuka if she went in.
Her going in.
I feel like even if someone else went in, like someone else did go in there, how did Iroha not see them?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Like even if it wasn't Setsuka, someone else went in after Hibiki or you know whoever Hibiki. We're just presuming at this point after her.
Yeah.
And you're right. Iroha just didn't see them.
Yeah. So was that Setsuka's book being scanned by someone else? Was it by Hibiki? Did she scan two
And you
to
didn't Monocro say
throw
you couldn't
someone
do
off?
that? Didn't Monocro say you couldn't do that? Well, I guess he also
Well,
did say certain
Setsuka
rules could be
by that-
avoided in the case of murder.
Yeah. Yeah. So if Setsuka was already dead, he may have overlooked that rule because they were technically scanning a dead student's handbook and not an alive one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were all wrong. And that girl's been spouting nonsense.
Shobai, wait. I understand that the pool also had an ID without an out record. But that alone doesn't disprove that the ghost house isn't a possible place where Setsuka died.
Well, what do you mean?
He's saying that Setsuka could have died in either places. But Setsuka couldn't have been in two places at the same time.
Shut up. I'm going to explain why the murder couldn't have happened inside the ghost house. You, albino.
Albino.
Albino. Pull out the gate records of the ghost house again.
Don't order me around, though I will show the records.
Is she supposed to be an albino?
I mean, that is white. I mean,
I would not have guessed that from her character design.
yeah.
So, by your little theory, the person who went out at 7:57 is Setsuka Chibibukuro, right? Because only that ID has no out record. And when the WN whatever, who also entered at 17:55 and left at 19:42 is the culprit.
That would mean
So
that...
that would
That's Sora. So that would mean at least up until 1757, Setsuka Chibukuro was alive.
Chibukuro.
Chibukuro was alive.
The culprit left at 1942. She had almost 1 hour and 45 minutes to do everything she needed to do. What about that? Idiots. Do you think that time is enough to chop up someone like that?
10 parts to be that precise.
Yeah, it
Probably
really
not.
depends. It's hard to say. I've never chopped up anyone's body before.
No, but to do it that precise and to the 10 parts,
Yeah, that seems
And-
like it would have, because like they said that the torso is cut so precisely that like none of the organs even fell out.
yeah, you're right. And someone was in the pool house for almost 5 hours.
Yeah. So it's more
That's-
likely that who was ever in the pool house was the one actually doing the killing.
Yeah. And so presumably Setsuka went in there and never came out again.
Yeah.
And I guess if she was dead, there was no reason to scan the handbook, unless, like I said, someone was throwing, like you said, throwing them off by scanning a dead student's handbook to make it look like she died there.
Exactly.
So that would make more sense. I think we're finally getting somewhere. Well, we never tried it ourselves, so...
Let me tell you, ignorant brat, something. It's impossible. you need at least 1 more hour. Especially what a case like this is. What do you mean? I looked into the corpse. The edges were trimmed off extremely clean. They didn't just cut it. They stitched it up so that the insides wouldn't flow out.
Okay, yeah, that definitely would take too much time.
Yeah, if you had to... so that's what they used the first aid kit for, to stitch up the cut up body parts.
Okay, and that's why they took it and put it back.
Yeah. And then I guess accidentally left the antibiotics there, because obviously you wouldn't need to use antibiotics on a dead person.
Yeah. Which is weird that they would have just missed that, because if they were doing that in the pool house, I guess that would explain why there was no blood there.
Yeah, where...
I guess there was enough water they could have just washed the blood away, but...
Yeah, but like the pool would have been all bloody, right?
Well, if the blood
Unless
got in the pool, they could have
Yeah.
used towels or something and wiped it up, but then they would have seen the
Maybe.
towels, but... I don't know if that
Yeah.
matters, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, like... Yeah, if they did it in the pool house, yeah, then, like you said, took the first... Because I guess that would have been enough time for someone to take the first aid back to the mono cruise, because someone had to do that at some point.
Yeah. Whatever it is, it wasn't their first try. It was the work of a pro amongst pros, I'd say.
So who's good enough to do that? Which one of the other... If we're presuming it's not Ibiki and not Shobai and not ourselves, who of the other 8 could do that?
Yeah. I guess we'll see.
As if there was such a disgusting professional amongst us. If there was, that'd be you. You're a criminal, right? You even stabbed Sora without hesitation on the first day here.
Well, I guess I could do it. But that's all the more reason I can guarantee this. There's no way someone can manage such a task in less than 2 hours. Even for a professional.
If anyone else said that, it would have sounded like nonsense. But coming from Shobai, a criminal on active duty, my, do you know how to persuade someone? Well, I entirely agree with you. It should be tough with just the dismemberment, but the crime doesn't end there. The culprit needed to carefully put each body part on the pillar, create some room behind the folding screens, and in case someone enters, turn off all sources of light.
And in fact, Sora did enter there. And turning off the lights is the final step. You can't dismember a body under no light.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, when did the lights turn off? You can't just do that in the dark.
Yeah. Since it's impossible to predict whenever who will enter, it would need to be given a lot of time before they finally turn off the lights. But doing all that in an hour and 45 minutes, well, does that look possible now?
Trying to think. I agree that that's not possible, but... I guess also if the murder occurred earlier in the day, that eliminates alibis for pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say that Hibiki could have still done it if it was earlier in the day, but given the fact that the alibis are gone, that eliminates it for everyone else.
Mm-hmm. It certainly does feel impossible, even excluding the dismemberment. And most importantly, blood traces were found, but no pieces of flesh were found in the ghost house. They could have somehow taken care of the flesh parts. Hello? Have you been listening with only half an ear? I said that she had to take care of the insides. There needs to be cut off flesh ends lying around somewhere, which the ghost house didn't have. Now, if it was the pool, you could get rid of the flesh and blood by just drowning them in the drain.
Okay. I guess they would have figured out how to drain the pool. That's how they could have gotten rid of blood.
Yeah.
They could have just refilled it. Someone would have had to have known how to do that. But I guess it's possible.
Yeah. And they wouldn't necessarily have to drain the whole pool. Usually pools have like those little like drains on like the deck that like help get rid of like excess water and stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
They could have washed it down like one of those. Not
Yeah.
necessarily have to drain the whole pool.
That's how they could have gotten rid of blood, any excess blood.
Yeah.
So.
If the killer didn't cut the body in the ghost house, then what's up with all that blood?
Right. I thought it would. I guess now we're getting to
Blood
the
packs.
stolen blood packs now.
Yeah.
Right. I thought it would just be natural to have that much blood lying around if Satsuka's body was cut in the first place.
If the killing didn't happen in the ghost house, then as Yoruko said, it wouldn't make sense for there to be traces of blood there. And considering its large quantity, it would be wrong to assume that it would be the split blood from moving the body around. So that blood is... I think it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Kore desu ne.
The blood packs. Maybe the blood isn't from Satsuka, but blood from the packs at the infirmary. Blood packs from the infirmary, but we didn't have any proof that anyone used them.
Wait, I know. I saw them disappear. I told Sora this, right? All the blood packs had disappeared this morning?
Yes, because of Teruya's account, this is a sure possibility.
Wait. You even checked the infirmary items? I believe that this is something I could do, so I was gonna try and cover as much ground as possible.
Ruya, if you had noticed the blood packs being taken, you should have at least told us.
Yeah, that does seem very odd that he didn't say that.
Yeah.
Because even if he wasn't trusting everybody, I think if he noticed that the blood packs were gone, he would have automatically assumed that that was suspicious, that someone was probably trying something. So why didn't he tell anybody?
Yeah. Do you really not trust us that much?
Huh? Did something happen between you guys?
Can we talk about this later? That isn't the focus right now.
True, he was saying that he wasn't going to talk to us.
Yeah.
So I guess that would explain why he wouldn't immediately come running, like, the minute he found something just a little bit suspicious.
Yeah. What do you think, Shobai?
What do you mean, what do I think? Of course that's what happened. Though, I didn't expect there to be a freak here that keeps records of all that. There's a bunch of empty blood packs thrown away near the guest house.
Ghost house, not guest house.
Oh yeah, ghost house. All the blood in the ghost house is fake. A small performance by the culprit. But why go through the hassle of...
To divert our attention to the ghost house. And sure enough, we were all focused on the ghost house until Shobai stood up. Like Shobai said, even if we went over last time and about the fact that the place the body was found isn't necessarily the place where the person was killed. The shock factor of the scenery of the ghost house was enough to, for us to gloss over that.
If they had put that much effort into the ghost house to make us think that the ghost house was where Satsuka was killed, that means that...
The actual crime happened at the pool, not at the ghost house.
Uh-huh. It was a trick by the culprit to make you not even think twice about any place other than the ghost house. But to use all those blood packs, what if someone needs a blood transfusion or something?
I don't think they cared.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's no need to worry about that. I'll make sure to replenish the stock after the trial. There's still more? Well, the amount of blood used was a lot less than the actual amount of blood packs taken.
You call that a lot less?
Let's just leave it at that for now. Maybe they miscalculated the amount of blood they needed. The important part is that the crime happened at the pool. You all got that part, right?
Well, the only attractions that have IDs with no out records were the ghost house and the pool. We just discussed the fact the ghost house couldn't have been the place where Satsuka died.
If you guys had something called brains, maybe I wouldn't be doing this much work. When did Shobai become the MVP of this trial?
That thing is smart after all. Probably even more so than Kanade. It's so unfortunate that it only uses it for selfish gains. Oh, that face again. Oh, what is... Dude, that laugh is kind of unsettling that you just did. Do it again.
Yeah. Him again.
Yeah, do it. I'll hear it again.
Next time at your house, I'm gonna like wake you up at like 3 a.m. doing that laugh.
I mean, odds are I might not even be asleep at 3 a.m. at that point. I mean, you might be here next. You might be here. Not next weekend, but the weekend after. You might be here then. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, but like that reminds me of like that scene in it just kind of makes me shudder. It reminds me of like that scene in the Lion King when the hyenas are like mocking Mufasa's name and saying it makes them shudder when they hear it. That's what it sounds like to me when you do that laugh.
Yeah.
It's just like that to me right now.
Kanade, what's wrong? I've been listening to you all this time.
That face.
But you're quite the comedian, aren't you?
That face, dude. She looks like the freaking Joker.
Yeah.
It literally does look like the Joker, dude.
All these contradictions, yet you stick to your delusions. Well, let's just assume that the ghost house wasn't the place where Satsuka died. Then what about the pool? Are you saying that the pool is a possible place? Is it not? Sora, the pool gate records.
Sorry?
The pool gate records. Show them to me.
Alright.
We could ignore the last 2 records made by Yuruka when we were searching for Satsuka. That music in the background.
I know. I'm trying to think here.
Yeah.
So
So okay, so they were only there in the morning for an hour and 10 minutes,
yes,
right?
one person was there for an hour and 10 minutes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, if Setsuka is the one who went in but never went out, that's way too late. She would have had to have already been there.
Yeah.
Unless...
There's something weird about it. Because the person who came in first was there for only like 40 minutes. And then the person who came in second was there for an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And they both came and went at kind of disconnected times. But there was no evidence that any of them were there long enough to have actually killed Setsuka and then did all of that stuff fast enough, right?
Yeah.
Unless someone went in. Okay, so let's assume. Okay, so let's say. Okay, let's say. How could they have gotten at least 2 people in there? Or maybe even. How could they have gotten 3 people in there this morning without anyone knowing?
I don't know. Because
there would have to have been.
that would have had to have
2
been...
people. If at least 2 people went out. But they went out at different times. If the culprit also went out with Setsuka's handbook, the 2 people going out would have been at the same time.
Yeah, but like the 2 people that went out, 2 people that went in are the same 2 handbooks that went out the first time.
Yeah. And
So-
then
so
but
even if-
they went out like
About 20 minutes apart.
so it couldn't have been one person holding 2 handbooks.
No.
My point. It would have been at least probably 2 alive people at that
Yeah.
point.
The problem is, instead
And no one actually went in again until 1 o'clock.
presumably when they were there the first time, that was when the sign was put up, because Shinji
Yes.
said he was there around noon.
Mm-hmm.
So the sign would have already had to have been up. So that's presumably something that they did that morning.
Yeah.
So
But what?
the problem is, someone did go in there later.
It never came out.
Yeah, the problem is, if that was Setsuka, that's still not enough time. If she was one who went in and never went out. Like I said, your theory could be correct, but unless that handbook that... Well, no, then someone else still would have had to have gone in. That's still throwing me off.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of, like, if Setsuka died in the pool house, she would have had to have gone in there. Someone else would have already had to have been there. But the fact that someone would have had to have gotten in before the 1724, somehow tricking the system to get in.
Yeah.
Because going in at 1724 wasn't enough time to do all that stuff.
Yeah. So whoever came in at 1724
was not Setsuka.
Yeah.
It was presumably the culprit or some kind of culprit
Accomplice.
accomplice.
Which then your theory would make sense that maybe they stayed there until after the body discovery announcement.
All right.
But the problem is...
Assuming that is... But the thing is, the person coming in at 1724 probably would have seen the person at 1725 going out.
Like I said, unless they were working together and knew that they were going to be there.
Yeah.
But the problem is...
Right.
The problem at
Like,
that point is...
why would... And how would... Because, let's see, the parade happened between, what? 16 to... Wait. 6?
I think it was 6 to 7.
So they've been 18 to 19, right?
Yeah.
So this all would have happened before before
The parade.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just kind of stumped on the one problem of if Shobai's theory is correct, which I guess we're presuming that it is, that 2 people had to have gotten in the pool. There's only records of 1 in the time frame that it would have taken.
Yeah.
And someone else would have had to have somehow gotten in close to that same time, the 12:54 time, to give enough time. But even then, I don't know how they would do that.
Yeah.
Like, how would you trick the system to doing that? Unless that was Setsuka who went in and Monocro overlooked it because they knew a murder was being planned. That's the only way I could think about how that would get around it. But
yeah.
But that part's throwing me off.
Yeah. It's odd.
Let's just keep going.
Let's take a look at the ones before them. Whether it's the pool or the ghost house, there is an ID without an out record, and that's Setsuka.
I presume this is somehow a Shobai's experiment that he did is going to somehow come into play.
Yeah, because he knows something about this system that presumably no one else has figured out except the culprits.
Yeah.
We're all on the same page about that, right? Then Setsuka's ID should be the one that entered at 1724, NU30D2. Yep. If you look at the gate records here, 2 IDs entered at 844 and 845, then left at 922 and 954 respectively. In other words, there was no one at the pool between 9:54 and 12:54. And we have only one suspect left, C9FU3, who entered at 12:54. If Setsuka died at the pool, the person with this ID must be the culprit, right?
I guess so. What about that?
Shobai said that the ghost house wasn't a possible suspect as there wasn't enough time for the culprit. But our suspect at the pool, CN9FU3, left only 1 minute before Setsuka had entered. What?
That's what's throwing me off. Let's see if you know anything.
Now, a quote from your own words, Shobai.
Idiots, do you think that time is enough to chop up someone like that? About 2 hours, maybe. 1 minute, even if Setsuka died immediately upon entering, it would be impossible. But by that logic, it's impossible for both the ghost house and the pool to be the crime scene.
Wait, even if the pool is where Setsuka died, we found the body at the ghost house. Couldn't they just kill Setsuka at 1724 and immediately leave with the body? I see. After all, what do gates matter to a dead body? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were thinking.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that the culprit somehow took care of the crime scene at the pool and left at 1754 carrying Setsuka's dead body to the ghost house?
If the pool is the place, then this is the only way the culprit could have...
I'm sorry to inform you, but that is also impossible. How come? The pool is at Block C, while the ghost house is at Block A. They're at completely opposite sides of the park. Do you think anyone could walk that distance without getting caught? Carrying a dead body of all things? By your theory, the culprit needed to leave immediately after killing Setsuka, leaving no time for cutting up the body. And we're back at the start. Even if you somehow cheesed it and made it to the ghost house, it'll be too late if you start the dismemberment then.
Then what? Where did Setsuka die and how did she end up like that? Seems theoretically impossible.
Well, I admit my first theory was debunked by Shobai. That means we have to start from square one.
No need for that. The crime scene is still possible even if we assume that Setsuka Chibibukuro died in the pool.
Really? Now, what nonsense are you on about? There's a clear contradiction here.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all possible if there's an accomplice.
Yeah, that's what we're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
An accomplice?
Shobai, you might not know this since they were always sleeping, but accomplices cannot exist. Well, no, they can.
They can, they just
Don't
wouldn't.
benefit.
Yeah. But if you were super close twins, then you might try to make it work.
Yeah. Even if there is an accomplice who helped the real culprit, only one person can win and escape. There are no benefits from becoming an accomplice.
Shut up and just listen to me. Well, the older sister from the twins that you guys suspected, yeah. She's definitely not the Blackened. That's for sure.
I mean, it is possible that she was still helping with all this, and then whoever she was helping, like, quote-unquote, gave her the amnesia to make her forget about it.
Yeah.
To make her look suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that would be possible.
But she did enter the ghost house and left the hairpin there. So it's hard to say that she isn't related to this.
Isn't unrelated.
That isn't unrelated to this case.
So you're saying that my sis is an accomplice?
No, wait, what's that supposed to mean?
You said it yourself. You don't have any memory, and you lose memory when you're in a pinch. An accomplice who helped with the crime, but lost the memory of doing so. Don't you think that's too good of an opportunity to miss? What are you trying to say? By my theory, The real culprit used their twin sis in their own crimes. Give her a big mental shock or two, then use her as an accomplice. Once the deed is done, her memory will disappear, concealing the existence of the accomplice.
Wait, Shobai, but that raises some questions. If that's true, then the culprit needs to know the fact Hibiki loses her memory if she receives a mental shock.
Well, duh. That's why the person who knows that is the real culprit.
I guess this is the halfway point. Someone who knew about Hibiki's secret and used her as an accomplice? Wait, the only person who readily knew that fact was... Okay, so we were on the right track with this.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, how is this going to play out? I guess this is the halfway point.
Not to this.
The only person who already knew Hibiki's tendency to lose her memories is you, Kanade Otonokoji.
Ironic, ain't it? You're the one who revealed that fact. Congrats. You scored your own goal. Or you scored an own goal.
Yeah.
Kanade Otonokoji. She's the one who did it. Oh, wait a minute. Kanade's the culprit? What, you got a problem with that? Well, not exactly, but she helped us throughout the last trial as well.
By that logic, Emma helped out during Yuri's case as well. Wait, not everything has been confirmed yet. We can't be sure whether there was an accomplice or not. Shobai, why do you think that these two are the culprit?
I mean, I know I did the trial by myself, because we were about to die if I didn't. But even so, you sure kept your brains only as decorations, don't you?
The reason why Shobai is so fixated on Kanade being the culprit. Let's listen to what he has to say. Are we not at the halfway point yet? Maybe there isn't a halfway point in this one. Okay, bruised corpse, Poolgate records, missing abdomen. Well, there are a lot of reasons to suspect. But first was the state of the corpse. The state of the corpse, the dismembered corpse, you mean?
I'm guessing this is going to deal with the,
Yeah.
the
What do you think was the
missing
cause of that?
torso
Yeah,
here.
what do you think? I thought it was the dismemberment. We don't know about that yet, bro. The files didn't mention the cause of death. The file said something sharp was the murder weapon. So perhaps she was stabbed by a knife and then dismembered? Then she'd have some traces of being stabbed on her body. Was there none?
Yeah, she is the bruised corpse.
Every body part was checked, yet there weren't any traces of trauma on the body. I think it was bruised corpse.
Okay. Yeah, bruised corpse on that thing.
How does it sit to actually die? Shobai must be suspecting Kanade because of some evidence. Let's look at a reason to suspect Kanade from the comment of others. Who is... Okay, it's this next one. Well, after Aroha. I'm on the right button this time. Okay, that wasn't it apparently.
Oh, I think it was the thing Uroko said about the killing weapon being sharp.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I thought about that when you were scrolling through. I was like, yeah, we got it. Yeah.
That still wasn't it.
Oh, okay.
What are my other bullets? I don't think it's Poolgate records.
Okay, so it has something to do with the missing abdomen again.
I guess we haven't used it.
I don't know what he's getting at here then. Oh yeah, okay. It is the first one we thought it was, but it's because he said every part of her body and the abdomen is missing.
Okay.
That's the incongruity there.
Okay. Fire! There we go. Okay. Which makes sense. Yeah, they wouldn't have seen it. Okay.
Yeah, we don't actually know what killed her because that part was
Gone.
missing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm getting probably a C because of that.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, we can't be perfect.
No, we can't.
On the first try.
Yeah. Wait, Nikke,
That would
did
be
you...
cheating if we did.
Yeah. Wait, Nikke, did you say that we searched through every body part? Yeah, it was hard for my eyes to do it, but we managed to. What you said just reminded me. It seems like every part was carefully laying on the altar, but that's not the truth. One part, to be precise, the abdomen, was missing. Right, Shobai?
What are you asking me for? But the girl is right. The body is missing from the hip up to the part below the chest.
It was also written in the monochrome file as well, if I recall correctly. The area around the stomach was missing.
Wait, the fact that they deliberately got rid of that part. That must mean that there was some clue on the abdomen area. Maybe they stabbed her there. They might have tried to hide that cause of death. But why? I doubt there was a reason important enough for them to hide that. There was, actually.
And what's that?
You might not know this, but the stabbing mark on a body is different depending on the hand that you use. To be short, you can determine whether the stabber is right-handed or left-handed using the marks. That is a very tiny detail to,
Yeah.
to pick up on there.
It does make sense, because I guess a right-handed person and a left-handed person will be holding a knife at a different angle.
Yeah. Really? But what does that have to do with hiding the cause of death? Well, it's pretty obvious that the twins are probably different-handed.
Mm-hmm.
They say that only 10% of all people are left-handed. The majority are right-handed, and I reckon this is likely to be the situation amongst us all. Now, what if the mark indicated that a left-handed person had stabbed the missing abdomen?
You're suggesting the culprit is left-handed? Kanade, I'm asking this just in case. What hand do you usually use?
My left hand? Bingo!
What's his name, oh? Had to add a little bit of humor.
That was amazing. You thought of all that just from the missing abdomen? How in the world does your thought process work?
There is one thing I would like to ask Shobai. How did you know Kanade was left-handed? You did suspect her based on the fact that the culprit was left-handed, right?
That girl did some performance thingy on the second island, right? In front of the shrine. The guitar she used was left-handed. You remember from that long ago? Wait, maybe all this time you were just pretending that you weren't interested in us, but in reality you were? Don't make me laugh. You might be under the impression that you have finally solved the case with your incredible intellect. But if we're talking about lefties, there are plenty of people who are left-handed besides me. Like Iroha. Wait, me? How did you know that I was left-handed? Wait, that doesn't matter right now. You always grip your pen with your left hand, right? How could anyone miss something that simple? And Shobai,
You still haven't solved the contradiction of the gate records. You need to move the body from the pool to the ghost house in Block A somehow. Even with the inclusion of an accomplice in crime, that is still impossible.
I'm so sorry, Missy, but that ain't quite the case.
What?
Did you really think that I suspect you just from the stabbing marks? This is a conviction. It's not like the abdomen was actually found and I had material proof of the stab wounds. I just tried to come up with a reason why the culprit had to go through the hassle of getting rid of that part.
Then how did you solve the contradiction of the gate records?
I'll go over them now.
Okay, this is his experiment, I guess.
What do you think was the actual reason this contradiction occurred from both the ghost house and the pool in the first place?
Well, an alive person must use their handbook in order to go through the gate. But since Setsuka couldn't do that because she was already dead, only the in records will get recorded.
So when we ruled out the places without any suspicious out records, only the pool and ghost house were left.
Think about that once more. Only the virtual IDs get saved on the gate, right? You all assume that ID was Satsuka's just because it had no out records.
So what? Just tell us already?
Hasty, eh? To put it simply, all of the gate records of the attractions can be manipulated.
Okay, this is his experiment.
Yeah, that's how I because I wasn't there to see the experiment, I wasn't sure exactly how they were manipulated. But it's pretty obvious that they were in the first place.
Yes.
Because, like I said, you just by tossing, certain handbooks over the gates and stuff, then you could probably trick it.
What?
Wait. The gates already require you to use your handbooks to enter or leave. How in the world would you manipulate that? Who said anything about using your own handbooks? Monocro, did you once mention that you have to use your own handbook?
No, because he took Iroha's? Just a handbook had to be scanned.
Yes. I don't think he ever specifically said it had to be your handbook.
No.
He just simply stated that you need to use a handbook.
And that means...
Yep. You can use a handbook of another person to go through the gates.
How does that help us? I'm trying to think. Even if you use someone else's handbook, it still would detect when it was used to get in.
Yes. But that also means that you could trick the gate so that that someone was entering and or leaving when they didn't. Right?
Can you repeat that? I'm trying to...
You could trick the gate that someone was coming in or leaving when they actually weren't. Let's see.
So you mean like
So let's see, like at the. So we know someone was in the pool,
For 5 hours.
right?
Yeah.
And then the quote person who came in, did they actually come in at all, or did the person who was already there actually leave?
The person you referred to, like the one that was like at 1724, whatever that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, like with the 1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah. How do we know that those people, when those handbooks were scanned, who actually came in and who actually went out there, if anyone?
Yeah. Would it make it? The only way I can think that would work is if, even if you used the handbook you had used to get in, and had thrown it and like had gotten it back over, and someone used it again to trick that they were going out.
Mm-hmm.
Would it detect that that was a new log, a new handbook, just because it's someone going in and not out?
I don't know.
Because I know like it's not linked to handbook. It Monocro said it's when it's a new randomly generated code whenever it's scanned to go in or to go out.
Right. Yeah. Because like if you think about it, like it seems like once you go in and out, it automatically resets to a new number.
Yeah.
Right. It only tracks it in and out once. So once you go out, you would. I don't know.
Let's just keep going. This is kind of confusing me here.
Yeah, I would have to like graph it out on paper to like make it make sense, sort of picture all those details in my head.
Yeah.
But well, it does. I tried it.
Huh. So back when we first arrived on the third island.
Oh, perfect timing. One of you. I don't care who. Just give me your handbook for a sec. Yo, bye.
Shobai, for you to speak to us first. What's gotten into you?
Enough with that and give me the thing. I need to test something.
No. What do you offer in return? It's not like you cooperated with us throughout this time.
Then you give me yours. Me? But why?
Iroha, at times like these, you need to act strong, or they'll just think you're a pushover.
You're right. Why would I give you my handbook? You haven't even thanked me for the last time I woke you up. Give it to me now, unless you want your head ripped off. Here it is.
Iroha, don't just hand it to him. So the reason you took Iroha's handbook was to try that out?
Yeah.
Everyone, do you know what this means? It means that our basis of the gate records was wrong from the start. But even if what Shobai said is true, it only became harder or even impossible for us to identify who was who.
Nope. If you assume that the gate records were rigged and reversed the thinking process, the case begins to unfold. My theory is this. Tetsuka Chibibukuro died at the pool, and the time of the death was probably around this morning. Morning?
Okay.
Yeah, that tracks so far.
Okay. Okay,
Give me
thank
the
you,
records
Shobai.
again. I'll go over them one by one for you.
Okay.
As you said, Setsuka Chibibukuro went somewhere by the culprit's request, and that was the pool.
So we're presuming that was this morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
And those are the two coming in at 8:44 and 8:45.
Yes.
Got that. If you look at the pool gate records, Tetsuka Chibibukuro's ID is probably IS3JZ2. Yeah.
Yeah.
It went in at 8:45. DJ6SX7, or should I say Miss Kanade over there, entered 1 minute ahead of her. It's Mr. Kanade.
But that would mean that Miss Little Sis left at 9:22, only 40 minutes to spare.
And that's where the accomplice comes into play. I called out the twin sis as the accomplice, remember? 9:22 is exactly when she entered the pool.
How did she get in?
I imagine they scanned... So...
If we assume that Kanade was there at
Okay.
this point.
Yeah. So she scanned, and then Hibiki walks in at 9:22 without scanning hers.
The only way I could think that would work... That's still kind of confusing because... Unless that...
Does it? Wait.
Unless
Okay,
it's implied
does it
that they switched out.
Oh, okay. Oh, I. Does it track what side you use it from?
Like, the in or the outside?
Yeah.
That's what I was just thinking, like...
Right? Because if she goes in, right? Hibiki shows up at the door. Kanade throws the handbook over the gate to Hibiki, and Hibiki scans it again. It'll be logged as going out, but she'll actually be going in. And she'll have scanned someone's handbook to open the gate and actually gone through it, so she's technically not breaking any of the...
Still very,
Right.
still very convoluted here.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So... Just keep going.
Using the handbook of her little sis.
Yeah, we established that somehow the handbook...
Mhm.
So somehow Kanade's handbook got Hibiki in.
Yeah.
Somehow. So how did she do it, is the question.
What's going on right now? I didn't quite understand. Me too.
Oh, I see. Kanade had her sis who was waiting outside the handbook from the inside. Or I suppose it's supposed to be a use there, maybe.
Yeah, use the handbook from inside.
The gates only check if a human being passes through them, so objects do not matter. So, what is that? So... I'm trying to think what that means, then, like...
I think what it means is the gates they're talking about are those turnstile gates and not
Yeah.
like doors.
Yeah, I know. That's how
So,
a
like,
lot of
you-
attraction rides work.
Yeah. So they could have just handed the book, literally just to each other. They wouldn't even like throw anything. They just handed to each other over the gate.
Hmm.
The little shit was shown the corpse by the slightly littler shit.
So-
And just
So I guess we're presuming now Setsuka is dead by this point.
yes. So Setsuka's dead, and both of the twins are in the pool with the dead body. By 9:22?
Something like that, yeah.
I think it was in the morning. Okay, that's where we are right now.
Yeah.
And just as we were told, she receives a mental shock and loses her sanity, which I imagine is her seeing the dead
Body.
Setsuka. Yeah.
Yeah.
becoming the best crime tool ever, an accomplice that loses her memory. After that, the littler shit left the swimming pool at 9:54, setting up the pool sign so no one will enter. Wait, what? I thought the out record at 9:54 was IS3JZ2. Wasn't that Setsuka?
According to this theory, she would have already died at that point. Now that it's been confirmed that you can use a handbook that belongs to another, that would have been Hibiki using Setsuka's handbook.
What about after that? Okay. So Hibiki leaves at 9:54.
Yeah. And the sign is up, so no one else can go in.
Yeah, and then Kanade is just there since 8:44. She never left.
Well, according to Shobai, it seems that she did.
She would have left at 17:24. Right?
Well, it seems like he's talking about that that somehow she had left, and she's the one getting the tools. Because I think littler is Kanade.
I guess.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
Used her own handbook at this time.
Okay, so 12:54 is Kanade going back in.
After spending about 5 hours cutting the body up, they both left at 17:24 and 17:25 with the body pieces. Yeah. They probably got rid of the sign at that point. The little shit throws the sign over the gate at 17:24. And the littler shit puts the sign back in the swimming pool and leaves at 17:25. It's as simple as that. Here. They can use their own handbooks this time. Now, what do you think will be the end result of the gate records if we follow these steps?
And this still I kind of get it, but it's still very confusing how this works.
Yeah.
The end result, well... Oh. Hibiki used Kanade's handbook when entering the pool, right? And since Kanade's ID already had an in record, it would show an out record. Okay. That kind of clears it up for me. Because it's designed to detect if a handbook goes in and it goes out.
Yeah.
And presumably when it's scanned, it only presumes that it's being scanned to go in, then being scanned to go out. It's not being detected not presuming that it will be scanned to go in, even if it's already been in there, or going out if it's already been in. Or out, excuse me.
It doesn't have... It's not smart enough to detect on what side of the gate it's being scanned on.
Yeah, just that it's the same handbook that it's been scanned before.
Because presumably they could use the same gate facing the same direction on any of the rides.
Yeah, so it's not smart enough, like you said, to detect if it's being used to go in or go out. It's only smart enough to detect if it's the same handbook that had been used already.
Yeah. Basically, it just detects if it's the first or the second time it's being scanned.
Yeah, that's same handbook. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that clears a lot of it up for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Since Kanade's ID already has an in record, it would show an out record. So when Hibiki left through the gates, the resulting output would have been an in record. I see, so that's how the pool had an ID without an out record. If we apply Shobai's theory, the actual reality of the pool gates would be like this. 8:44 and 8:45, the two records would have been from Kanade and Setsuka, respectively. The out record at 19:22 was Hibiki using Kanade's handbook to enter the pool.
just 922.
922, excuse me, 922.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Okay, so that was, yes, that was the detect of Hibiki going in. Was 922,
Mhm.
was Hibiki going in. Kanade is still there.
Yeah.
Okay. The out record at 9:54 was Kanade using Setsuka's to leave. Okay.
Mhm.
So that's how it detected that both Kanade and Setsuka had left. Hibiki
Yes.
never left.
Yeah.
She was still
She's
there.
Apparently there. Yeah.
And she entered with her own handbook at 12:54, presumably in a state of shock and not able to move.
Yeah.
Or presumably maybe drugged or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. So then there's a time gap. The sign has been put up by this point.
Mm-hmm.
And presumably during this time gap between 9:54 and 12:54, Kanade is going to gather all the stuff she'll need. You know, the medical kit, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then goes back in at 12:54.
Yeah.
And then... Okay, and then Hibiki's
Yeah.
handbook would be the one that's being detected at... Or one of them would be the one that's detected at 1724 as being used for the first time and
Yes,
left.
because she never used hers the first time.
Yeah, to leave.
Yeah. Yeah. they
And the
both
one at
leave.
1725 is Kanade leaving.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've cleared it up now in my mind.
Yeah.
I think my mind is clear on this now.
Yeah.
This is very
So that means
convoluted, but I think I
They
get it.
both would have finished their plan before the parade started.
Yes, because that was 18 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or just after.
So there would be no alibi
Necessary.
necessary for Kanade being at the parade because they would have already completed most of their plan by that point.
The only thing that I think would have to be done is that someone still had to go spread the blood
Into the
packs.
pool.
Well, someone
Yeah,
still
they would
had
have to
to
go-
the
they
ghost
would-
house.
Did they bring... What this doesn't clear up is, did they bring... They would have, I guess, had to bring the body parts with them, leaving the pool. Right?
Yeah.
They couldn't have left it there, because no one else came in until Yoruko.
Yeah. Because then like they still have to do all the stuff in the ghost house. Spread the blood, put the stuff on the pillars, cut the power.
So that does bring up, how did they get... What was their plan to get the body to the ghost house without anyone seeing it or them?
Maybe that's where those plushies or those suits come
Yeah,
into
the
play.
plushies and or the transit system.
Yeah.
Because both of those things haven't brought up yet, and I imagine that both of those probably have some kind of impact in this.
Yeah. Finally, after she dismembered the body, both she and Hibiki left at 1725 and 1724 respectively. Here, even though Hibiki was already inside the pool, this was the first time she used her handbook on the gate, which resulted in an in output. Thus, the ID without an out record, NU30D2, was not Setsuka, but actually Hibiki. I will admit, this is very well thought out. Like this whole idea, what the writer's doing, this is a very well thought out idea that actually does make sense of how it would work. It's very impressively explained. And I do like this little graphic kind of showing directly who's who.
Yeah.
So. Come on, Iroha, you're so stupid.
It's getting a bit complicated. Could you give me a simpler explanation?
Yeah, thank you, Yoruko.
Sora's explanation wasn't simple enough. Could you even understand that?
Well, she is an idiot after all. Thank you, Mikado.
But, Wait, I get you're assuming that the culprit used the time between 1254 and 1724 to dismember the body. You would need ample time after all.
but it took 3 hours for the culprit to return to the pool from 9:54 to 12:54? And do you think it would take 3 hours for me, the culprit, according to your theory, just to find the dismemberment tools? Who cares? The signposts would have kept anyone out of the pool anyway. We had loads of spare time.
Iroha, you said you saw Hibiki enter the ghost house a bit before 1800, right? So that must have been 7:55 when they arrived from the swimming pool. It must have been then that the twins moved the corpse to the ghost house. After all, the body was actually found there.
But how? Yeah,
Yeah, how did they get there without
we
the
were
twins seeing
just
it?
wondering. Yeah, how did they move the body?
Come again.
Yeah, they would have had to use the parade
Route somehow.
the dolls as they were going through the parade, right? Because if you took the body parts, moved them from the pool house to the warehouse where the dolls were stored in Block C, they already knew that the dolls were going to move from C to A and A to C.
Okay, what if they didn't get in the dolls themselves? So they just put the body parts in there because they would just be moved to C and or A and just stay there.
Yeah.
Then I guess they could have gone and just gotten them later.
Exactly.
Because who's gonna look in the dolls?
Yeah. So they could have just put them in there, left them in there, because they knew it would have moved them they would be moved for them without them having to physically carry the body parts further than the pool house to block.
That was my one question. Was like,
place.
yeah, that was my one question. It's like if the parade was used, the time doesn't line up. But like what we're just saying, if they had the parade move it for them and they didn't have to do it themselves, like that clears up my one question here, like we were just discussing.
Yeah.
Very clever, game. Very clever.
The only thing Shobai deduced is how the gate records can be explained, and how the murder could have happened in the pool. Even he doesn't know how the body was moved, right? He definitely has a point. The corpse had the head, body, both hands, both arms, hands, legs, and the feet.
Yeah.
Arms.
Arms, yeah.
But 10 pieces altogether, how would you manage to move them without getting caught?
First ever record of someone entering the ghost house was in 1755. Since we have Iroha as a witness, we can surely say Hibiki was who entered at that time. But by Shobai's theory, the culprit left the pool at 1755, leaving only 30 minutes to move the body to the ghost house.
But now we know there was an accomplice. It would take half the time and effort to move all the body pieces, right? So each carries 5 total pieces. Do you really think that's possible? I'm sorry. Maybe they had some kind of bag that had the corpse inside, you know? The ones in movies and manga? A corpse bag. And what if someone finds you? How are you going to explain it to them? What if they open the bag or something?
That really is the main problem. Forget the time constraints, you need to stealthily move the body without getting caught. Ah, I just thought of an incredible solution. What is it, Nikkei? The monorail. We have the monorail that goes around each department in Satsuki Land. If they use that, it would take around 5 minutes from each department. And as a plus, you wouldn't be seen as well. Well, what if someone else got on it?
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
monorail. Sure, you can use the monorail to move without being seen and save time as well, but was it really possible for the culprit to use the monorails? Okay,
We're gonna have to calculate whether or not the monorails were currently being repaired at the time.
Yeah.
That's the only way they wouldn't be able to use them.
Okay, so let's see. The first train departs. Okay. So is it every hour it stopped for a safety check? So it runs for an hour, then it stops. It runs for an hour, then it stops.
Yeah, and
okay, so every odd number is when it's in maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
So from 9, so say like for example 9. Okay, when the odd number starts the sequence, that's when it's in maintenance.
Yeah.
So, and they said it was like 17:55. So I don't think it would have been running.
Yeah.
It's this one.
Well, let's see. Yeah.
Nikkei, I'm afraid that's impossible. How come? It's definitely a possibility. No, by the theory we're going with, the culprit must have moved the corpse between 7:25 and 7:55. If you see the monorail timetable, you'll see quickly that the monorails weren't active at that time. Okay, so I was right there. But I did have the time crunch right. Because they would have started running again at 18 o'clock. Because even if it's even to odd, the train is running. If it's odd to even, it's in maintenance. I'm sticking with that statement. What? Really?
Monocrew did say that the monorails were only active every other hour.
That's probably right. I was at Suzuki Land early for the 1800 parade. But I don't recall seeing any monorails pass by. Monorail. Yeah, that's right. Nusi, you said it. She used the monorails.
What? But didn't Sora just say that?
Shut up and listen. First, she leaves the pool at 17:25, then moves the pieces to the Block C monorail station. This shouldn't take that long, right? Should be moving within the same department. Then she leaves the corpse there and uses Setsuka's handbook to call out Airhead Girl to the mirror mansion.
Yeah.
Then the older sis moves to the ghost house at Block A to deliberately be seen entering the ghost house by the Bubblehead Girl. She did it on purpose? Why do such a thing?
Probably to accuse Hibiki as a culprit in the trial. We actually did it. We actually did so at the beginning of the trial based on Aroha's account.
Wait, why do you think of me when you heard Bubblehead Girl?
Because that's what you are.
Yep. You're good at painting, Aroha, but not much else.
Nope. That's absolutely correct. I mean, you are a bubblehead. You are bubble-headed after all.
Mikado, why are you picking on Aroha?
Because that's what she is.
We're just pointing out the truth, honey.
Yeah.
Why don't you pick on someone your own size, you worthless criminal? Go kill yourself.
My broken heart.
Would you shut up for 1 second? I'm trying to focus, damn it. First, 1755. The older sis enters the ghost house to cut the fuse and put out the fire to make the ghost house dark. Next, she has to hurry, because there's another gate record only 2 minutes after she entered. Since she used Setsuka Chibukuro's handbook when she entered, she uses her own when leaving the place. This way, 2 in outputs get recorded, and she leaves no sign that she ever entered the place.
Left the place.
Yeah, left the place. Y'all saw the parade together at 1800, right? The littler shit goes to see that, while the little shit goes to the Block A monorail station. The monorail will start moving at 1800, so she rides it from Block A to C and carries the body parts back to Block A through the monorail. This way you'd be able to solve the time and stealth issue.
Amazing. It looked to be impossible at first, but now we have a clear grasp of what actually happened.
And so, what next? Continue.
There's not much left after this. Hide the body part somewhere near the ghost house. After confirming that white hair over here left at 1936, go inside the ghost house with the body. Here, you again use Setsuka Chibukuro's handbook at the gate.
Since they used Setsuka's handbook when first entering the ghost house, this time the resulting output would be an out record.
Exactly. Everything left is simple. Set up the corpse on the altar, create the pool of blood using the blood packs, and then it's finished. The newly reformed ghost house, now with an actual corpse. Catchy.
Yeah.
Now the ghost house records until this point can be summed up to this. Hibiki in, Hibiki out, Sora in, Sora out, Hibiki in, Sora in, Yuki in, Kanade in, Shinji in.
So that implies that Hibiki never left when she went in the last time.
Yeah.
So unless she was behind that screen, where else could she have been? Because she was like... Well, I guess it didn't imply when she got... Well, it said she was like one of the last ones to get there.
Yeah.
I guess, presumably, to make
She
sure that
could
like no one
have-
else had seen her where she was.
Yeah.
It still doesn't feel like this is quite lining up entirely.
Yeah. There's still some more stuff to figure out here.
Yeah.
How was it? This is the result of this case. Kanane Otonokoji as the culprit, and Hibiki Otonokoji as the, I think they meant accomplice.
Accomplice, yeah. Not the evidence, but...
That can't be. Honestly, if we consider Shobai's usual behavior into account, it's hard to trust him, but logically sound and his reasoning is perfect.
Kanade, you really the culprit? Did you really murder Suka? And I helped you without any knowledge of that? What should I do? I don't know what to do.
Just don't cry. That beardy hag is just talking nonsense.
Got any rebuttals?
That's more of a goatee, not really a beard. Or more even
Yeah.
stubble, not really even a goatee.
Yeah.
Rebuttal? Are you really thinking to yourself that you actually cracked this case?
Oh, that face again.
Let's get straight to the point. You're completely wrong, full of contradictions again. And to marvel at this stupid of a theory, my, you have all the questionable brains, don't you?
What? What part of it is a contradiction?
As much as this theory has holes like it's Swiss cheese, the main problem are two big contradictions. Shobai, you told us that after leaving the pool, we left the body at the station and used the monorail to move to the ghost house, right? And remind us, whose handbook did we use when we entering the ghost house?
You said it was Setsuka's.
And do you think that's possible? Isn't it possible? The culprit must have had her handbook ever since she was murdered. Everyone, you might be able to pass through the gates using someone else's handbook. But only handbooks that are active are valid in this case.
Shobai?
Shit, you're right. I made a mistake.
Well, it's not like they couldn't activate it. I mean,
Yeah, we already know that they have the hands, so...
I see. Even if you have Setsuka's handbook, only Setsuka herself can turn it on.
Why does that matter? We had the same issue with Emma, but she used Kokoro's fingers.
No, bro, that was possible because Emma cut and kept Kokoro's fingers. Shobai specifically said the culprit left the corpse at the station. I think that's where our theory comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the parts are over there now.
Yeah.
I think that's where our theory comes in.
Yeah.
According to this theory, you would never be able to turn Setsuka's handbook on at the ghost house.
It takes a long time to arrive at Block A from C, even at running speed. Even if you use Setsuka's hand to turn the handbook on before you leave, it'll turn off by the time you reach the ghost house.
You're right, as we discussed in the last trial, the touchscreen lock of the handbook sleep mode requires the owner's fingerprints.
Wait, speaking of Emma, why didn't the culprit use the method Yuki just mentioned? The method Yuki just mentioned? You mean cutting the fingers off and carrying them?
Impossible. Setsuka's wrists were cut off. The fingers were all fine.
I mean, you could just carry those hands to turn the handbook on.
No, that's probably not it. Then we'd have the problem of how to carry the body without getting caught. Even if hands are small compared to the whole body, they still have a considerable size, and you're doomed if they bleed. No, there's too much risk at hand.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, give me the rip shot.
Risk at hand.
Yeah.
Maybe they managed to luckily carry the body without getting caught.
Really, let's assume the culprit somehow solved this issue, and let's get over to the next problem. Can we really go over the issue that easily? Well, actually, we have a much bigger problem here. Shobai said that the culprit hid the body parts near the ghost house to wait until Sora left the place. And may I ask you where that place is? How in the world can you find a place to hide 10 body pieces? If there was a pile of body parts near the ghost house, anyone would have noticed it. It would seem unnatural if you hid it all inside of a bag. But if you hide them separately, it would take time for the culprit to gather back the pieces. You're not really going to say that the culprit also managed this through luck as well, are you? Well, if you are, we have our trusty Sora. He searched every nook and cranny near the ghost house, right? Right, Sora?
Oh yeah, I searched not only the inside of the house, but also the outside as I was leaving the place. If there was a corpse hidden near the ghost house, I would have noticed it right away.
No. Wait. Maybe it's not in the ghost house. Hide it somewhere else other than the ghost house. Poor old Shobai. But we searched every other place as well.
I think we're getting into our theory here.
Mm-hmm. Sora, Iroha, and I searched basically everywhere in Block A. So there were no other options, Shobai. Dude, who do you think I'm suspecting here? If you're saying that you, who I suspect as the culprit, searched Block A, I mean, do I really need to say more? What do you mean? She just had to hide the body in a place that she searched in. She's the culprit, and all she has to do is say, there was nothing there. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Shobai. You're saying that the body was hidden at the complete opposite side of the park from the ghost house? What? The place I investigated was that area, the storehouse, and beyond. Hate to break it to you, little Shobai, but that's a bit too far away from the ghost house. Don't you think? You little... Wait, what about that? Is there a problem with it being too far? We can't move the body around when there's everyone running around Block A, right? The culprit must have moved the body parts at least after Sora left the ghost house, which is 1936. According to the gate records, the culprit carried the body parts 6 minutes later at 1942, right?
Ah, so that's it. You hide the body too far away from the ghost house, you wouldn't be able to retrieve them within the next 6 minutes.
Sora even said she looked outside the ghost house. So she would have stayed there at least 1 to 2 minutes after that. So we would only have about 45 minutes to move the body parts. If you want to move all 10 corpse pieces within that time limit, you would have hidden it somewhere close to the ghost house.
Wait, both Miss Oda sis and the Younger sis are in it together according to Shobai, right? So if they move them together...
I told you it's impossible even for 2 people. They would have had to make 2 round trips even if there was an accomplice. Even in the case that we hid in the nearest storehouse, it's impossible to make 2 round trips within 4 minutes. Unless you have teleportation skills, that is. Teleportation? Does that mean Mikado is?
Wait, even if the rules mention I cannot use magic in murders. You do remember it, right? You haven't forgotten about it or me, right?
Then what's actually going on here?
Shobai, is there another way? See, they're all ignoring you because you made such an idiotic comment.
I think you mean they're ignoring you. Be quiet in the peanut gallery over there.
Was Shobai's theory wrong? Kanade definitely has a point there. What kind of method did the culprit actually use? I guess there's just no intermission in this one, because I think we're way too close to the end.
Yeah, it's been almost 4 hours, so...
Yeah, even just
No
kind of
way,
like
we're only halfway through.
even just the second half either has to be really short or there's just no intermission.
Yeah.
So what do we have? Ghost House Records, Ghost House Fireplace, Ghost House Gate Records. It's impossible to move the corpse without too fast. I guess Shobai was wrong. I guess it means the culprit actually managed to move the body without using the monorails. The only method is just to hope for the best and not get caught. So I guess that's the only solution we have. But the records were rigged, right? In that case, the culprit stayed inside for 2 minutes inside the ghost house between 7:55 and 57. They hid the body, cut the fuse during that time. It would still make sense Sora might have missed the corpse, as it was dark inside. After all, there were other possible times the culprit could have caused the blackout. Try to find the sample from the structural sampling of the ghost house. We can't afford to make the smallest of mistakes. If we consider the structure, we might find who's right. I mean, what if they... Well, if they cut up the thing, they could have put the stuff in the chimney.
Maybe, but how would you keep it in there?
Yeah. Because I'm look at what we have. I don't think ghost records is what we need here.
Yeah, I don't think...
Yeah, I don't think it's fused.
It's gonna be either the fireplace or the fuse box, I feel like.
Yeah, that's
they've
what
already
I'm thinking.
gone over the gate records pretty.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
it's the fireplace.
Yeah, if we assume... But how big is the chimney for that thing? Because, I mean, her upper torso still would have been pretty big and heavy, so it wouldn't have been too easy to just put it up there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Falling. That seems weird. But was the fireplace was already put out, right?
Yes, it was.
Then how did they burn the blood bags in the fireplace? Right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because we found the blood packs we found were like burnt to a crisp.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they did that. I mean, it looks
Right,
like it's
if
on
the fire-
fire in the altar room, but I think that's just like an effect. I don't think that's real fire.
Yeah. If that is a real fire in the fireplace, then
Let me go over the bullets. Let me see what stuff we can hit. I'm not gonna shoot anything right now. I'm just trying to think of another way. It would be impossible to move the corpse that fast. And I guess Shobai's theory was wrong. Wait, that actually means the culprit actually managed to move the body without using the monorails. The only method to do so is just hope for the best and not get caught. I guess the only solution we have now. But the gate records were rigged, right? In that case, the culprit stayed inside for 2 minutes inside the ghost house, means 55 and 57, and so they hid the body and cut the fuse during that time. It would still make sense that Sora might have missed the corpse as it was dark. After all, there were no other possible time that the culprit could have caused the blackout.
from a structural standpoint of the ghost house. Okay, so we know... Okay, so our options here are that it would be impossible to move the corpse that fast. Would any of our bullets fit that? No. I don't think... Yeah. I need to use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
I think you can hear about this.
Okay. We're just waiting a minute for him to get back.
Okay.
I'm still thinking here.
Yeah. So so impossible to move the corpse that fast. Okay, and then the other one was so they hid the body and cut the fuse during that time. So that seems accurate. And then after all, there were no other possible times that the culprit could have caused the blackout.
I'm trying to think here.
Because we know that the ghost
I think I know what it is.
house
I think I know what it
was
is.
already blacked out by the time Sora got there.
I think I know what it is.
What you thinking?
I'm thinking, you know what Nikkei said on the, where he's like, everything would have had to been done at that one point. In 2 minutes, that's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you think like you would have to put all the stuff on the altar and cut the fuse in 2 minutes. It's not possible.
Yeah.
So I think we have to hit his with, not the records, but probably the fuse box, because that's what we're talking about. Like that, it couldn't have been done that fast.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that.
Yeah. It's worth a shot.
All right.
Unless it is the records again.
I don't think it is. Okay. Cobra stay inside for 2 minutes. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. See, that cannot be done that fast. Shoot it. It can't be done that fast. Okay. I really. Okay. Save. Okay.
100%.
Yes. Nikkei, I'm afraid that would be impossible. Why? I get that if you barely have enough time. I get that you barely have enough time, but if you move at full speed.
Sora's right. 2 minutes is far from enough when you're trying to hide 10 body pieces. And more importantly, the ghost house fuse box is the problem. They open it and cut the wires, remember? That means they had to visit the innermost part of the ghost house.
The fuse box was located just beside the entrance to the altar, and the altar is located in the innermost in the ghost house. Located innermost in the ghost house. Just going to and fro would take up all the time.
Maybe there was a secret passage that only the culprit knew of? They could have hidden the body there and gained access to the fuse box as well.
Please, can someone knock some sense into him? There's no way that kind of passage would exist. The most crucial thing is, if the culprit carried the body to the ghost house, the person who saw that should have noticed it. How is it, Iroha? Did my sister enter the ghost house holding something in her hands or not? What?
Whoa, why are you so flustered?
Well, I didn't expect to get called. What did you say? Iroha, it seems you're not very fond of the fact that have your head attached to your neck. Would it kill you to pay attention, please? You told us that you saw my sis entering the ghost house around 1755. Oh. She was empty-handed. If she was hiding a piece of the corpse, I would have recognized it. See, so that means we didn't transport the body directly to the ghost house. I can't be the culprit. And as mentioned before, there are too many contradictions to suspect my sister as the culprit.
I have something to inquire, Kanade. You have successfully shown us you cannot be the culprit, but that doesn't mean you yourself admit your theory was wrong, your first theory was wrong. Then now that it's come to this, who do you think is the actual culprit?
That's, well... Honestly, I also need to think through this again. I was so focused on proving my innocence that I haven't come up with another theory yet.
Shobai, how about you? This is your first time you've stood up in a class trial. Is there any other theory you have to provide us with?
Wait a sec. I need to clear my thoughts. I missed something. Something big.
What did he miss?
Is this... No, it can't be. Our two brains are stumped. Please give it your all. We're all counting on you. This case is honestly so complex that even I cannot get a good grasp of it. Oh no. We're doomed. I knew we needed Kokoro. If Kokoro was here, she would have solved the case immediately. If only she hadn't been killed. Iroha, would you please shut up?
Thank you, Yoruko.
We're all doing our best, but...
She's just been crying this whole time.
I guess so.
I'm tired. I want to go home. Mama, Papa. Please, would someone clog her mouth or something? We have been through 2 class trials. Of course, they were difficult. We were stumped a couple of times, but this is the first time our reasoning came to a stop completely. Culprit of this case, who is it? How did they kill Setsuka? I think we're actually way ahead of these guys.
Yeah.
Even Kanade, who is the smartest of us all, is having a hard time coming up with a solution. A person who, with no special brains or talent like me, would never hope to help everyone in this case.
I've got it.
Kanade?
So that was it. Everyone, I know the culprit now.
Really? I don't trust her.
Yeah.
Oh, Kanade, I knew it. I believed in you. Hooray! I need to thank Shobai for this. Without him, I would have believed without a doubt that my sister was the culprit. Nor would I have realized that the gate records had been rigged and that my sister was used.
Is she about to say that he's the culprit?
Yeah.
So you admit the fact that Hibiki is an accomplice? No, my sister wasn't an accomplice. She was literally used by the real culprit. The poor thing. This case was performed by a single person. A meticulous one at that. So who is it? Let me spell out the clues for you. Follow along with me, everyone. First, just as Shobai said, they're left-handed.
Are we talking about Iroha here or something?
I guess so.
Yeah, I guess.
And they
that's what
provided us with a false testimony so that my poor sis would get suspected.
yeah, I think we're going with Iroha here.
Yeah.
I still don't think that's right.
No. She's too dumb.
Yeah.
And they had an alibi during the parade so that we could freely move around the monorail. I'm sure you've all realized who I'm talking about, right?
Left-handed, false account, had an alibi during the parade. Person who fits all the criteria is... I literally went the entirely...
Yeah,
it's
it's just two to the left.
Yeah. I still don't think it's her. I still don't think it's her. Person who fits all the criteria is Iroha. How do you say that? Nijue?
Nijue.
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 Has to be you.
Hooray for Kanade! She has easily tracked down the culprit for us!
And then she realized it.
What?
Oh, that's the halfway. That was such a long one. I think we're almost at the end, though. I mean, like, what else do we have to go over here? I mean, what do we not use? Just like the. I guess we can look at the bullets real quick.
Yeah.
I guess we can look at the bullets.
Yeah,
I know we.
okay, well.
What have we not used? Okay, we've used this. I guess we haven't talked about this yet. No, I think we did use that. We've used the. We talked about this.
Yeah.
We've talked about this.
Did we use the bruised corpse?
Maybe not. It was definitely a bullet.
No, we haven't. We tried to use it and it
worked. Yeah, we used Taruya's account. We've used Iroha's account. We just used Fuse Box. We haven't used Fireplace.
So we've got bruised corpse, fireplace.
This, which I imagine goes with Fireplace.
Bag.
I think we talked about this.
Yes.
We haven't done this. We've done this. We've done this. We've done this. We haven't gone over that.
We haven't used that.
This, and we've done
we haven't gone over the dolls. So
we got maybe like a third of the stuff left.
6 bullets.
I'm gonna save real quick.
Here.
Yeah, I'm gonna save. I can't go to sleep without finishing this trial.
Yeah.
I can't go to sleep without finishing. It's gonna bother me. I know we're probably like close to midnight, but I'm like, I can't go to sleep not knowing what this is.
Yeah.
The only person who matches the criteria that Kanade mentioned is you, Iroha.
No, wait! Why am I the culprit? Why this all of a sudden?
Seems Shobai's not too convinced.
Yeah. I think has already seen what we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
The whole doll thing. Let me explain, step by step. Sora, could you show me the pool gate records once more? Yeah, how's she gonna explain all of this?
Yeah.
This one person. Firstly, like Shobai said, Setsuka died in the pool. In the morning, specifically. Iroha called Setsuka to the pool in the morning. So Setsuka enters at 8:44, and Iroha enters at 8:45. Wait, I never entered the pool, like ever. Shut up, you murderer. Use my sister to murder Setsuka, and then blame the whole murder on me. Now you're going to pay. But I never...
So, then what?
Then she killed Setsuka on the spot. And left the pool at 9:22 to set up the signpost. She goes off to gather the tools needed to cut the body. So that wasn't...
Well, it's Yuki, sorry. That wasn't Hibiki entering, but Iroha leaving?
Yeah, Setsuka's handbook. Then Setsuka's ID, DJ6SX7, would allow an output. Then she returned to the pool at 9:54. This time, she has to use her own handbook. Oh, so nobody was in the pool since 9:54.
So she's going with the same logic as Shobai, but I see this approach also makes sense.
She finishes preparing the body for 12:54, and after eliminating any traces left, she leaves the pool using Setsuka's handbook. By doing this, Iroha will leave the pool, but an in output will be saved according to the records.
Wait, let me get this straight. Shobai's theory was that the corpse was cut up between 1253 and 1754, right? And you're suggesting that it was done instead between 954 and 1254?
Yes. 3 hours should be enough time to do the job.
3 house.
This ain't Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
And by the way, we've solved the mystery of why it took 3 hours just to bring the dismemberment tools. You're right, Shobai's theory was acceptable, but not being able to explain 3 hours is a bit weird. Then the dismemberment process was already done by 1254? But that doesn't leave too much time until we've... But doesn't that leave too much time until we find the corpse? Listen carefully, I'll explain everything. 1254. Iroha kept all the corpse pieces in one place before leaving the pool. Later, at 1724, she uses her handbook to in herself to bring the corpse pieces out. And 1 minute later, 1725, she uses Setsuka's handbook to leave the pool.
You want us to believe that she was able to get all of those pieces in 1 minute?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems stupid.
Yes.
We can now perfectly explain the gate records of the pool by this logic.
No way, dude.
No.
There's no way that works.
No, it doesn't.
Like,
Yeah.
it would almost work if she didn't go in and out in 1 minute at the end.
Yeah, because there's
That
no way you
only
can get all
works-
10 of those parts out in 1 minute.
Yeah, like, she's like, oh, you can't do whatever in time, but, like, this is even more unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she had them, like, literally, like, in some kind of big bag right by the front door. But still, even those body parts would still be almost the same weight as Setsuka.
Mhm.
Right? Except for the one part in the middle. So that would still be almost 100 pounds. And are we supposed to believe that Iroha, who weighs less than that, is able to run in and grab a 90-pound bag and run right back out the door in a minute?
Yeah. No.
That's
dumb.
absurd.
I see. So it's possible to rig the records even without an accomplice.
I guess it would have been for the culprit to create no out records to avoid any suspicion from the pool. But both mine and Shobai's theory has limitations in that regard. I guess there was a reason for the culprit to do so.
Really? Did Hiroha actually?
Wait, I'm really not the culprit. I never heard of any of this. Shut up. I'm not done with my theory. Now, the next part. Iroha, who has successfully finished her part at the pool, moves the corpse pieces to the Block C monorail station. Later, she herself runs to Block A.
But isn't that the same as Shobai's theory?
Just wait a bit on that. Now's the important part. After Iroha arrives at Block A, she needs to enter the ghost house at 1755. Here, it doesn't really matter that much whether she uses her handbook or Setsuka's, but it was probably better to use her own. I'll explain this a bit later. As I said before, she goes inside, cut the wires of the ghost house fuse box. uses Setsuka's handbook to leave.
Wait. What the hell are you on about? That's exactly what you said was impossible when I brought it up. Setsuka's hand at the monorail station of Block C. How are you going to turn her handbook on?
I was gonna ask that too, but I guess he was faster.
The theory you're trying to propose just substituted the culprit from you to the bubblehead. With everything else, you're basically saying the same stuff.
Thank you, Shobai.
Honestly, can you even hear yourself? You just have to carry the hands, right?
What we just said that was luck. If that even could have worked without being caught.
Yeah.
But Kanade, didn't you say yourself that that was impossible?
It would be impossible for Sis, but it's definitely possible for Roha. Roha actually has a pretty handy tool to hide the hands.
And what's that?
Her hat.
No, that's dumb. That's dumb. I don't think that would work.
What?
She perfectly balanced a hand under her hat. Huh.
No.
Both Sis and I have no ideal space to carry the hands without being seen. The pockets are too small to shove the hands in. If we try to hide it within our clothes, it would stick out and seem unnatural. You'd need to both be seen and also be able to pull it out whenever needed.
Where's Kaede's backpack when you need it?
Yeah. Also, if the hands were cut at the wrist, couldn't you... They have long sleeves on. Couldn't they pull their hands up inside of their sleeves and hold one of the hands with their hand from inside the sleeve
I guess.
to make it look like their hand is sticking out?
I guess.
I don't know. Just a weird theory.
Yeah.
This is a case where every minute and second matters. The hand must have been readily available whenever the situation called for it. And you're suggesting that the hiding place was Aroha's hat? If you put the severed hands on your head and put the hat on top, you would hold it in place and it wouldn't seem unnatural.
That's dumb.
Yeah,
such
I
a-
don't know about this.
That's such a stupid theory.
Not only that, but you could also put it wherever you wanted to turn the handbook on, so it matches every condition I've just mentioned. And technically speaking, Iroha hasn't had a tool but an attire she always wears, so she wouldn't cause any suspicion as well.
So basically, she put the hands on top of her head. Ugh.
Why would I do such a horrible thing? And the one who entered the ghost house was Hibiki, not me. I saw it with my own eyes. That's exactly why I'm suspecting you, Iroha.
I mean, to be fair, I did say that at the beginning of this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one can, like,
No one can
correlate.
prove that.
Yeah, but I'm like, no, this definitely does not seem possible.
Yeah.
If you perhaps lied about seeing my sister, you have no alibi. But I'm the one. Hibiki, tell her the truth.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Shobai, is there anything left bothering you? I'll take that as a no. Then let's continue. Iroha causes a blackout at the ghost house, then moves to the Block A monorail station. When the monorail resumes its operation at 1800, she rides it back to Block C to move the corpse.
I just realized monorail in this context could be a pun, as well as the actual term for what it is.
Yeah.
You get it? You know, monorail, you know? Eh?
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah. That is the same as Shobai's theory. This is the important part. Iraha must have hid the body parts near the ghost house. The place I suspect is the small park in the front of the ghost house. Perhaps in one of the bushes there? Wait, then we're stuck at the same place as before. You guys searched Block A, so if someone had hidden that kind of stuff... Yes, that's why I'm suspecting Iroha. It was Iroha who investigated the park area. Shobai said it just now, didn't he? That all the culprit has to do is hide the corpse in the place where they were supposed to investigate.
I mean, Shobai is right. She literally is just saying the exact same thing he did, just on someone else, not herself.
Yeah.
Because she's basically saying, oh, Aroha could have just said, oh, I searched the area, there was nothing there, when Shobai outright said she could do the same thing, say search the area and it's not there.
Yeah. Well, I was unable to do so because I investigated the place furthest away from the ghost house. The park that Iroha investigated was right across from the ghost house. In terms of distance, she'd have no problems.
She just pretended to investigate and then she lied about there being nothing, just as Shobai said.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Exactly what part am I not making sense to you? But, it was you who told me to investigate the park area. How was I supposed to know beforehand that you would assign me to that place? I see. That was my bad. But I had no idea you were the filthy culprit back then. It seems more likely that she wanted to
Make it look
pin
like she could have done it.
Yeah, that's why she mentioned it in the first place.
Yeah.
However, even if I told you to investigate some other place, wouldn't you have volunteered to investigate the park? What? Anyway, Sora investigated near the ghost house, so the only option left for you was probably the park. So that's why you chose that place. It was a pretty smart act considering it was coming from Iroha. You deserve some praise. No, I said I'm not the culprit. After that, well, you know the Joe, right? She hid the corpse and came back to us. And pretended to join our investigation and carries the corpse from the park to the ghost house. Once Sora leaves this place. That was around 1942. Since the last time she used the ghost house gate, she used Hitsuka's handbook. She used her own handbook to enter the ghost house. That way she'd be able to create an ID from around 1750 without an out record. Also, from here on out, speed is key. As such, since it'll be difficult to use Setsuka's handbook.
There is a massive flaw in this theory.
Like you're thinking of like the message, right?
Hmm.
Trying to think, what are you thinking of specifically?
Where are the blood packs? Are they hidden with the body parts?
Yeah.
Because in this theory, she would have had to carry all of the blood packs and all of the body parts to the ghost house in one trip and set up everything all in the time, all in just a few minutes.
Not possible. And cut the fuse box. Yeah, you're right. It's not possible.
Yeah. So the blood packs would have probably already have to have been hidden in the ghost house before even moving the body
Because there was
parts.
no log of anyone else going in. When could that have been done?
Yeah. Well, the blood packs could have just been stashed behind that screen or something pretty easily.
I guess so.
Right, because even if it was against the wall, those things are pretty small relatively.
Yeah.
So they could have just been put between that thing and the wall, and no one would have noticed a difference.
Well, when did she put them there? In this
I don't
scenario,
know.
when would she have put them there?
That's what I'm saying. Like Iroha couldn't have put them there,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
yeah, there was no time for her to bring the blood packs into the ghost house, according to this theory.
Yeah.
So she would have had to use her own handbook for convenience. This is why I told you before that Iroha would have used her own handbook first. After entering, Iroha prepares the final step to her plan. She puts the body parts on the altar, uses the blood packs to create a bloody mess, and then hides behind the sliding screen near the entrance. After the body announcement, she pretends like she just entered the place, and voila! The corpse moving, the false alibi, to false evidence. She did it all by herself.
This theory goes into the Mekon levels of that's not possible for this person, or really anybody.
Yeah.
But especially for the character in question, it falls just into that same problem. For this person, that's not possible.
Yeah. Iroha? No. I told you I'm not the culprit. Yeah, if seeing Hibiki entering the ghost house was a lie. The hairpin. How can you explain the hairpin from the ghost house? You obviously stole them beforehand. Sister was clearly not herself after the motive reveal yesterday night. Even a toddler would have been able to take them from her. When did I ever have a chance to steal that? You were the ones who told us Hibiki refused to come out of her room this morning. That was still this morning. I have no idea where she was and what she did afterwards. I only met her again after we found the corpse. Or do you have any proof that you didn't meet my sister during that time? Well, that I can't.
I'm not trying to blame you or anything, but didn't you arrive late before the body announcement? The body was found in Block A, yet you arrived even later than Yoruko and Nikkei, who were in Block C. Why is that, I wonder?
But that's because I was the only one who didn't receive Setsuka's message. You told me later that you received a weird message, right? Yoruka was heading toward the ghost house anyways because of that message. That is true, but based on our observation so far, that message was sent by the culprit as well, right? What? Sure, all messages from Setsuka
today were sent by the culprit. That was all the more reason that the culprit needed to carry Satsuka's hand at all times. As I said before, the only person capable of easily transporting Satsuka's hands is Iroha.
Well, this is...
So, Iroha really did it?
Dobai, I'd like to know your thoughts on this.
Her theory itself has no contradictions. But the fact that the bubblehead girl thought of this trick this high level, that itself could be considered a contradiction. That's what you said.
Yeah.
It's basically like, yeah, good plan, except this person's an actual idiot.
Yeah.
He's right. How could someone stupid as me think of a murder this complicated?
Exactly.
You're saying that about yourself? Well, she could have been acting all this time. A wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will.
You mean like you?
Yeah. Not true. I'm innocent. Please believe me. If you claim that you're not the culprit, then where's your rebuttal? This is literally the same situation that we put my sis in. Tell me, what is the difference between you going on about your innocence without any logic to back it up and sis bawling her eyes out? Illogical nonsense!
That expression is even scarier, dude. Dude.
You're asking to be executed.
Seems like Iroha's backed in a corner. Is she really the culprit? Kanade and Shobai did most of the reasoning, and there doesn't seem like there are any contradictions. And I guess they're right. Is this it? That doesn't seem like this can't be it. There's still more that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's still... I don't think we've used any of the bullets so far that we talked about. Silence both the attacking team and the defenders. Have you come to a conclusion? I'm sure you're all aware, since this is the third class trial, but you cannot take back your decision. Now then, everyone, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will that answer be the truth or not? Now vote.
Oh, Mikado out of nowhere. Objection.
Yeah, you have to do your best Phoenix Wright impression.
I'm trying like doing that as Gundam somehow. Yeah. Objection.
What? Interrupting the voting again?
What is it, Mikado?
Something was bothering me all this time, and I finally know what that is. I'm not trying to side with Iroha, but I saw something back then.
Saw what?
According to Kanade's theory, Iroha should have dismembered the corpse between 9:54 and 12:54. Correct. But I saw Iroha goofing around painting pictures near the harbor around 11.
What? Oh yeah, I was drawing pictures at the port at the time. Wait, why weren't you investigating? Well, I thought it would raise my spirits.
That isn't the important part. If Iroha was a port around that time, it means Kanade's theory is completely wrong.
Mikado, I take back every bad thing I've said about you. Thanks for helping me.
I most certainly didn't do it for you. Now that it's come to this, we're back to square one once again. My, what a troublesome situation.
Wait, can we even believe this guy?
What's wrong, bro?
I mean, how can we tell if that's a truth or not when it's Mikado of all people? Mikado has always meddled with us, so this time he might be trying to stop us from getting the answer right.
Excuse me. Why would I lie if not getting the answer right costs me my life?
How should I know? Maybe you're behind all this and did it to survive on your own. After all, you're the one who gave us those motive videos, right?
Shinji's right. You're seriously saying that after all you've done so far? What makes you think you have the right to speak? Don't speak such nonsense. Iroha was definitely at the pool at the time. I'm sorry, but I can't also believe his words that easily.
Oh, we're about to do the debate here.
Yeah, scrum debate.
If it wasn't for his testimony, Kanada's theory is perfect.
But he doesn't gain anything by lying out of this.
If it was anyone else, Shobai even, I would have at least tried to believe it, but... Mikado?
Am I that untrustworthy?
Of course, you're the mastermind for crying out loud. Technically speaking, you're the reason we're doing this class trial in the first place. Once, please believe Mikado. No, please believe in me. I really am innocent.
I'd rather place my trust on a dog's droppings than on him. How cruel of you all.
At least take this seriously.
Is Iroha really the culprit? Iroha does seem like she's telling the truth. Of course, it could be her acting. Mikado is saying he saw Iroha this morning, in the morning. I should think of something as well. Think of information regarding Iroha. That could be the missing key to solving whether or not Iroha is the Blackened. Oh, the spaceship game.
Yeah.
Okay. Logic craft. Okay, I have to know how to control this. Okay, ascend with Z, then release you to send. Okay, 5 or more hits. Okay, so if I get hit 5 times, I fail.
Yeah.
And it refreshes every phase.
Yeah.
Likewise, when your power is extinguished, your health is reduced by 1. The damage, according to the color of the block, is 1 for green, 2 for yellow, and red is death. So I imagine yellow will probably be in this one.
Yeah.
Sky blue blocks are laid on top and on the bottom. If you touch these, you will take 1 damage. If you progress through the stages, a branch will appear. You have approximately 7 seconds to read the question and answer it. Stage we're going to restart. Okay, your aircraft should not descend. You can freely move around. If you break through all 3 stages, you will clear logic craft. Okay, let's see. Let's do it. This is the one you'd probably be better at. I did all right on the second phase last time, but... Oh, geez, dude. Oh, yellow ones, dude. Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, I'm alive.
Okay. At least the hitboxes on the squares are actually slightly smaller than the squares themselves.
Okay. Oh, okay, that was a little not fair.
Tricky,
Oh, come on! I tried to tap it. Oh, I'm getting hit. Oh, I didn't get hit there. How did I not get hit there?
Yeah.
Okay, please take me to the thing, please. Okay. Okay, question 1. Before the parade, when was the last time we met Iroha?
Oh man.
I think it was breakfast.
Yeah.
I think it was breakfast. Yes. Okay, I got it. Skadoosh. Alright, and my health is refueled.
Refused.
Refused, yeah. Oh, whoa, dang. Okay, the hitbox is very generous on some of these.
Yeah.
I guess
think
it makes
only
sense.
hits the spaceship.
Shoot. Okay, we're okay. Okay, don't hit these. I cannot hit these yellow ones. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's better to hit the top than
the yellows.
yellow.
Okay, that's
Oh,
fine.
man.
I'll live with that. Oh, crud. I'm getting hit with that. Okay, I'm alive. I made it through.
Okay.
I couldn't really do much there.
Yeah.
Okay, what did we do with Iroha during breakfast? Oh, drank her coffee. This is what I was getting at.
Yeah. Like, how does... Yeah. Oh.
That was why they tried to drug her.
Oh, to make it look like... Oh.
Like she wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
No one would have been able to prove that she was just asleep in her room.
Oh, crud. Oh, crud. Okay. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh, that was close.
Okay, I'm alive, I'm alive.
Okay. Doing pretty decent. Doing pretty decent.
Oh, how did I not hit that one?
Oh, I don't know how you didn't hit that. You went straight through that block. I'll take it though. I'll take it. Okay, you're almost.
Oh yeah, baby, perfect.
Nice, nice, perfect.
Yeah, how did I hit that one?
You went straight through that block, I swear.
What happened after we drank a Rojas coffee? We suddenly felt sleepy.
Yeah.
Just turned Super Saiyan. Genius. I knew I was onto something with that coffee thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense now.
Genius.
Why they wanted to drug her. Because they wanted to frame her like she could have been there.
Yeah. Genius. 90 for that. So, I don't know how I got 90 when I didn't lose any points for anything, but
Yeah, maybe that's the perfect score for this one.
I don't know. Unless it is literally just don't hit anything. But it feels like it would tell
Yeah.
you. It feels like it would tell you if you lost points for hitting something.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you do have to be absolutely perfect to get a 100.
Oh well.
Wait,
Wait, everyone. Well, what's wrong, Sora? This just came to me, and it doesn't have anything to do with Mikado. But Iroha may not be the culprit.
Sora, thank you.
What? What's up with you? Actually, something very suspicious happened this morning. After breakfast, I was going to start my investigation when a sudden wave of irresistible sleep came over me. I told you about the reason I was late for the parade, remember?
Oh, I do. You suddenly felt very sleepy when you.
Basically.
But his face is hanging out in the corner.
Yeah.
When you woke up, it was evening, right?
But it's not like you were awake all night, right? And you slept through it all afternoon, even when you drank coffee for breakfast. That's exactly it. I saw Iroha wasn't drinking her coffee during breakfast. I thought it was a waste, and naturally being a fan of coffee, I drank her coffee instead.
Being a can of coffee.
Yeah. I presume it was supposed to be fan.
Yeah.
I was okay up until then, but after that I felt incredibly sleepy, like I was drugged. I knew I was onto something when that happened.
Yeah.
I knew it. It was an unnatural wave of sleep.
You did?
So what are you trying to say? Someone drugged the coffee with sleeping pills? Exactly.
What?
Now listen carefully. The coffee I drank was meant for Iroha, right? What would have happened if Iroha drank the coffee instead?
Well, Iroha would have slept till evening.
Then that would mean that Iroha wouldn't have an alibi from the morning till evening, right? Huh?
Huh?
Wait, so someone tried to use sleeping drugs to prevent Iroha from having an alibi?
Sorry for interrupting this, but was there anything like sleeping drugs on this island? There were some at the pharmacy section at the mart. I always checked all the items there, but I didn't notice a difference in number.
Do you open the packages and check the insides? Yeah, if it's pills, then someone could have easily opened
the
one.
bottle.
Yeah, especially one in the back.
On the shelf.
Yeah, just open one in the back and put it back on the shelf. Take one or two out, and you wouldn't notice they're gone.
Yeah. Well, I can't. It would take forever if I did that every day.
For a cup of coffee, one pill should be enough. They probably didn't even need to take the whole package.
Anyways, let me get this straight. You drank a cup of coffee that was drugged with sleeping pills?
But why would someone prevent Iroha from having an alibi? What would they gain from that? Wait, I know. There is someone who would benefit from all this. Someone who's trying to frame Iroha by preventing any alibis. Right. If Iroha's the culprit, it doesn't make sense that the coffee she was trying to drink was drugged. Iroha's not the culprit. The culprit was the person who was trying to make Iroha drink that coffee.
Wait, if Sora drank the coffee that was originally intended for Iroha, then Iroha being outside during morning was something unexpected even for the culprit, right?
That's right. So Mikado's account of seeing Iroha around 11 is something entirely possible. How could you not believe me? I am so disappointed in all of you.
Hold on. If Aroha is not the culprit, then the real Blackened is...
It's something that just came to me. But if we use this info and reverse the thought process, we can easily track down the culprit. The culprit's identity. The culprit is someone who had drugged Iroha's coffee. The culprit is someone who's been trying to frame Iroha by erasing her alibi. Someone who was trying to frame her just now. So are we going with Kanade again?
Yep.
That face again.
Oh.
Face again. The culprit was someone who was pressing on Iroha until just now. Kanade Otonokoji, it's you. Okay, the face is gone. Wait, hold on. I thought Little Sis explained how she couldn't be the culprit.
I'm grateful you proved my innocence, but Kanade being the culprit?
But that being said, Kanade did act weird during breakfast. Usually she would have chased after her sis right away when Hibiki left. But she didn't. But didn't she hesitate a bit? I told you that was something important.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that, like, she was acting really weird.
Yeah.
About, like, you know, trying... When people said, like, do something for Hibiki and she was hesitant. I knew there was something to that.
Yeah.
I'm picking up on these things. Maybe you picked up on it too, I just don't remember if you outright said that. But maybe you did. I don't want to discredit you at all.
Yeah.
I knew there was
I've
something
been
to that.
pictures of her early on.
Yeah.
Sis?
I'm going to take a rest in my room.
Wait, sis, where are you going? You haven't even finished your breakfast.
Hibiki's condition seems to be getting worse. Come to think of it, she broke down the most out of everyone yesterday.
He became very dependent after Emma's case, or very dependable after Emma's case, but she seems to have reverted back to her old self. Oh, we can't help it. Seems like everyone except Aroha has finished their meals, so let's get moving. Kana, you stay at Biki's side for now. What? But... You don't have to mind us. She's your family, right? You should be there for her. Go on. Alright then.
I knew there was something to that.
She reluctantly followed once Setsuka told her to.
I assume that is to make sure Iroha drank her coffee or not. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Kanade, it was Sora who actually drank the coffee. So she
That's
probably
why
just
she-
presumed that she had done it.
Yeah, she didn't know that Iroha didn't drink the coffee because, yeah, Setsuka made her leave earlier than she wanted to.
Yeah.
And she probably didn't expect Hibiki to leave that early either.
No.
So that probably threw a complication in her plan.
Yeah. If Kanade really is the culprit and considering her personality, she would have made sure that Iroha did in fact drink the sleeping pills. But how is that possible? Just how unlucky can you get? Well, aren't all matters like that? Something that shouldn't have happened somehow did, while something that should doesn't happen at all.
Bullshit.
What?
Shobai, and now you. What is it with you people trying to frame me as the culprit? I shared my theory, showed you all the contradictions, and through my reasoning proved that Iroha is the culprit. Just how much rebuttal would it take for you to be satisfied? But Sora has a point. If Iroha had fallen asleep with that drug, she would have been confirmed as the culprit without a doubt. Really? Do we have to take the long way? Alright, fine, I'll show you. First, the fact that the coffee was drugged is a stretch. It's not like I was the only one who prepared the meal. How could I have drugged the coffee that Mikado had prepared?
It isn't impossible. Teruya would know just how quickly Mikado prepares our meals.
Oh yeah, Sora and I arrived early in the morning for breakfast a few days ago. And the meal was prepared even before the morning announcement.
Oh yes, I do. You know what they say, the early chef dominates the culinary world.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite quote.
Yeah. I prepare the food way in advance before you even wake up. You heard him. So if you arrive at the diner before everyone else wakes up, you would have ample time to drug Iroha's coffee.
But you wouldn't really know where Aroha will actually sit, would you?
That probably isn't the case because I usually sit at the same place. In fact, most of us usually sit at the same place every morning, don't we? True, unless the seat owners died and someone sat there instead. That was usually it.
After hearing what you lot have to say, things are starting to make sense. The 3 hours of space between 9:54 and 12:54. That time was deliberately left blank by that girl to frame Bubblehead. So that she can say that it was time Bubblehead spent on dismemberment. But just how unlucky can you get? The Bubblehead was actually seen by Makoto Sonoji. By the irony of fate.
That's how it goes sometimes. I mean,
Yeah.
I think you mentioned this. I don't know if it was on stream or off stream, but sometimes these plans are so well thought out that there has to be an element of luck for the player to actually be able to piece the final things together.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned with like Gundam's case in the Funhouse, like the only reason we figured out was because Fuyuhiko happened to not be able to sleep that particular night.
Yeah.
And it just sometimes has to happen that way. And I said, I think it is fair because real life is not all scripted. Like there is a aspect of randomness to every decision in a complex plan.
Yeah.
Like you can't predict, like you can predict and plan all you want, but sometimes there are things that just happen that you can't predict and can't control.
Yeah.
Didn't Iroha just mention that it was Kanade who assigned her to look around the park near the ghost house? Come to think of it, perhaps it was also something she did in advance to frame Iroha. Not all. Iroha wasn't invited to the chat room that was created from Setsuka's handbook. They probably separately told Iroha to come to the Mirror Mansion so Iroha could see Hibiki entering the ghost house. And later claimed that Iroha was lying, making everyone suspect her.
Told ya. The culprit is Kanade Otonokoji. Obviously that Bubblehead can't come up with a trick of this level.
He's making fun of me, isn't he?
Well, I mean, to be fair, you being an idiot's what's saving you right now.
Yeah. Yeah, if she was actually smart, then no one would believe her.
Yeah.
Hold on. This trial is a bit tough. The culprit keeps changing. I don't know who's telling the truth or not.
One thing is for sure. Sora consuming the sleeping pills and Mikado witnessing Aroha can't be coincidences. And the ones who orchestrated that was Kanade. So Kanade really is the culprit?
Kanade. Kanade.
Okay. Okay, yes, yeah. Alright, sure.
Kanade?
Yes. It seems like you used your damn stupid brains to reach a conclusion. As you said, I don't have any logical rebuttal against this. As all of this is just presumption, I have no evidence against this, yes. But being the generous and merciful, I will go over your stupid delusions. Yes, suppose I did drug Iroha's coffee, yes? Then, how do we go back to when Shobai was suspecting me as the culprit, yes? Yes, try to deduce things under the preposition that I am the culprit. Yes. Just how did I murder Setsuka? Quite an unsolvable mystery, yes? Yes. Yes. Why isn't anyone answering? Yes.
I don't know why she doesn't have eyes in that sprite.
Yeah.
Yes, come on, answer me. Yes, yes, yes.
Well... Whoa! What the heck?
What?
What is going on with her
I,
eyes?
who cannot carry the hands, I, who cannot hide the corpse near the ghost house. I, who was with you all throughout the entire parade.
Yeah, I don't think anyone who's just being accused of murder would make this face.
Yeah. Suddenly...
Maybe except Toko.
Yeah. I'm now really sad that Rick isn't here to see this. I wonder how he would react to all this. I'm gonna send him the link for this. I'm gonna send him a video of this, of a link to this video, so he can watch it just to see what he thinks.
Yeah.
Explain to me how the hell I managed to kill Setsuka despite all these alibis and move the damn corpse, anyone? Yes?
She's pulling a Celeste, where like she kind
Yeah.
of did this at the end, where she kind of went crazy.
Yeah.
Shobai, Sora, Yuki, anyone? Come on, let's hear it.
Yeah, how else do you react to that?
Yeah.
Kanade, you're scaring me.
Oh, my dear sis. Relax. There's no way that I'm the culprit. You're not the culprit either. We're completely innocent, so there's nothing to worry about.
I was right also that these two would be relevant in Chapter 3. I was right about that, at least.
Yeah.
I'll solve everything for you. I will.
Alright, nobody spoke another word. Was it because we were intimidated by the sheer insanity of Kanade? Partly that, but Kanade wasn't just raging upon us without any logic. It was completely different from the breakdowns of the other culprits. There were simply just too many contradictions to point at her as the culprit. Even if she really was the culprit, her defense against that truth was too hard for us to break.
My, cat got your tongue. Everyone, try to focus. Maybe we've all missed some sort of clue. I don't want to die just as much as you guys, so let's start this over again. Now, let's put our heads together on this.
It's impossible. There's too many contradictions if we assume Kanade is the culprit.
Maybe Kanade really isn't the culprit, and of course me too. Wait, what about the deal? What about the deal with the sleeping pills? If Kanade wasn't the one who drugged the coffee, then who was it?
I honestly think it's possible that Sora could have lied about this. We only have Sora's words to back it up, right? But if Sora was lying, then there goes my account's credibility again. As if you had any credibility to begin with.
But that isn't the only thing that made Kanade suspicious.
Not to mention that Kanade didn't outright deny the fact about the sleeping pills. I have no idea what's going on and who's right or wrong.
Shobai, any ideas?
I thought you saw me as shit. Now you're running back to me because you're out of ideas. Well, the main problem is how the culprit was able to move the corpse to the ghost house.
I think we got to this point like an hour and a half before these guys.
It was like 3 hours ago.
I think we already pieced this together.
Yeah. If we think about the whole timeline, the concept of hiding the corpse in Block A is entirely impossible. Still, they must have used the monorails, but we've missed something here. Something. Oh, I got it. I know the culprit. It's Mikado. Mikado used magic to teleport the corpse inside the ghost house. He keeps talking about the school rules preventing him from using magic, but who knows if that rule is actually fake?
Iroha, I might kindly ask what the actual F.
Or maybe there was a secret passage they used to transport the corpse.
Iroha, maybe it's best if you stay quiet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's probably a good option. Don't lose your focus, Iroha. That's not a theory. It's a game theory.
Game theory.
That's just your delusions. But I can understand where she's coming from. There really is no logical way that this could have happened. Ported
Finally.
inside. Secret passageway. The ghost house was shaped like...
Shobai?
I got it.
Finally, you people caught up what we were doing. What we were
There is a way. There is a way that Kanade Okonokoji can move the corpse.
Really? What is it?
The problem is solved if you move the corpse inside the ghost house without using the gates. There is one passageway in the ghost house that matches this condition. No way.
Yeah, wait. Was I right all along?
No way, bro. Are they about to say that she threw the parts into the fireplace?
Down the chimney? Dude, that was
What?
Are we about to say that?
Is
Wait,
that what
no,
you're about
that
to
would be
say?
possible. Wait, no, that would be right because they said Kanade is insanely accurate.
Yeah. I'm not saying that that's impossible for her character, but out of all the things that I come up with, that is not one that I would have predicted.
Yeah, dude.
To be fair, it would probably be more obvious if we could have see this place in 3D to see how where the actual smoke or whatever comes out.
Mm-hmm.
But still, yeah, that's out of all the ways I thought they would have got the body parts in there, throwing them in the fireplace chimney was
Going full Santa Claus here?
was not on my bingo card.
No. A passageway in
Yeah.
the ghost house that connects to the outside other than the gates? Yes, perhaps. There is the one thing inside the ghost house if we could pinpoint that.
No way. That's crazy.
Dude. The chimney. What? Shoba, are you perhaps referring to the chimney? There was a fireplace in the ghost house. If there's a fireplace, then that means there was a chimney that connects to the outside.
Bingo.
That's your bingo
You
card
throw
right
the
there.
corpse through the chimney, the corpse would get thrown down to the fireplace. If the fire was put out, it wouldn't stand out. it would be near the altar as well.
Huh? The chimney? You're kidding me, right? What an astounding turn of events.
By throwing the corpse through the chimney during the parade, you don't have to hide them beforehand. You can enter empty-handed at 1942 after the white-hair girl leaves the ghost house. The corpse is already in the fireplace, so you just have to move them to the altar and flood the place with the blood packs. Just in case, did you search the fireplace when you were investigating the ghost house?
No, I didn't think Setsuko was dead at that time. Well, I investigated the places that a living human could naturally be. Not to mention that it was especially dark near the fireplace.
Alright, so no contradictions there. How's this, twins? A new challenge for you. Let's see you sing and dance around this one.
Alright, finally we're getting somewhere. So,
Alright.
we've only got a few more left. Used antibiotics, bruised corpse, pinned by the flower bed, unknown plastic bag. Shinji's account. Okay, let's see what we got here. The culprit threw the corpse through the chimney.
Okay.
But is that actually possible? Nope, it's absolute nonsense. There weren't any clues left in the fireplace. Okay, no, I know what we're supposed to.
Oh, there's the bags.
Yeah, where is it? How would you even throw a corpse into a fireplace that high? A place that high? I guess the culprit rode a plane or something. Yes. I honestly agree that's a bit too far. My magic could have pulled it off, sure, but I am bound by these cursed rules. Why would you stop distracting us with your nonsense and just shut up? Not waste this chance. Listen to the contradictions in Kanade's words. I'm pretty sure this is the one we're supposed to shoot.
Yeah.
We found something in the fireplace. Haha!
Yeah.
Genius. Finally getting somewhere. I've noticed the puzzles are really spread out in this trial.
Yeah, they are. There's a lot of talking.
Yeah, because we had that whole spiel with Kanade, then the whole spiel with Shobai, on 2 separate occasions, taking up about a third of this whole trial.
And then the whole spear with Aroha.
Yeah. Wait a second, about that fireplace. There was a suspicious black plastic bag near the fireplace. I'm not sure what it could be, but I'm positive it wasn't there from the start.
Plastic bags near the fireplace? What's the deal with that?
If we deduce that based on Shobai's theory, that bag would probably be the ones that may contain the body parts. The ones that contain the body parts. If you did that voice clip, I didn't hear it.
Oh. Is it? Eek!
Yeah.
Fireplace was always lit, at least until the culprit turned it off. If that bag was there before, it would have long burnt away. The bag was put there after the fire was put out. In other words, the day of the crime. There is other evidence that they threw the corpse through the chimney.
Maybe that's why the bones were broken. Yeah, maybe that's why
the bruises,
yeah.
The
I like how
bruises on the body.
Yeah, I like how we came to that conclusion at the exact same moment.
Yeah. The ghost house is a lot higher than you think. If the corpse fell through that high of a height, there must be some traces left on the body.
Traces on the body. If the culprit threw the corpse into a place that high, the corpse would definitely have some traces of it. That evidence is this. So how many have we not used at this point? I'm just going through what we have left.
No, so
we've used this.
Corpse.
We just used this. We've used the screen, I think. We haven't used this. We've used this, this. No, I haven't used that. And these.
3, so 4.
And we're about to use 1 right now.
Yeah, so we'll have 3 left.
You're talking about the bruises on the corpse, right, Shobai? Here, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be like back in like 1 minute. We're getting to the climax here, folks. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Alright.
You're talking about the bruises on the corpse, right, Shobai?
You bet.
Bruises?
While Setsuka's body was cut into pieces, each piece had some traces of bruises. It even said so in the monochrome file. If the body fell straight through the roof, like Shobai said, it would be natural that there would be a few broken bones here and there. Conversely, there would be no explanation for those bruises if it didn't fall through the chimney. I didn't even think about how that would have correlated. About how the bruises fit into this whole thing.
Yeah, I've been wondering about them the entire time we've been talking about it, but I can never quite place how they fit into everything. I
Yeah.
assume they were part of like moving the body parts around, but I couldn't quite place how, like, why they would have occurred.
Yeah. The murder weapon was something sharp, so it's unlikely that those bruises would have occurred otherwise.
What nonsense are you on about? The chimney? You guys said it yourself. The ghost house is pretty tall. Considering the inclination of the building, it would be impossible to even climb up the damn thing. So, how would someone manage that?
I honestly have to agree. After all, the ghost house is the tallest building out of everything in Block A. There's no place taller than the ghost house. Then how would you manage to throw something into the top of it?
There is one place you can reach higher than the ghost house.
What?
Some
station,
place,
right?
someplace aforementioned in my theory.
You're talking about the station, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. The monorail. The monorail goes right past the ghost house roof. Are you seriously suggesting that they threw the corpse while riding on the monorails? No, I'm not suggesting it. It's the only possible way.
That laugh again.
I'm sorry. This isn't a fantasy world. Would you like me to get you incarnated in another world? Yeah, about that. I have someone otherworldly right next to me.
I'm not a fantasy creature. Treating me in such a way is a cruel, insensitive act that ignores everything I've done so far. Not to be that guy here, but I think it's impossible too. The monorail is pretty slow, granted, but it is still a moving device. If they missed the shot, all would go to waste. Would they risk that kind of shot on a moving platform? Throw the corpse at a chimney when the monorail goes past it. Is this truly possible for a human being and a high schooler of all people? If there is any proof that this was possible for Kanade, then Shobai's theory would basically be confirmed. Let's trace our memories back. If I can recall any memory related to Kanade's physical abilities. Yeah, we know what this is. We talked about this from the start. Okay, I'm trying to think of what the word would be here. Okay, please don't screw us over this time, game. I know what they're probably getting at.
Yeah.
If they're talking about like something that gave us a clue, like darts, like her with the darts, but I don't know what specifically it would. I'd have to see the letters.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd have to see the letters here. How many spaces do we get? Okay.
Well, some of the spaces.
Hibiki's rim. I didn't even see the words. It's Hibiki's.
Remay.
Do you remember where all the stuff was?
Oh, Hibiki's rematch.
Yeah. Okay.
It was.
This is the H, right?
It was an HI down at the bottom right corner.
I think the other one was like up here somewhere.
Yeah, I think you're right on it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're running out of time. Where's the B? The B was like right here.
There was a B. Is it a BI?
It's BI.
Right?
Yeah. Hibi. Yeah. BI. We're running out of time. Hurry up.
Left center.
This one?
No, all the way left. All the way left.
Okay.
And then
we're not gonna get it.
Next to the bottom right corner.
Okay, we're not gonna get it. Dang it.
Okay.
Okay, where is the last one? Let's get these first.
KE.
Okay,
right.
where was okay, they're right here. And down here. Hibiki's
What would be
remake?
It'd be what, KE?
Yeah.
Remark. Oh, Ribiki's remark.
Remark.
Oh,
okay.
RK.
Okay, where is it?
It's under the one you're at right now.
Oh no, it's not.
No, you. What? Why did you go down?
But you said under the one I was on.
Yes, that one.
Okay, I thought you meant under it. Okay.
No, like literally under it.
Okay.
And then it was in the center. It was in the dead center.
Okay. Okay. When you said under, I thought you meant like down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's still better than what we did last time. It didn't screw us by luck, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's still better than like, what was it, 35 last time?
Yeah.
Okay. Hibiki's remark. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm a lot better at that one than the actual Hangman parent.
I'm a lot better at the actual Hangman.
Yeah.
I'm usually good at match cards, but when I'm like trying to like think of what the word is, like
and trying to remember all the letters. It's
yeah, like
hard,
when I'm trying to like multitask with that, I kind of struggle with doing that specifically.
Yeah. Honestly, I think in general it's probably harder than
Yeah.
the regular
Yeah.
hangman in a lot of aspects.
For one, there's a lot less of a time limit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is proof. It might have been possible to throw a corpse into the chimney for Kanade. What? Really? Hibiki. Hibiki, listen to me. What? You told me on the first day on the third island at the casino, remember? That Kanade's accuracy is impeccable. She always hits her target. That one time, she even scored a goal from the school rooftop onto the sports grounds basketball rim. I doubt that the casino is the best place to make a profit out of. I know, that's why Kanade is throwing the darts. What does that have to do with anything? Lo and behold, Kanade here is actually the semi-ultimate thrower. Darts are child's play to her. Huh? I never knew she had such a talent. Kanade's amazing. One time she even scored a goal from the school rooftop onto the sports grounds basketball rim.
Is that even possible? Wait, if it is...
Yes.
Love Kanade's expressions just hanging on the other side of your Ruko.
Yeah. Yes,
I like to imagine she's just making that big smile the entire time Sora's talking.
Yeah. Yes, throwing the corpse in the chimney while on a monorail should be a piece of cake.
I knew Kanade had such an ability. Is it really true, Hibiki?
Well, it is true. Kanade has always...
Shut up, Hibiki!
Eek.
You should have just kept quiet. What are you getting so flustered for? Your reaction just gave credibility to what your sister said.
Come to think of it, Kanade looked a little flustered with that remark. At the time, I thought it was because she couldn't keep up with Hibiki's pace. But thinking back now, she might have already thought of this plan way back then.
Way back then? That was a few days ago. So she was already planning to murder someone even before then?
That would mean Kanade thought of this trick as soon as she understood the structure of Satsuki Land. Aren't you the scary type?
If that's true, it's actually possible for Kanade to commit the murder. Actually, she's the only one who has those abilities amongst us, is Kanade. So the murder would be impossible for anyone other than her.
Kanade?
Stupid sis. Well, I'll let that pass. It doesn't really matter. Even if I had used the method to move the corpse inside the ghost house, the monorail was active during 800 and 1900, the only time possible for the culprit to throw the corpse. Have you all forgotten? That time was when the parade was going on.
Well, that's right, come to think of it. Now this is finally where we're getting into our theory. That's right, come to think of it. Kanade watched the parade with us. So it wouldn't make sense for her to also be on the monorail throwing corpses at that time. We ourselves here are witnesses.
Wait, that means we're stuck again? Did Shobai make another mistake?
Wait, but Miss Little Sis didn't deny the chimney theory. To be honest, the reaction she just showed wasn't something from a totally innocent person.
I'm not the culprit. I just didn't feel the need to object to every single detail. I have an alibi after all.
It seemed like we've hit yet another roadblock.
Gonna act like that. Two could play at that game. Everything would make sense if she was able to ride the monorail at that time, right?
I told you I was watching the parade. The others were all witnesses.
But was that really you?
Yeah, this is what we were talking about at the beginning.
Yeah. What do you mean? Stupid shits. You got fooled once last time. This is literally the same trick, dickheads. Last time? You mean when Emma disguised herself as Kokoro? That's right, Bubblehead. Don't you all get it by now? Recall who I suspected as an accomplice when Kanade Okona... My brain's too tired to say those words. Otono Koji.
Can't be. Hibiki disguised herself as Kanade?
What? No, wait. It's entirely impossible. It isn't entirely impossible. It actually makes sense.
Hibiki and Kanade are identical twins. A bit of disguise and no one will be able to tell them apart. I mean, yeah, all you gotta do is, like, you know, change the hairstyle, stuff a little bit of, like, put a little something inside the bra, you know, and then you pretty much got, you pretty much got Kanade.
Yeah. Hibiki doesn't have an alibi today. So if she was disguised as Kanade, then the person without an alibi throughout the day was actually Kanade.
We should double check just in case. Has anyone seen Hibiki even once after this morning? Nobody. I hope that you're not just ignoring me this time.
The case had already started this morning. Of course, no one has seen them. They basically switched their alibis through disguise.
First time we saw Kanade after breakfast was during the parade. So the Kanade we met there was probably Hibiki. The real Kanade was riding the monorails moving the corpse.
Admit it, Kanade Otono Koji. You're just not some ordinary high schooler. You're smart, cunning, and careful. Even more so than me. Beats me why such a talented girl is in a band for some reason. But you lay your guard down. Sure. You would have put up a pretty high wall, but you've left some holes here and there. Well, my turn is over. It's yours now. Any rebuttals? I haven't had such a battle like that in ages. It was honestly a bit of fun. Though it hurts my pride that I had to get some help from the likes of you all along the way.
You're admitting that. I thought that you would just try to take all the credit.
I told you, I'm a calculative guy. We'll die a happy death if I make a mistake while I stubbornly press on with my own theory. It's much more efficient to give up your pride and put your brains together in these cases.
To think that you'd be on the same wavelength as us. I think this is the first time you've spoken this much. Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah. But it doesn't change the fact that you all were hopeless as shit until I took over the stage. You had to rub it in.
I think we've only have 2 more bullets left.
Yeah.
I think it's the dolls and the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are the only 2 things we haven't used. Because we used the fireplace and used the bag.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only 2 things that we have left that we haven't used.
Yeah.
Kanade?
So let me get this straight. The one watching the parade is actually Sis, and I was actually the one on the monorails, yes? While the monorails went past the ghost house, I threw the corpse into the chimney. Congratulations, you've gotten everything wrong.
Another rebuttal? Would you please just give me a break? You're definitely the culprit here.
If you lack the brains to think, then don't talk at all. People like you are the reason the term trash journalism exists.
What did you just...
Finally, someone who knows how to put up a real fight. Come at me.
Now, I'm going to start with the throwing corpse part and go through everything from there. Tetsuka's dismembered body consists of the head, the torso, each hand, arms, legs, and the feet. So 10 pieces altogether. Now, here's a simple question. How many times does the monorail go past the ghost house during its 1 hour run?
Is it 4?
Yeah.
So I think it's 15-minute loops.
Yeah. I don't know.
What?
You're not seriously suggesting that I threw all 10 pieces in one go, are you? The monorail is quite slow, but it's still as fast as a speeding bike. To summarize it, you can only throw one piece at a time each time you go past the ghost house. According to Shobai's theory, the culprit starts off at Block C to ride 1 heading to Block A, right? They throw their first piece here, and after 15 minutes, where it takes a round trip, they throw the next one. They throw each piece at each round trip at the 30, 45, 60-minute mark. Wait, who would have guessed it? Our precious hour has already passed, with 4 round trips. And the monorail isn't even active for the next hour. What are we to do with the remaining 6 pieces? How are we going to explain this? Well,
She definitely makes a point. The idea of throwing a corpse into the chimney was remarkable, but the number of throws needed is far too much.
we have a much bigger problem at hand, really. Throwing the corpse inside the chimney is actually impossible for a different reason. Sure, the legs, arms, hands, and feet are all small enough to fit inside the passageway. And the head, well, she did have a relatively small head, so let's let that pass. But what about the torso?
This was one thing I've been thinking about.
Yeah.
Because the torso would have been significantly larger and heavier
Mm-hmm.
than any of the other items. And even if you're a good thrower, throwing something as heavy as a human torso, I think would be pretty difficult.
Yeah, that's the one thing. Yeah.
Especially from a moving platform. And was it even big enough? Or was it too big to even fit in a chimney?
Do you think that her torso would have been able to fit inside that small of a chimney? Is it not possible?
Her torso was missing an abdomen, right? Then wouldn't it fit without it?
You can break the joints to fit any other piece of the body, but you can't do that with the body. Not to mention, her chest area was particularly larger than everyone else. That part would surely get stuck halfway through.
So you're gonna play that card, eh?
Then you can just smooth the torso separately, through the gates as normal? But how? The reason you're talking about this damn chimney theory is because passing through the gates is particularly impossible, remember? If you want to prove this theory, you need to be able to move each and every body part through the chimney.
With whatever reasoning we throw at Kanade, she vigorously defends back. If we can't penetrate through this defense, we won't be able to accuse her as the culprit. As Shobai admitted, he can't win against Kanade alone. Let's think through this together. Okay, let's see what we have left. We should be able to know what we haven't used yet. There's only like a couple.
Yeah. Unless they're reusing ones.
Monoprofile, Parade, Shinji's account, Poolgate Records. I'm pretty sure it's the dolls. Or the... I don't think it's the... Oh, we forgot about the pins, too.
Yeah.
The torso does not fit in the chimney. In other words, you would need to move the torso in a different way. Of course, such a way doesn't exist. You could have just taken the torso separate. When Kanade was busy throwing corpses, Hibiki moves to the ghost house with the torso. Impossible. I was watching the parade then. Even if that was Sis in disguise, at least one of us needs to watch the parade. But then, by that logic, who was the person that watched the parade? Separately, and hid somewhere. I couldn't remember what that said. Hid it somewhere. Impossible, you can only throw 4 pieces in total. There are 6 pieces excluding the torso, so there's too much risk. Then we're out of options. If we exclude the chimney theory, there are no other ways to move the torso. And even if the chimney option is made, it's impossible by the Monroe schedule. Inclusion, I am not the culprit. I know what it is. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Is this really a contradiction? Were we really wrong? There must be room for rebuttals. Let's look through the evidence again. I think I know what it is. I'm pretty sure it's this on the last thing she says.
Mm-hmm.
Fire. Aha! We were onto this like 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Well, I was onto this like before we even started the trial.
Yeah. I think we both
I mentioned this all the way back during the investigation.
Mm-hmm. I think we both been like had our moments in this trial of picking up on things.
And I knew as soon as they mentioned that you could put stuff in the dolls, that was going to be used to move someone's dead body.
Yeah. I still don't know what the pins are for. No, Kanade, there is a way to move the torso without throwing it in the chimney. Moreover, by doing this, you could also move the torso from Block C to Block A without getting caught.
Does such a way really exist? Impossible. There's no such way.
Well, there is. It's by using the parade dolls. Parade dolls? This was just a spark of an idea, but the dolls move on their own, and they are empty inside. So if you put the torso inside the dolls of the storehouse at Block C before the parade, the torso will automatically get sent with the parade without gathering suspicion.
I'm impressed, Whitney, or Whitey.
Whitey.
I'm impressed, Whitey. That was what I was going to say. In addition to what she said, the torso would inevitably arrive at Block A's storehouse after the parade, which is exactly the place Kanade Otono Koji was supposed to investigate during your search.
Bum bum bum.
Oh, so she had a way of retrieving it back.
Then the torso was hiding inside the storehouse. And in the 6-minute gap between 1936, when Sora left, and at 1942, she went inside the ghost house during this time to retrieve the torso.
Yeah. In addition to that, Hibiki Otono Koji was probably hiding in the storehouse as well. When the white hair gang started to search Block A, that girl headed straight to the storehouse.
He's really obsessed with that white hair thing.
Yeah.
I mean, his hair is... I guess it's more gray than white.
Yeah, it's like a gray.
With some black on the top.
Yeah. And switch places with the real Kanade Otono Koji. After that, the littler shit confirms that Albino left the ghost house and signals this to her sis using the handbook. And the little shit who was standing by with the torso in the storehouse heads straight to the ghost house. Meanwhile, the littler shit returns to the white hair gang.
We previously thought that 6 minutes would be too short of a time to move the corpse between the storehouse and the ghost house. However, that was because we considered moving all the body pieces. If it was just the torso, it would have definitely been possible.
Amazing, Sora. And so what? As previously mentioned, the monorail only passes through the ghost house 4 times in the span of an hour. We have 5 more body pieces to take care of, even excluding the torso. How are we to move this?
Well,
Yeah, about your crap about the monorails.
oh, I think I know. There are 2 trains that run at once.
Yes. So
They
you
could have
could
planned
just
the
hop on
schedule
one and go in
around.
the other direction.
Yeah. Haha, I'm picking up on things.
Mm-hmm. You mean 7 times, not 4, you little lying shit. What? How come? It takes 15 minutes for a round trip, and the monorail becomes inactive for 1 hour. There are 2 different kinds of the monorail, one for each direction. To go past the ghost house, you need to take the track between Block A and C. Simply said, if you transfer between the 2 monorails to ride only the track between Block A and C, then there is no need for a full round trip. What?
Wait. How did the order and the direction of the monorails go again?
Hold on a second. I had it written down just in case. Here it is. At every other hour, the monorail starts at block. I'm
I think
assuming
it's supposed to be block
C.
Or C.
Yeah, C, and goes the path BCAC. And 5 minutes later, another monorail takes its departure towards the other direction.
Hold on, so if we draw out the timetable,
We're wasting time. Here, give me that. I'll draw it for you.
okay. So they both start in B.
Yes.
So one goes BAC, the other goes BCA.
Yeah. And we're looking for how many times does it pass station A?
So the first one
Right.
is 1, 2, 3, 4 for the first train, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 for the second one. But presumably one of those times it couldn't be used. They said 7.
Yeah. Yeah, if you start on train 1 at platform B, you'd be able to, through it once, get off at C, take C back to A. You wouldn't be able to use the one at A yet, right? So you would take that one to C, get off at AC, A. I don't know.
I think we get the idea.
Probably doing this wrong, but yeah, you basically get on and off the trains to go past A multiple times. The focal point here is starting from 1800. The culprit was standing by with the corpse at
Okay, so the
Block
first one
C
missed.
station.
Okay, the first one missed is either they couldn't get on train 1's first A route.
Yeah.
So, but they can get
So
on the
they
other
would've
7. They can get on the other
been-
7.
Yeah. At the Block C station. When the train heading to Block A at 1810, she rides this to Block A. Here, she'll go past the ghost house for the first time. She throws one of the pieces here. One down. She arrives at Block A at 18:15 and waits 5 minutes on the platform of the train heading to the opposite direction. When the train eventually arrives, she rides it back to Block C. During that time, she passes through the ghost house again. 2 down. Block C again at 18:25, but this time the train she'll transfer has already arrived. She transfers right away to head to Block A. 3 down. If you repeat this process... Okay.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Well, do I need to go any further? You all got it now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, throw.
Yeah, so 7, okay.
He's right. Using this method, you can go past the ghost house a total of 7 times. And the last train arrives at Block A at exactly 1900.
That's Yoroko again.
Oh. And the last train arrives at Block A is at exactly 1900. Perhaps Kanata even took this into account when... to choose...
When she
to,
chose.
when she chose the crime scene.
Alright.
Yeah, that would... If this whole thing had taken place in... If the ghost house was in Block B, it would have
Been impossible.
been less convenient.
Yeah.
This only worked because the pool was in C and the
Ghost House was an A.
ghost A. If those had either been flipped or one of those was in B instead of A or C, you would have had to at least choose a different method for the crime.
Yeah.
I see. I made a mistake. So it seems like you would be able to throw the corpse pieces through the chimney. But what difference does it make? Even with the torso carried by the parade dolls, that still leaves 2 remaining body pieces. Quite a mystery, yes. What happened to those 2 pieces? Yes. Just how do I move them? Yes. Answer me!
Can't you fit 2 pieces with the torso inside the parade dolls? Even if the storehouse is a bit far away, I'm sure 6 minutes is enough to manage 2 additional body pieces. I doubt it. Her torso is quite large and heavy after all.
What about the small parts of the body like hands and feet? They seem pretty possible. Hands?
Wait, is this what you were saying? Talking about?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yes, that's it. The 2 remaining pieces should definitely be hands. Because they needed the hands to use the
Book.
the pad. Yeah. What do you mean? Think about it. Aroha saw Hibiki entering the ghost house between 1755 and 1757. That means she used Setsuka's handbook. Which means she had Setsuka's hand needed to turn the handbook on.
So the remaining 2 hands were carried by Miss Oda's sis herself? Hold on. It's right before the parade. Hibiki was disguised as Kanade. She would have had to meet up with us right after, so she wouldn't have even had time to hide the hands.
That means she had the hands with her when she was with us.
That's exactly the problem, bro. If she had them, we would have definitely noticed them.
Finally, some sensible logic. You're most absolutely right. Even if it was my sis that was with you during the parade, no one knows the whereabouts of those hands during that time. Do you finally see the contradictions?
No, it might actually be it might not actually be a contradiction.
Sora?
I have a hunch that on where that hand could have been actually.
Sora? Perhaps you're under the false impression that you're smart just because you're able to tag along with Shobai's theory. You're just a disgusting parasite that's always leeching off of someone else's ideas and theories. This your arrogance in your face as if you figured out something on your own. It's disgusting. Would you please stay out of my sight before I throw up at the sight of your disgusting face?
No, Kanade, we'll see who's being arrogant here. This should be Kanade's final line of defense. Break through this and we might be able to end this. Trial once and for all. Alright, what are we doing here?
Okay, we got one last.
Oh, we have to do this again? Whoa!
Okay.
Whoa. Alright. Shoot. Fire. That laugh, dude. Oh shoot, I'm out of bullets. Oh, come on, dude. I can affect my bullets here. I missed that last one, dude. Oh, shoot. There we go. that sprite was pretty cool. Ah. Dang it.
So then, Nani?
Thank you. Okay. Yeah!
Let's go.
I did pretty good at that one. Using
Using hands to correct body shape.
oh shoot, I hit down instead of right. Dang it, I was probably gonna get 100 on that one. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. There we go, okay. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Using hands to correct body shape. There we go. There we go, okay. That should do that expression, dude. Scandalous. I got like a 95 on that one, probably. Or 90. Yeah, I should have had that, but I hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
Or, apparently that was not the final blow missing. That was, or I guess it was. Who cares? So I guess outside of the final closing argument, that's all the bullets. That's everything we have to use. Or except for the pins. Did we ever use the pins?
I don't think so. Maybe there's one more.
Okay. What? What'd you say?
Maybe there's one more
Debate.
bait.
Yeah. Her chest. She must have hidden Setsuka's hands inside her clothes, or should I say on her chest.
Chest?
Even if it be... This is what I was talking about, like putting something inside the bra.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Hibiki looks identical to Kanade, they're not completely the same, particularly their body shape is different. The Kanade we saw at the parade was identical to the Kanade to the point where it's almost unbelievable that it was actually Hibiki. Then we can assume that she probably used some object to correct her body shape. You're saying that the objects used were Setsuka's hands? Dude,
Ugh.
that's so messed up.
Yeah.
This whole plan is so messed up. And what was the point of it?
Yeah.
I
Well,
shudder
we
to
haven't
think
even
of why
gotten to the
Kanade
motive.
actually did it.
Yeah.
Yes, considering the black plastic bags near the fireplace, they probably used those to carry the corpse pieces. If you wrap the hands with multiple plastic bags and hold it inside your clothes, you can not only carry the hands without suspicion, but while also correcting your body shape. You can even make a small hole in the bag so that your fingerprints will be exposed, so you can open the handbook just by putting it inside your clothes. Using this method, you could even freely use Setsuka's handbook to manipulate the Ghost House Gate records. I see. If she didn't use the hands to correct her size, there must have been some evidence of some other object being used, which there wasn't. But how in the world did you come up with that idea? What Kanade said a while ago gave me an inspiration. She said if you put it in your clothes, it would stick out and cause suspicion, right? But if it was Hibiki using it to disguise into Kanade, it would seem natural. In fact, she actually needed the hands to stick out for the disguise to work.
Dora, I must say I'm impressed. But do you have any evidence that my sister had those bloody damn hands on her breast? If you simply wrap it in a plastic bag, people would soon notice if you move just a little.
Evidence that Hibiki used the hands on her breasts. I didn't notice them during the investigation, but that item was probably used. Oh, that's what the pins were for.
Oh yeah, the pins.
Okay, that should cover everything.
Yeah.
So use this, use this, use this. Use that, use this. Use this, use this, use this, use this. Oh, we haven't used that.
No, yeah.
But we do have
Okay.
these. So we have one more thing we still have to use, and then we're done.
The antibiotics.
Yep. I just don't know what that was.
I don't know. I haven't had any clue since the beginning.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing I've had absolutely zero clue the entire time.
I do have proof, Kanade. There were pins found near the ghost house, presumably used to fix something in place. I wondered about its existence during the investigation, but now I know exactly why it was there. Those pins were used to hold the hands and the clothes tight by pinning them together. And she threw them away just like that. Girl, are you a genius or an idiot? Make up your mind.
That was probably because the older sister needed to quickly undisguise herself before entering the ghost house. Undisguise? I thought Hibiki disguised herself when she was leaving the pool. If the disguise itself was used to carry the hands, why would she suddenly undisguise herself in front of the ghost house? Oron, you have bubble head to thank for that. Recall who she was entering. Recall who she was entering the ghost house.
Stop calling me Bubblehead. It was definitely Hibiki. I know they're similar, but their hairstyles and hairpins differ after all.
For Kanade to make Iroha suspicious, she needed Iroha to witness Hibiki, not Kanade. So she must have thrown away the pins there. I don't know anything about that. So when we were watching the parade, we had Setsuka's severed hands right next to us. Ugh.
That's horrifying.
Kanade, we have now solved all three of the contradictions you have presented. The monorail's time schedule, the transportation of the body, and carrying the two hands. I believe there aren't any contradictions left. I don't want to continue this trial any longer. Just please admit it already.
We just hit the 6-hour mark.
Dude, we're on like V3 time here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did not expect it to be this long.
Stupid sis. You ruined it all. Giving out conclusive testimony, throwing away the pins. Could almost laugh at her stupidity. all right? Yes, I'm the culprit. So it really was Kanade?
So you finally admit to it.
If it was just me, it would have been a perfect crime. But trying to use Sis as an accomplice ended up getting me caught.
Hey, don't be disappointed. Have some confidence. You were amazing. Aren't many people that have smarter brains than you, even in my world. I can guarantee you that at least.
Do you honestly think that would make me feel better?
That aside, I have something to ask of Kanade. From the looks of Hibiki in this trial, her memory loss was genuine, right?
Sis didn't have that trait. I wouldn't have even tried to use her as an accomplice.
What was that?
I think Cat's over here begging for food again.
Cat! About time the cat showed up.
Yeah. Well, she's been in and out. We've been here for so long.
Yeah.
Even without any memory, she's this stupid. You would have had to be an even bigger idiot than her to use my moron of a sis as an accomplice while she was herself.
But then... Never mind, you already admitted to your crimes after all.
It hurts me to say this, but I think this is the first time my crime has ever been exposed.
So we were right, that she has done
Yeah.
stuff before. We were right.
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean? Whatever. Does that all matter now? Let's end this now with our votes.
Alright, so we finally got to the end!
Astounding. This class trial was a series of intense battles between you that surpassed any trials before.
There was no scrum debate in that trial.
Yeah, or closing arguments, apparently.
You're right.
As the teacher and the judge, I must say this was very interesting. Well, now that you've reached your answer, it's time to see if the answer is the truth. Nevermore should there be a trial like this, but it's time to reach out to the truth. Now then, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you. Will that answer be the truth or not? Now, are we gonna have one more?
Jeez.
More interruption.
Kanade is the culprit. Huh? Wait. Something's wrong. Wait, what are we doing here, dude?
Okay. Wait, we're still gonna have our closing argument.
Everyone, wait a minute. Don't vote just yet. Whoa, you start on me, Sora.
Not this again. What now?
What's the matter, Sora? I was about to push the button.
Well, what is the matter indeed? Kanade herself admitted it. The case has been solved. There shouldn't be anything wrong. But what is this feeling? I can't shave off this feeling that I shouldn't let the trial end like this. As if some unknown force is behind me. What is this unsettling feeling? Can we just get to the end? I want to just get to the end of this thing. Shobai.
What?
I want to ask you, the person who almost single-handedly solved this case, are you sure we're going to be fine ending the trial with Kanade as the culprit?
What?
I have no reasons. I don't even know myself why I'm doing this. But I'm not just saying this, I'm serious more than ever right now.
Sora, are you alright? You seem a bit weird right now.
I don't think Kanade is the culprit. Are we really doing this again?
Yeah, she gave up too easily.
Yeah.
I mean, she did fight us, but like, Yeah. What in tarnation? Sora, what are you on about? Even I'm confused right now.
Well, the thing is... Sorry, I don't know what I was on about.
Sora, perhaps the trial has taken a toll on you. You look tired after all. I'm tired too.
Yeah, right. I mean, the case is basically over right now. Please, just once more. This is like that stupid Nagito trial where it just won't end.
Yeah.
Let's discuss this just once more. I think we missed something. I feel like we missed something very important. But there's literally nothing more to talk about. Although I can't give a good reason, please believe me. Beg of you.
Even if you say so.
No. Do what the girl says.
Do I?
I thought it was all over as well. But there's something left. We need to discuss that something.
I mean, for me, you're basically extending my life a bit, so I don't mind. But as the culprit, I don't know what there's left to do.
Tosi, is Kanade not the culprit? I don't know, but I know I shouldn't let the trial end this way. Then, I'm gonna trust Sosi. Honestly, I cannot grasp the reality of the situation. I don't have the memory of today killing Kanade killing Suka, and I helped that? I don't want to believe any of that. So even if I'm terrified, I'm gonna trust Kanade once more. I mean, to be fair, she very well could be killing you here. I mean, your theory might be she might be killing both of them.
Yeah.
Kanade is my sister, after all.
What? Seriously? What is going on with this trial?
Sora? You know what? I don't know what's going on, but I'm on Sora's side.
Me too. I'm going to trust Sora. A little more discussion isn't going to hurt anyone, after all. I'm telling you, it's a waste of time. I honestly can't understand the logic behind all of this. I don't know what I've done, nor do I know if it's the right thing to do. It was as if some force other than my conscience was controlling my actions. It might be troubling everyone with a random thought that had no basis, but still, I cannot go against this force. All that's left for me to do is follow it. Oh, now we get the scrum debate. Oh, I didn't need to review this. Let's just get past this. I know what this is. We know how to do this one. Let's get this right this time. Alright, let's see what we got here.
Okay.
Alright. So, Team Luna. Hey, we're on the Lunala side. Nice. Okay. Alright. Late scrum. Okay, I'm not the culprit we discussed. Okay. Okay, that was it. Oh, we failed every trick. Okay, there's nothing to discuss. Okay, that was actually pretty easy. Okay.
Yeah.
Get the button mash here.
C.
I'm pushing C, dude.
A. S. Z. S. X. A, X, Z.
There we go, got it.
At least, I mean,
That's very low quality audio there, but
yeah, I couldn't even understand what they said. It was in Japanese, but
yeah. I did get it. Okay, I got perfect that time. All right. Can we just get to the end?
we're almost at the end.
Maybe I should have gone to sleep. So what are we gonna do about this?
We should listen to what Sora has to say. You know, she's not the type to do this without any reason.
About that, I don't know the reason myself. We should talk about this more. Maybe we'll get rid of this unnerving feeling. But the culprit has already been exposed. Is there anything left to talk about? Oh, why don't we have a small chat like friends, the friends we are?
You know why I agreed with that girl? I also felt something was off. Thought I didn't notice it until she mentioned it. I've definitely solved all the tricks. The culprit is Kanade Otonokoji. But is that truly all there is to it? It feels like there should be more to this. That kind of feeling.
Exactly, Shobai. I felt that too, like we missed one last thing.
Would you stop sharing and just between yourselves and let us in?
Sora said she didn't know why she felt like that, but Shobai, you know the reason why? There are two things I feel suspicious about. First, what happened to the missing abdomen of Setsuka Chibibukuro?
Yeah, we don't know.
Secondly, why did Hibiki Otonokonji help her sister with this whole affair?
The missing abdomen and the reason for the cooperation?
Let's talk about the first one. I mentioned the victim's missing abdomen during my theory a while ago, remember?
You said it was because of the difference the wound marks would make based on the hand they used. Kanade was left-handed, and as to hide the stab wound, she threw away the torso. Thanks to that info, we were able to suspect her.
But where is that abdomen really?
They would have gotten rid of the abdomen as well as some of the intestines. You can drain the flesh bit by bit down the drain, but... But that's not the important part. The important part is, was that really the only reason? Since you've oh so kindly admitted your crime, I want to ask you, did you really get rid of it just for that?
Of course, it's what you've deduced, remember? From my inspection, the only lefties here were Aroha and me. If I didn't take care of it, it would have come back later to bite me. I did try to abuse this to frame Aroha, but that plan has also failed. Could you?
Really?
Huh?
Not the type to brag, but I've got an eye for talent. You, a person with that big of a brain, of all people, wouldn't have done things this sloppily.
You say that, but in the end, Kanade did choose this method, right? She herself admitted it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go that fast.
If this was done by spur of the moment, you might have taken this route. But from drugging up Bubblehead to rigging the gate records, she definitely planned this way ahead of time. A double-layered trap of framing her own sister as the culprit, and as a plan B, framing Bubblehead. That was pretty clever.
Yeah.
Creating a plan that could she could use to frame 2 people instead of just one. That way, if one fell apart, she could have a backup.
That's sort of what I was talking about in my book with the chapter 3 of the book that I was talking
Yeah.
about.
And even after she was busted, she calmly pointed out contradictions to the theory of her being the culprit. And that same person forgot about the stab wounds.
Perceptually,
What? Instead of
precipitally, I don't know.
yeah, used her left hand and then took care of it. Maybe that was supposed to be precipitously,
I don't know.
but I think that's spelled different than that. But
Yeah, I don't know.
you might have not known about the difference between the stab wounds beforehand. Have you even been listening? By the looks of her dismemberment skills, she's used to this kind of business. I can guarantee you that there's no way that a person of that level didn't know about the stab wounds. But she's the ultimate guitarist. Considering her profession, isn't it unlikely that she would have reached that kind of level?
If she really did murder Setsuka, she's probably a Void. The Void is a criminal syndicate, so that might be entirely possible. Shobai does have a point. The fact that she got rid of the abdomen means that she would have known that she would be caught by the left-handed stab wound. If she knew that, she could have just stabbed Setsuka with her right hand. Why would she have gone through the hassle of getting rid of the evidence?
Yeah, like, someone as talented as Kanade would have just not used her left hand to stab
Yeah.
if she already knew it. It's just that I only realized after I stabbed her. As you might have already guessed. It... Or... Okay, she's... The claim is that the body, the lower torso was hidden because they thought she would think she would get caught for being left-handed. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But what if Hibiki was the one who stabbed her and they got rid of the torso because it was a right-hand stab wound?
Maybe.
And it would prove that it wasn't Kanade.
I don't know, maybe.
Because, like I said, the only person who gets executed is the person who actually committed the cause of death. Right?
Presumably, yeah.
And even if Kanade did all of this stuff afterward, that doesn't mean that she actually caused Setsuka to die.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
The knife used to stab Setsuka was the folding one that is in everyone's room. I stabbed her with my left hand without much thought, and only then I realized the potential danger of leaving that kind of evidence. Never imagined there would actually be someone who'd suspect me because of that, but that maybe turned into ugh, I can't read after 6 hours.
We're almost done.
But that maybe turned into a reality by you, Shobai. That's all there is to it. You planned this whole mind F, stabbed her without much thought. Okay, now I know you're hiding something. You would have definitely found another method. Even I could think of many options off the top of my head right now. Using your right hand to create more stab wounds so the stab wound won't be visible. And repeatedly stabbing her with both of your hands so we won't be able to tell which one was the first blow. Are we really continuing this? You know what I hate the most?
repeating useless stuff that's already over. Just execute me already.
Wait, Shoba, enough about that. What about the second suspicious thing? The reason Hibiki cooperated.
We really didn't go over this detail during the trial. But why do you think Hibiki Otono Koji cooperated with her sister in the first place?
Huh?
I don't know. Why did she?
Didn't Kanade mention something about the altar? Do you believe that sacrificing Setsuka's body would grant her wishes? That's right, the motive video. Kaminade said that her video featured her parents, right?
She helped kill Setsuka to save her parents, even if it meant she bloodied her own hands.
Wait, is that really how it went? Yuki? Even if she really believed that concept and put her body on the altar, that definitely is possible, but that's not all she did, right? She disguised herself, rigged the gate records together with Kanade. Isn't that weird? All she had to do was grant her wish was to put each body part on the altar. There was no reason for her to follow the rest of Kanade's plan.
You're right.
Yeah, like I said, someone wouldn't be that stupid to believe that.
Yeah.
Hibiki wasn't quite herself this morning, granted, but it wasn't like she had lost her mind or anything. Even if seeing Setsuka's dead body made her go mad, this is definitely not normal. Maybe we should think more about this. I mean, did she get drugged too? I mean...
Yeah. I mean, she was, like, really out of it.
Maybe we should ask her about this directly. Hibiki, why were you so cooperative to Kanade's plans? Even if you ask me, I have no memory of this. I don't know. I don't know what's what. Considering she's been next to useless in this trial, that would be a waste of time. The trick wouldn't have to have worked without Hibiki helping Kanade with everything throughout. Why did she agree to all this? If it succeeded, she would have died. If it had failed, her sis would have died.
You're right, come to think of it, it's pretty weird. The culprit is only one person. Hibiki doesn't have any benefit from me by becoming an accomplice.
Shobai? Oh, he's getting his laugh in now. There it is.
That's it. So that's it. Holy mackerel, he's gone bonkers as well.
Yeah.
I've got it. A crazy theory that solves all our questions.
Really? What is it?
It was both of them. I
Hibiki,
knew it.
Otono Koji. They're also the culprit.
It was both of them. We were right.
Yeah.
So...
The culprit's Kanade, isn't it?
Did you even hear what I said? I said also. They're not just accomplices. They're both the true culprit.
What? Huh? What are you talking about? That's impossible. There should only be one culprit according to the class trial rules. It's against the rules for there to be two of them.
Since when do the rules say so?
What?
Don't believe me? Pull out your handbooks right now and read rule number 6.
Hold on a second. Rule 6. If two murder, each performed by a different Blackened, occurs consecutively, only the one committed earlier is acknowledged.
The part we need to focus on is the part about consecutive murders.
There's only one person who's dead, though.
Yeah.
So only one murder actually happened. If Setsuka died, from the first stab wound, then that was only the one death.
This is considering when there are two different Blackened who separately killed two different victims.
Yes, that is true.
In the case of two separate Blackens targeting one victim, There's no rules specified about it.
So that being the case, what happens?
Yeah. Wait then. What happens if something like this case happened?
If it isn't a special case like Rule 6, normally the person who last injured the victim while they were still alive becomes the culprit, which would make sense.
Yeah, that's how it worked
With,
in the
with
other trials.
yeah.
What do you mean by that?
To put it simply, let's say Roja stabs Teruya with a knife. If I stab the dying Teruya before his last breath, I would become the blackened that killed Teruya. So it becomes a game of who made the last shot. I see. If there were two separate victim and culprit pairs, the one that took place earlier gets prioritized. But for two killers and one target, the one who made the finishing blow is the culprit.
Excuse me, do you really have to use me as an example?
But that still means only one person can become the culprit in the end, right?
Still don't get it. If the person who makes the finishing blow takes the name of the blackened, then if two people injure the victim at the same time, they both become the culprit. Capiche?
That's what
Yeah,
we were
I think
going
I
for.
mentioned this. I
Yes,
don't
you
remember if it
did.
was on stream or off. Is that if they were both holding the knife that killed her, then they would both be the blackened, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
one's right-handed and one's left-handed. So they could both stand side by side and hold the same knife.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think you mentioned something like that at the beginning of the stream. Maybe you mentioned that off stream too. I don't know.
They didn't outright stab her. They knocked her out and stabbed her together at the same time. You're out of your mind. Even if they stabbed her together, there should have been time difference between them. If one stabbed her just a little bit later than the other, then that person would be the sole culprit. Oh, really? Then let's take it to the judge. Yo, bird.
Bird.
Yo,
Like,
bird.
where do you use that in general life? Yo, bird.
Yo, bird. Bird. I prefer to be called a crow.
Because a crow is not a bird.
Aside. Rule 6, you say?
Yeah, because crows aren't birds.
Yes. What was put in there just in case two separate murder cases happened in a span of one day? Imagine the troubles you would get through trying to solve two cases in one trial. This is a defense against that. But this case is a bit different even for me. If they injured the person at the same time, indeed. So is it possible or not? Theoretically, yes. But in reality, it's next to impossible. If a murder occurs anywhere, the high-tech sensors of Utsuroshima detect who hit last down to the 1/100th of a second.
They did say that they're so in sync that it's almost imperceptible.
Or 1,000th of a second, actually. Yeah. If someone was even that little late, they would become the official culprits by the records. Yeah, but what if they're just holding the same knife?
Yeah.
I think this is assuming that they got rid of it because there were actually 2 stab wounds in her abdomen, I think is what they're getting at. One stab with the left hand, one stab with the right hand, but they're so in sync they hit at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like my explanation is that they were just holding the same knife would be simpler.
I mean, it could work too. I mean,
Yeah. You see, it's impossible. What if they got it down to the same 0.001 seconds? Well, I will measure it down to the 1/10,000th of a second. And if they do it within the same 0.00001 seconds, yo, Shobai, what are you leading up to? If the time difference was next to 0 according to the records you're saying. Well, if it was that pinpoint, then I admit it, they both become the blackened. Effing bingo.
Wait. That's only theoretically possible, remember? Even if they thought they did it at the same time, there's naturally bound to be some time difference between them. Unless they were machines or something.
Nikkei's right. I mean, I'm capable of doing everything, right? But for my sis, it would be impossible.
Why the sudden passivity? Are you hiding something from us?
What did you say?
It would have been possible for you twins. If my theory is correct, then that was exactly why you couldn't have left the torso be. Of course, I'm not saying this without any basis. The proof is that you two can do it with the exact timing. Was ironically proved by Newsy over there.
Me? What do you mean by that?
You guys remember the interview that Newsy did on the twins back on the second island?
How on earth would we remember such a minor thing?
How rude, my interviews are never something minor. Of course, I always remember every detail of my interviews. I even have it written down. But why do you remember that?
That isn't the focus here. Just shut up and listen. If you have it written down, then that's better. Read the part about the secret behind their synergy.
Let's see here. So you two have shown us a fantastic performance, especially the unbelievable synergy between you two. What's your secret behind this synergy? Well, we do practice day and night, but we aren't like any other twins. We're two as one. If we're in a beat, we can play with the margin of error of less than, what's that, like a millionth of a second? Or is that
Is it a
100,000?
millionth or 100,000th?
There's 5 zeros there. I think that's 100,000.
Yeah.
100,000th of a second. Isn't that right, Kanade?
Oh yeah.
I see. So the fact you're twins is a crucial factor. This is a scoop in itself.
He's unstoppable. Well, as Shin said, we better get going before it gets too late.
You gotta be joking.
Wait, doesn't that mean?
Now you get it? This is not a completely outrageous idea we're dealing with. They said that comment themselves. Even Kanade Otonokoji affirmed this fact. For these two, it would have been possible for them to use their special sense of beat to stab. Simultaneously, without any error between them.
Then they really did.
Wait, I feel like it was just exaggerated, playful comment by Hibiki. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be possible for two separate people. This is possible within the bounds of logic, you meathead. Meathead. I met a lot of people around the world working as a trafficker. There are a lot of weird bunches when it came to those twins. Twins who had the exact same physical capabilities. Twins who could read each other's minds. It was about time I met ones that had identical rhythmic senses.
Biki and Kanade are identical twins, right? They say that identical twins are almost the same down to the genetic level. They usually have the same personality. You know, those stories where twins who were separated lived similar lives when they were apart, right?
I see. If this theory is to be true, then that explains the reason that they got rid of Setsuka's torso. If they were able to time the stabbing with their rhythmic sense, they must have used their primary hand, the hand that they use when they're playing the instruments. They probably couldn't risk one of them forcefully trying to use the other hand and failing. That would also explain why they couldn't have made additional stab wounds. Until Setsuka was most surely dead, they would have had to leave only the stab wounds they made simultaneously.
Because it's a system where the person who last injured the body becomes the culprit.
But couldn't they have just stabbed her after she was dead? Why would they get rid of the torso when...
No, that's impossible. A stab wound made before and after the person's death differs in its appearance. They managed to stab her simultaneously on the first try. They would have then waited for Setsuka to die naturally. That means she died of a shock from blood loss, which would have taken a lot of time. If they created a stab wound after that period of time, the difference between that and the first one would be soon found. Then someone like me would have questioned it, thinking it suspicious. How exactly can you distinguish the two? Go ahead and read a book about it in the library, dipshit. I was just curious, okay? Why you gotta be so mean?
Because you've been kind of stupid this whole time. It's starting to lean towards the possibility of them both being the culprit.
One more thing. You know what's scary about that girl? During that very interview, that girl clearly showed distress when her sister was giving out info without any thought. And when the first trial started, that girl asked Monocro about the existence of accomplices. In other words, Kanade Otonakoji was already planning a double blackened murder way back during the first trial. It can't be. Kanade helped us numerous times during the last two trials. That was obviously an act to hide her true self. I myself didn't know what I was dealing with until this trial today. In the end, every decisive testimony, one way or another, all started from your damn foolish sister. Could have left the stab wounds be, since only I would have been able to tell the difference. But because you were taking that interview into account, you had to get rid of the abdomen. Identical down to the genetic level, eh? Ironic. You two couldn't have been more different.
Go by. That feeling of discomfort has vanished with your theory. That was it. Kanade being the culprit wasn't all there was to it.
Hang on. If they're both the culprit, then if we don't listen to Sora and just voted for Kanade...
Whether we voted for only Hibiki or Kanade, we would have been wrong and we would have been punished.
So Sora was right in the end. Amazing. How did you think of this?
I did nothing, honestly. Shobai did most of the heavy lifting. Uh-huh. So the two of them did it together. Is that the public opinion right now? I honestly still have doubts on this, though.
I agree. As much as I want to trust everyone, I have no evidence of this claim.
Sure, we have no concrete proof. But if this theory were to be true, then we can also explain Hibiki's cooperation. If they both become the Blackened and win, they both get to escape the island. So Hibiki had an incentive to become an accomplice. This is the true ending of this trial. The Otonakoji twins are the culprits of this case. The true culprits. Oh, we finally get a rebuttal in this thing.
Yeah.
Oh jeez, that face again.
Oh, Sora! Do you really think that makes sense? Yes. I and I alone was the culprit. Do you think you're something special after hearing that disgusting theory from Shobai? I tried to admit my crime and die peacefully. But it seems like I can't even do that without taking a crack at your damn theory. Open your effing ear holes and listen.
Okay, let's see if this actually gets rid of the delay. Okay. What does that have to change again? Is it shift?
Yeah, shift to switch arrows.
Okay. Okay.
Press the selection key to fire normal arrows.
Okay.
After.
Okay, so S. Okay, so S to so switch is to switch to the right arrow. S is to equip the one you shoot, and then I fire.
Yeah.
Use shift to switch between your repetition arrows, and then S to equip it. Okay. Okay, let's see if it actually decreases it this time. That face, though. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's unused antibiotic. That's the only thing we haven't used yet.
Yeah. What is this gonna be?
Whoa, 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 that's a lot faster.
Yeah. Make sure to probably go ahead and switch it to the one you'll need.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
It's way faster.
Jeez, I don't know which one I'm supposed to shoot here. I can't read these. Okay.
Okay, it's the one, yeah, where she says without any evidence.
Not that one.
So it should be the,
Oh, it wasn't that one, was it?
Yeah,
No, it
no.
wasn't, okay. So SZ whenever it comes up.
Yeah. Okay, it'll come up soon here. That one, yeah.
Oh, I hit the wrong one. Shoot! It actually moved me too fast.
Yeah.
I knew where it was. Okay. That actually does seem to make this move a lot faster.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it should come up right now.
There we go. Got it. Okay. I got it that time.
Nice.
Thank goodness. I still don't know what that was for.
Yeah, I couldn't read any of that because I was just trying to, like,
Alright.
focus. I guess we'll talk about it more here.
Yeah, let's just... I think, as much as I hate to say it, I think once we get through closing argument, we'll have to leave the rest of the stuff for later, because I'm kind of getting dead right now.
Yeah.
I think once we get past closing argument, we'll stop.
Yeah.
Proof? You say there's no proof?
Obviously, it was impossible from the start. A flawed theory. Let me ask Shobai himself. Do you have any proof? Yes. And you claim you say you know something that even Shobai is unaware of? Of course not. In the end, this was all just a baseless theory.
No, I do have proof.
What?
After hearing what Shobai said, I looked through every evidence I found once more, and there was one single evidence that didn't have a place anywhere in this theory. Yet nobody knew what it was for. This bottle of antibiotics near the pool. Antibiotics? I don't recall ever seeing that by the pool.
But antibiotics in the pool? That's a pretty weird combination. What was that doing there?
We can deduce its use if we combine it with Teruya's testimony. Teruya, when you testified about the blood packs, didn't you mention another change in the infirmary?
The infirmary? Oh yeah, the medical kit disappeared for a while and somebody put it back. Are you talking about that? Medical kit? So that bottle was from that kit?
Well, I check the inventory of each room 3 times a day. Morning, lunchtime, and evening. The medical kit was definitely there yesterday evening, and it disappeared when I checked the room this morning. I was gonna tell you guys, but it wasn't like a murder weapon. I just assumed somebody needed it for an emergency. Then I saw it sitting back in its place at lunchtime as if nothing had happened. So that means someone used the medical kit this morning, right?
What does it have anything to do with the... What does this have anything to do with the theory we're dealing with? Looks unrelated to me. As Teruya said, a medical kit can't be used to kill someone. And since we're dealing with a murder, a medical kit used to save someone seems far off from the evidence we're looking for. However, I don't think that's the case. This was an insurance used by the culprit to create a double blackened situation. Insurance? You said that if they used their primary hands to stab Setsuka simultaneously without any error, right? But as Shobai called it out, Kanade is an extreme perfectionist. What if they managed to fail at the timing? That's what I was just thinking right now. Like, it was to make it so if they missed, they could keep her alive until they succeeded.
Yeah. Oh no, they didn't. They were gonna use it to heal Setsuka back up if it failed?
Exactly. Kanade has taken the medical kit with her for that exact reason.
Preposterous. How could you know if you had succeeded or not in the first place? Dude, Monochrome exists for a reason, you know.
So they stabbed Setsuka together, called Monochrome to check if it could be accepted as a double blackened murder? Is Monochrome even allowed to tell them that? I mean, there is no reason not to. Telling the Blackened that they are the Blackened shouldn't be a problem, right?
That aside, that bottle was decisive evidence. I never saw that during my investigation. Where the hell did you find that?
I just kinda saw it rolling around near the pool.
Bullshit. I never even opened the damn thing. There's no way that I dropped the... What now? Never opened the thing? You shouldn't have said that. You should have said that you never even took it, idiot. Now you've admitted it yourself that you took the medical kit. You realize that, right, Kanade Otonakoji? No, this isn't. Making a mistake like that. That wasn't very like you. Was the bottle being on the ground that nonsensical?
That aside, did she just confess it herself?
Unbelievable. Even if I had dropped it, I would have heard it dropping considering its size. Or at the very least, I would have noticed the weight decrease from the medical kit. I didn't even leave it to Hibiki. I did this part myself, just in case stuff like this happened. Unbelievable, me making a mistake like this? No way, what rotten luck.
It seems like for the first time in this trial we were able to see you getting truly flustered, Kanade. Well, we don't know the truth if you did or did not open the medical kit in the end. But if you were this surprised by this accident, then for us, I guess it was truly luck from the heavens. So it's somehow working again.
Yeah.
Kanade, so can I take that as a yes? The both of you, that both you and Hibiki murdered Setsuka?
Unbelievable. This can't be happening. This doesn't make any sense. Can't be.
If you still can't admit it, then I will go over the case from the start. You won't be able to escape this anymore. Alright, let's get this done and then save, and then we'll be done for the night. Okay, we know how to do this one. Let's see if I can actually get this one, despite the complexity of this one. Alright. So what do we got? Okay, as soon as it hits morning, the killer sent a message calling Setsuka to the pool. Before heading to the pool, the killer picks up blood transfusion and packs in the medical kit. A sleeping pill was prepared in the morning meal while everyone was still sleeping. The killer who arrived at the swimming pool attacked. Okay, so this was probably obviously done first. The drugging had to be done first.
Yeah.
Okay, did they call Setsuka first? I guess this would be first, because that's right when it hits morning.
Yeah.
And then this. Then it had to be this. Yeah! There's 7 of these, dang. Okay, the 2 culprits who entered the pool at the same time stabbed Setsuka. Iroha knows the second culprit entering the ghost house. The second culprit used the handbook of the first culprit to enter the pool. The other culprit was called into the pool. First culprit handing their handbook over the gate.
I see it. See, I told you they threw it over the gate.
Yeah, you did.
I knew it. I knew
Okay.
they threw it over the gate.
Okay, so this would be first. I presume they would have had to call first.
Okay, let's see.
Because this is last. Because that's Iroha at the ghost house. This is them killing. And these wouldn't have happened till after she got there.
Would
The second culprit, okay. These are the handbook of the first. So I imagine this one's first.
I guess so.
Okay, so the second culprit uses the handbook of the first to enter the pool. Okay, so this one's next. They hand it over the gate, then she uses it to get in.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kill her together. Yeah, genius. Okay. The culprit accidentally dropped an antibiotic from the medical kit after leaving the pool. After leaving the pool to get the necessary tools, a notice on entry was placed at the gate. Second killer disguises as the first killer after the dissolution is over, so that's the sanitation or whatever. The culprit sees Setsuka's handbook.
She's reading the manga.
Oh yeah. The culprit uses Setsuka's handbook and messages Iroha to meet there at the Mirror Mansion at 1800. The culprit returns to the pool with their tools. Okay, so this is later. I guess this would be next. Because they'd have to, or not this. The
It would have. Okay, what does the medicine thing say?
Okay, it's not this. This will be at the end.
Yeah.
I guess this would have to be done first, because that's when they went to go get the tools.
Yes, because there's like a 3-hour gap there. Yeah.
The second killer disguises after the dissolution is over, so that's after the chlorination ends.
Yes.
So, would that be after they cut up the body?
Yes. Or
Yeah, because
no.
the culprit. Yeah, the culprit. Yeah, because
Yeah.
Kanade would have had to have been there.
Yes. Well,
So-
no. Well, but Hibiki didn't.
No, I mean Kanade would have had to have been there for them to switch clothes. Or
Yeah. Well, they could have switched clothes and then she could have started.
well, we applied. We established that Kanade was the one who left the house or the pool.
Yeah, for 3 hours.
Imagine this. I'm gonna go with this. I'm going with this, and then this gets left. I might be flipping 2 or 3 and 4. I don't know, but I'm going with this. Ah, okay, it was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they did the dismemberment first and then they switched clothes.
Isn't that what I did?
Is it?
I think that was what I did.
Or maybe they didn't actually leave yet. Well, I don't remember. My brain's fried right now.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to just get to the end of this part here.
Do the opposite of whatever you did last time.
Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, I will try that. And what did I do? I don't know what I did last time. Shoot.
I think.
Okay, okay, I'm trying to think here what I did first last time. Okay, okay, I think I know what I messed up. I imagine this was first. They randomly didn't even see it.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So, okay, yes, okay, Roja gets the message. At the same time, the train was moving the monorail station to Block C. The first culprit was waiting. After calling Iroha, the second killer maintained their disguise and went on the move. Iroha notices the culprit entering the ghost house. The culprit took the monorail and put the body in the chimney of the ghost house. The culprit performed an extraordinary method by throwing them piece by piece. After entering the ghost house, culprit broke the breaker. Okay. So, I imagine that Iroha had to be called first.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I don't think this was yet.
So.
Okay, I imagine this would be next.
Yeah. And then, yeah, it's that one. And then Iroha seeing them. And then they cut the breaker. Well, no, they probably... Did they throw the... trying to think of like the order of which would they have thrown all of the stuff in the chimney before Hibiki gets to the ghost house?
I don't know, let me think.
Because they were doing it during the parade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she would have seen Hibiki first. Hibiki would have cut the breaker, and then they would have done the monorail trick.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, genius.
Yeah.
All right. The first
Honestly,
killer.
kind of surprised that was correct.
Yeah. The first killer who
brain
safely
fried.
moved the body to the ghost house got off the monorail hidden block A warehouse. The monorail goes the same way back and forth between A and C, succeeding in landing the pieces in the chimney. The culprit who had finished preparing for the parade, disguised as the first killer, joins the group. Okay, that's the throwing it up the chimney again.
Mhm.
That's the raiding at the monorail again.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Setsuka doesn't arrive at the parade, and we decide to look. That's at the very end.
Yeah.
So this is the hard part. So imagine this would have had to be done first. Or no, hold on. No, that's the culprit of the warehouse, not the torso thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine that this was first.
I think it's the Hibiki one first. Right? Because that's like right before the parade.
Yeah. You might be right.
What does it say exactly, right?
The Hibiki one?
Yeah.
Oh, the warehouse one?
No, in the middle,
Oh, this one.
where she meets up with the crew.
Oh, this one. The culprit who had finished preparing for the parade, disguised as the first killer, joins the group.
Mm-hmm. And then while they were doing that, then Kanade was waiting in the train. And what was
Yeah.
the first one say?
I think you're right. I think this is first. This is
Yeah.
where she's just in the warehouse.
Yeah, but who's
Okay,
in the warehouse?
Hibiki, I think, or whoever this was, the first killer. So
killer.
Kanade.
Okay, move the body.
Okay. So I imagine like
Okay.
this was after she joined. This person was like waiting at the monorail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um,
And then I imagine it's probably the
schedule.
schedule
no,
and
no. I think it's throwing the corpse then the schedule because it implies how they
Yeah.
looped it.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Next to last one.
Yeah, we don't need no cheats.
Yeah.
Too
Second-
smart.
The second culprit who entered Block A warehouse pretending to find Setsuka passed the baton with the first culprit. Oh, wait, what? Okay, pretending to find Setsuka. Okay.
Okay, so that's when they meet up at the warehouse to get the
Torso.
torso.
The first culprit who confirmed the ghost house was empty, signaled the second killer. The culprit who entered the ghost house with the torso after receiving the signal. Okay, the whole torso and the remaining corpse pieces which have been previously removed replaced. Okay, that's definitely at the end.
Yeah.
The first killer who safely moved the body to the ghost house got off the monorail hidden block A.
So the last thing they did was it was the schedule.
Yes.
So
So imagine
they go to look for it, and then she goes inside of the warehouse, right?
I think.
Yeah, because Kanade didn't go into the warehouse to get the torso until after they had started looking.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah. Because Kanade herself said she... Unless... Yeah. Because they go looking.
I think it's
She
implied
goes
she was
into
already
the warehouse.
I think it's implied she was
to-
already there because they would have had to, because she would have had to send the message.
Yeah.
I think this is first, and they start to look for her.
Yeah.
Okay, then she goes to the warehouse. Or is it
At
that
some
she
point they
confirms the
switch
miss?
back.
Yeah. Let me think. Is that what they do next? Yeah, they switch back there, I think.
Yeah.
And then she would have gone to check to make sure it was empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would be next.
Yeah. Because they didn't bring the torso in until after.
Yes. All right, last one. Okay, that's the altar again. That's culprit who entered the ghost house with the torso. The culprit goes to Kokoro's. Wow. Okay, that's an old one.
Okay.
After finally moving the screen at the entrance to create a space, they used the blood transfusion pack to make it bloody. The culprit presented a message to Yuki. That's kind of funny. The culprit was ready to hide behind the screen and waited for the body to be found. Okay. So this is obviously first.
Yeah.
Going to the warehouse, or the ghost house, excuse me.
Mhm.
Okay, this one's not used, and this one's not used.
Yeah. And then they probably put the body pieces up and then bloody everything and then hide behind the screen, right?
If not, it's flipping 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, genius! Genius. Alright, let's get through this, then we'll hopefully get to the save point and then wrap it up. Because the save point should be right after this.
Although, I was really looking forward to seeing the execution.
I know, and I would love to get to it, but I don't know how much prattle there is between...
Yeah, we could do a mini stream tomorrow. if
Yeah, we
just wanna do that.
Yeah, we can give our thoughts on the trial, too.
Yeah.
We can give our thoughts on the trial, too. Let's at least get to this to where we can save.
Yeah.
This closing argument, because I think we can save right after.
Yeah.
Early in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, the culprit was already busy at work. Using the fact that Mikado prepares our breakfast early in advance, they put the sleeping drugs in the coffee at Iroha's seat. This was to eliminate any alibi Iroha might have in the afternoon. And when the day broke, the case began for real as the culprit called Setsuka out to the pool. Before they headed to the pool, the culprit took large quantities of blood packs and a medical kit from the infirmary. Since it was already gone by the time Teruya checked in the morning, this was the only chance they had to take them. Then they arrived at the pool and attacked Setsuka. They didn't quite kill her just yet, but only knocked her unconscious. Immediately after this, the culprit signaled another culprit of this case to the pool. Yes, this was the first time that two people were both the culprit of one murder. Here, the first culprit handed their handbook to the other culprit over the gates. This was to manipulate the gate records, a crucial trick used throughout this case. The second culprit entered the pool using the handbook they were given. The end records of the first culprit and Setsuka already existed in the gate record database. So when the second culprit entered through the gates, the results showed an out record for the first culprit. The second culprit was able to enter the pool without using their own handbook and leaving a record. Next, the two stabbed the unconscious Setsuka simultaneously with a knife. Originally, the one who stabbed later would become the real culprit, even if it was a matter of milliseconds. However,
I like how you can tell who's who in that picture.
Oh yeah. However, our killers had an extreme sense of rhythm with each other, enough to a point its difference was undetectable. This was because they were twins and that had ultimate talents related to rhythm.
You see what I mean? They could have just been holding the same knife in that pose.
Yeah.
Because one was already left-handed, one was right-handed, so if they send beside each other, they can both hold the same knife with their dominant hand.
Yeah. After confirming the fact that they had stabbed her at the same time, the first culprit left the pool. Here they used Setsuka's handbook to make it seem like there was nobody at the pool, according to the records. As she was leaving, she also put a sign that said, "Pool sanitation time, do not enter," in front of the pool. This way, no one else would enter the pool while they took care of the body. However, the culprit made a huge mistake here. The medical kit that was prepared as an insurance to heal Setsuka in case they mistimed the stabbing her simultaneously, while they were leaving with the newly useless medical kit, a bottle of antibiotics dropped from it. We're not sure how the culprit didn't notice this, but we were able to prove the double blacken theory using this evidence. After the culprit left, she re-enters the pool after 3 hours with the tools she needed. 3 hours were left blank, intentionally to frame Iroha in the near future. Once they had the tools they needed, they began doing their business for a few hours, and by business I mean cutting up Setsuka's corpse into multiple pieces. The reason they dismembered her body was to transfer the body to a different place, which I'll get into in a moment. Here they got rid of the abdomen that had marks that showed two people, one left-handed and one right, that stabbed her body. Once the dismemberment process was over, they cleaned the pool using the tools, and the second culprit disguised as the first. They were twins, so a little bit of disguise was enough to make them completely indistinguishable. To correct their body shape, they put Setsuka's two hands into a plastic bag and pinned it on her chest. They needed Setsuka's hands with them in order to open her handbook for the tricks they needed to pull off in the future. And by carrying the hands as they disguise, it was like killing two birds with one stone. Because they carried Setsuka's hands with them, they were able to use her handbook freely, just like Emma did. The culprit then sent a message to Iroha using Setsuka's handbook. The message called for her to be in front of the Mirror Mansion at 1800. It was because of this message that Iroha wasn't able to participate with us during the parade. After sending this message, the second culprit leaves the pool while still disguised. She puts the sign in front of the pool back inside and walks her way back to Block A. After arriving at the ghost house, she undisguised herself and enters the ghost house while deliberately getting witnessed by Iroha. By getting witnessed by Iroha, the culprit later used this fact to frame her and make her seem suspicious. However, amidst the rush and changing in her disguises, the pins used to hold the plastic bags had dropped on the ground, which were used in this trial as important pieces of evidence against her. Entering the ghost house, the culprit ran up inside to cut the wires to the fuse box and cause a blackout. They also put out the fire in the fireplace. This was because they needed it to be that way for the other culprit to utilize the chimney later on. The blackout itself was so that others wouldn't notice what happened inside the ghost house. A little later, the second culprit redisguised herself as the first and then left the ghost house to join the rest of us at the parade. Of course, none of us even had the thought that the culprit had disguised into someone else. And so the second culprit was able to watch the parade with us without any suspicion. At that time, the culprit was waiting for the monorail at the Block C station. They had moved the corpse pieces to the station from the pool prior to the second person heading over to the ghost house. While the second culprit was over at the ghost house, the first culprit was busy with her work as well, getting rid of the signpost before leaving the pool, and putting the chess piece inside one of the parade dolls in Block C storehouse. Warehouse, whatever you want to call it. At 8:10, the monorail heading to Block A arrives, and the first culprit began their process of moving the body. The method they used was to throw each body piece through the chimney once the monorail goes past the ghost house one by one. This method, while seemingly impossible for anyone else, was done with ease by our culprit. It made it seem like the corpse had teleported inside the ghost house. However, since the ghost house was next to the track that connected Block A and C, she only had 4 chances to throw body pieces considering the monorail is only active every other hour. As 7 pieces, even excluding the 2 hands and the chest that she stuffed inside the parade dolls needed to be transferred, she calculated the monorail timetable and went back and forth between blocks A and C. Using this method, they had exactly 7 chances to throw the body pieces in 1 hour, and with the culprit's perfect aiming abilities, transferring was done. After all the body pieces have been safely thrown inside the chimney, she leaves empty-handed and headed to the storehouse. The parade was almost over and the chess pieces had been delivered to Block A by them. Meanwhile, the second culprit and the crew were becoming more anxious about Setsuka's absence and they began a search. Pretending to look for her and heading to Block A storehouse, the two black and meet up and switch places. The reason the second culprit disguised in the first place was to create an alibi while the first culprit was busy throwing corpses on the monorail. And since that was finished, there was no reason for the disguise from then on. I had just finished investigating the ghost house and was leaving without any result. And after confirming that I left, the first culprit signals to the second culprit who was still hiding inside the storehouse. The second culprit swiftly enters the ghost house with the chess pieces and hid inside the storehouse. Here she used Setsuka's handbook so that there would be an ID without an out record at the ghost house. After this, they put all the body pieces, including the 2 hands they used for the disguise, and the pieces inside the fireplace on the altar. Once the setting was complete, they moved the folding screen in front of the entrance to create space, and start to flood the place with blood using the blood packs they prepared. This was to create the illusion that the crime scene was the ghost house, and the culprit dismembered the corpse behind the folding screen. They created a huge trail of blood leading up to the altar, and spread some of them on the altar, as well as for good measure. After all this was done, the culprit deliberately dropped her hairpin near the altar, and sent everyone a message using Setsuka's handbook. The message had vaguely reminded everyone of the ghost house, and was used to call everyone to that place. Then they hid in a space behind the folding screen, waiting for the others to arrive. As soon as we arrived, we followed the trail of blood up to the altar without any suspicion, and ultimately entered the altar, where we found the body of Setsuka. And this was how the 2 culprits managed to move the body and fool everyone. The cruel killer, no killers, who didn't just murder Setsuka, but cut up her body into pieces. Yes, the culprits who committed this atrocity of a crime. Kanade Otonokoji and Hibiki Otonokoji, the ultimate guitarist and ultimate vocalist. It was you 2. That pose, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the mouthful. Oh, I'm out of breath. Oh, we missed 5 there.
Dang.
10 more minutes and the pizza would have been free. Can we get to the save point? There should be a save point right when the trial ends, and we get the score. So it should be right here.
Yeah.
Are you still going to defend yourself, Kanade? Hibiki, it's the same for you. You might not have memory of it, but the results of this trial show the fact. The fact that you are the ones who killed Setsuka. No, that can't be. I'm innocent. I couldn't have killed Suka. Yeah, this is a dream. It's all a dream. Kanade could never kill someone, let alone me. Wake up, Hibiki Otonokoji.
Hibiki.
Hibiki, I'm afraid this is not a dream. Whether you remember it or not, you have committed a murder and lost the class trial. If the answer we've deduced is true, you will soon be dead. What? Die? Me? But that's a bit weird. I haven't done anything. Come on, guys. Kanade, say something to them. We could never actually kill someone, right, Kanade? Don't just stand there, please. Help me. Like you've always done, like when we were young.
Yes.
When something bad happened, you were always there to take care of it. I'm sorry if I was being harsh to you. I apologize for everything. Just help me. Kanade ultimately lost the trial. Even she can't help you in this situation. You feel so bad for her there.
Yeah.
Like, I really doubt that Hibiki actually wanted to kill anyone.
Yeah.
What just happened? Oh, she just ran out. Let me out. I'm
Oh,
gonna
she's
break open this door.
She's trying to run out.
Yeah.
Now, Habiki. The trial is still in session. Please return to your seat immediately.
Let me go home. I hate it here. I need to save my parents. I'm sick of this place. Let me out. Just let me out. Ah! Jeez, dude. Hibiki.
Hibiki, calm down.
I wonder, does that girl have any mental disorders?
What?
I've been keeping an eye on her since she was the suspect during the trial. Something's off with that girl. I mean, the younger sis is a crazy bitch for sure, but the older sis isn't as far off as I can tell. This is a warning. You need to return to your seat. If you don't, you will be severely punished.
Shut up!
Kanade?
Sis. So adorable.
Dude, this is the creepy moment here, dude. Not that she hasn't been creepy this whole time, but...
Yeah.
I have no way to run, right? If you can't avoid it, enjoy it.
What?
This is tragic that my plan has failed. But if I get to see my sister's most despairful dying moments while I die...
Jeez, what is up with her? Like... that makes me not want to end it now because I want to know what it is.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
At this point, we might as well just finish it.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost 2... Well, it's only after 1 o'clock, but...
Yeah.
That doesn't seem that bad of a death. 1. We're the culprits of this case.
And that's the end. Okay, that's the save point. Alright, we probably got like a C.
Well, pretty decent. Maybe B.
C. B! Yeah!
B.
A lot better than the D we got. Oh, we got like 1540 XP for that. Level 13. 4 skill points.
Nice.
And we got a buttload of money, probably.
Probably.
14,000.
Oh, and double.
And then we got an additional 2,800. So we got like 1,700 for rank.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
So I guess that second is the bonus for the rank. The first one's for clearing the trial proper.
Yeah. It's good that you resolved everything, but the silence. Now that you've reached an answer for real this time, it's voting time. I swear, if this gets interrupted again, I'm going to quit this job.
Maybe we should interrupt it again. Maybe we should stop it again. Maybe he's gonna quit.
Yeah. Anyways, vote for the culprit with the switch in front of you.
Wait, how are they gonna do that? If they can only vote for one person, How are they gonna do this? There's
guess
11.
you can-
There's 11 alive.
I guess you can hit 2 buttons.
Oh.
Uh, since you've deduced a double culprit, which is the first in Danganronpa history, I've specially prepared a panel marked Otonokoji twins in the voting screen just for this occasion.
Wow, Monocro, how clever of you. Almost called him Monokuma.
Yeah. If you truly believe that the two of them are the culprit, vote for that panel. Capiche? Now, you will that answer be the truth or not? No.
Alright, he didn't get interrupted now. Verdict. Oh, there is a panel for both of them now.
Yep. I like from the low blurry, like the blurry screen, the little pins make it look like they're wearing devil horns instead,
Kind of does. Alright, class
which is
trial.
very fitting.
Alright,
You
save
like
the
to save
game.
the game, yes.
Yeah, we're just overriding this one.
Yeah.
Alright. So, it's up to you. You call it. Do you want to try? I don't know how much time is left.
Yeah, I don't either.
The walkthrough I was looking at for the time crunch actually had 2 parts.
Yeah.
I guess I can pull it up again because I guess I can pull it up again.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. Let me get to the part where we are. Closing. Okay, after the closing argument, verdict. Okay, it looks like. Okay, the verdict. The save point is at 52:46. The rest of the video is 1:36. So that's about another 40 minutes. Presumably, we don't stop and talk about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think. I mean, you call it.
It's about 40 minutes.
Well, because it says from 52 to an hour 36 is when the end of this video is. And the thing is, I don't know if that actually gets to the end of the chapter because the first part didn't get to the end of the trial.
Yeah.
I presume that is the end. 'Cause I think the next video is chapter 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, what time would you be open tomorrow? Like, just for a short one, maybe like an hour and a half to get through the rest of this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm technically open, like, all afternoon after, like, 11. I just, usually doing other studying stuff, but I can make some time tomorrow to
Get through the end of
stream
this.
for just, like, an hour and a half or so.
Yeah, let's just do that so we're awake, and we can also both give our thoughts on the full trial and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Get through this, because we do want to get through it before Tuesday if we're thinking about getting the Rickster on here. That would be funny, getting him on and, like, starting with this.
Yeah.
That would be funny. But we're not going to do that to him. He'd be so lost.
Yeah.
So, we'll finish tomorrow. Alright, everybody, thank you for joining us. This is probably the longest stream we've ever done. I don't know if any of the V3 ones got past this, but our time, we're almost at 7.5 hours.
Yeah.
So, I did not expect it to be this long, and I hope Trials 4 and 5 are not this long. Because these were way longer than Trials 1 and 2. So, alright, join us next time. I've been Mr. Grinchman, once again along with ACP. Join us next time for more Danganronpa Another Despair 2. Good night, everybody.